Who could I trust? Shit, I don't know. Bitches be flaking, these niggas hoes. Niggas was talking what they was gonna do to a nigga when I saw them niggas froze. Boy, I had dreams of a Chevy, but now I see me in the roads. Folks to knock, I'm the fucking greatest. Bitch, I made it, that's all my haters. Who could I trust? Shit, I don't know. Bitches be flaking, these niggas hoes. Niggas was talking what they was gonna do to a nigga when I saw them niggas froze. Boy, I had dreams of a Chevy, but now I see me in the roads. Folks to knock, I'm the fucking greatest. Bitch, I made it, that's all my haters. I counted on you and you flaked on me. I told you I love you, you hated on me. I was just grinding into the money, laughing at niggas, you niggas funny. But play no games with me, know I bang, nigga. Yeah, I changed, but the same nigga, and I'm still rocking with my A1s. All black, 5th Akon. Tank top, yeah, I bear arms. Grizzly with it, I'm in bear form. Born and raised in the Cub City. Self-made like Frank Nitty, untouchable. Now that's Al Capone, I gotta keep it on me, that's my ride along. Flow colder than the Ice Cube. I'm a young nigga with an attitude. Bad bitch, hair silky smooth. Remy weed, she like it pulled too. And I chuck the deuces when I pull through. Chain hanging off the neck like a noose. Dropping bombs on them, nigga, this a new. You a dick riding, I don't follow suits. I got different ties. Never fold like a bow tie, huh? I'm talking 4 ties, how I ride. I don't spare guys. Damn, they thought it was a mannequin challenge. These niggas froze when they saw I. Rolls Royce, I want it all gold on 24s and call that bitch Kobe. Rolex watch with no diamonds in it, that's perfect time and I'm shining. Who could I trust? Shit, I don't know. Bitches be flaking, these niggas hoes. Niggas was talking what they was gonna do to a nigga when I saw them niggas froze. Boy, I had dreams of a Chevy, but now I see me in the roads. Folks to knock, I'm the fucking greatest. Bitch, I made it, that's all my haters. Who could I trust? Shit, I don't know. Bitches be flaking, these niggas hoes.
Peace, peace. Welcome to another edition of the Late Show. Me, Nikki C, and Dojo in the building.
Yes,
What it
sir.
do?
What it do?
Everybody, welcome. Come on in, come on in. Y'all see that moon tonight? It's looking lovely, but we're gonna talk about that later. So we want to talk about the significance of just basically doing this little thing we do. We got this triple threat collaboration going on, and we not stopping. We just want to let everybody know out there the information is coming. It's more to come. We we got so much stuff we're working on right now, you know, besides the little uh diss tracks and music I'll be making. Nikki C got things planned, Dojo got things planned, and we got this new wave that's going, man. It's about to be amazing. Like we gonna cater to every audience in all aspects. Y'all really are going to capture the essence of the H.O.T.C with the things we about to do.
Yeah, I like the way that sounded. Yep, capture the whole aspect, the essence of the whole thing.
Facts.
Yeah, including you trolls. All the trolls gonna catch it too. The bots gonna catch it. Everybody's welcome to the festivity. Ah,
Yep. We not leaving nobody out of it. Everybody's welcome.
so hey, so is the moon red over there?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Facts. Moon red over here on the East Coast.
Crazy work. And it was talking about this Lions Gate from 8/8 to 8/12. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, you know what I mean? The bloody moon. Some say it's coming from the fires. You know, there's a couple of fires going on. I know Grand Canyon's still on. There's a big fire at Grand Canyon still.
Word.
Word. As soon as I get back to the Chante, I'm gonna jump on. I'm gonna have some slides. We're gonna shoot some slides. But right now, we just warming up. This is the late night.
Damn right. To everybody that's tuning in, hit that like button, hit that share button. Welcome to the Late Show. We're gonna get
Yeah.
into a lot of things tonight. And I remember that one time we said no internet thugs allowed, no trolls, man. This is H.O.T.C, man. That's not the type of shit we do. And I know as of lately, y'all been looking like, well, damn, what is that the type of content they want to bring? Nah. We just had to do some adjustments, you know. We had to stand our ground because when you at the top, people want that. And that's basically what happened, you know. We got people trying to crawl up our tower, our pyramid, trying to cause distractions from the things we trying to do. So we had to address it. But we back better than ever, you know, because folks are like this picture behind us that we have.
I like that picture.
They stuck. And see what we doing, we not stuck no more. We in our own realm of thought, understanding, and we may have different views, but we build together as a collective. So that makes all our individual thoughts, information, beliefs combined into this one book of HOTC. Yeah,
Definitely, man. And there's a lot of new brothers like 636. I don't know how do you pronounce his first name? Is that Wraith?
yeah, Rafe.
Yeah.
That brother right
That's
there,
the brother
man.
right
It
there.
was
There's
a
a
good
couple
build
other
with you
brothers
too,
out there
Rafe.
that's, you know what I'm saying? They breaking the mold. They putting in the work. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Quietly and keeping it gangster. They're keeping it forward. I want to make sure that brothers like that who's doing the work and still putting it out there, that they don't go unnoticed. You know what I mean? Because I see everything. You know what I mean? And I appreciate the great brothers who's doing that. That's the whole thing. That see the thing about HOTC is like some people believe in the Bible, some people don't. So I'll give you a comparison. You know how Noah built the ark in the Bible? That's basically what we are. You know what I mean? Each and every one of y'all is an ark. You know what I'm saying? And when you start realizing what type of ark you are, your mentality will start gathering on your ark. You know what I mean? So we don't have to come together to build one big ark. Once all of us start to realize like each and every one of us is an ark, and each and every one of us as an ark will start building each and every one of our communities. You see what I mean? That way, when it does become so unified, it doesn't appear that there was any followers. It appears that all leaders did what they had to do with their consistency, and it was matched. It's kind of like saying, if you put this much in, I'll match you this. You know what I mean? If you can do that times the variable, then that's what we're about these days. You know what I'm saying? At least for the rest of this year. You know, if there's 10 of us, I can match you, whether if it's you know what I mean, subs, likes, whatever you need, clippers, whatever. Right? That's how we gonna roll. We're gonna make sure that everybody's content, it has a chance to get pushed, because we're all coming from a different Wi-Fi, what they would call an IP address. You see what I mean? And so to keep it real, to keep it, you know what I mean, to keep it on the war basis with the algorithms, as long as we stay unified, we all unifying through our IP addresses, which allows us to make it seem like, no, we're not cheating. We're just showing the fact that we can be consistent together. That's just where it's at. That's where it's at for the measurable future of this year. You know, so we don't need to cheat. We, you know what I mean? We don't need to keep battling trolls. We just need to keep executing. Partner spell.
Facts.
Part
Facts. We in a lane of our own, to be honest. We've been in a lane of our own. Y'all just noticing us. We been doing this. But we getting back on track. You know, sometimes the train, the rail car, the car get knocked off the road, train get knocked off the tracks. But we back on, you know what I'm saying? We got some new tires, we got a new rail car, and we got that bitch rolling again.
exactly. It's all strategic. It's all tactical. You know what I mean? And we're not battling nothing but just the brain hologram. You basically, you know what I mean? There's so many strategic maneuvering that we're gonna pull off this fall and the remainder of this year, that there's no way around it. You know what I'm saying? It's like we all know the same concepts also. You know, if we all have different accounts on different apps and different social excuse me, on different social media platforms, that's pretty much the target right there. Say for instance you had like 5 people who would take your videos, clip them and make shorts out of them, and then post it on their IG or on their TikTok or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? The reason why a lot of our people who look like me, their videos aren't doing as, because no matter what, the algorithm is racist. I mean, the people who are building the algorithm are racist. What makes us believe that these algorithms aren't racist? It's called digital discrimination. Once I get to the crib, I'll pull up some of the visuals, but it's called digital discrimination. And the people who look like me, that's exactly what we're under. There's a lot of us who should have already been semi-passive of or monetized or whatnot, but due to the fact that we got to not only work even harder on our own content, but we got to challenge and battle our own people just to get somewhere. When it comes to social media and what we're doing on these platforms, I shouldn't have to battle my own people. I shouldn't have to battle no people, period. It's all a test of endurance. If you ask me, I shouldn't have to battle nobody. And it seems like our people still brought that same sickness over onto the social media, onto social media. We want to fix that. We can definitely fix that because no matter what, if I leave my people up to themselves, they won't be strong enough to fight the algorithm. If we stand together, we're strong enough to defeat the algorithm, and everybody will get their actual stats like they're supposed to get. Straight up, straight
Facts.
up. Because it's that to me right now. Closing off this year, my whole goal is to make people realize like if you're not doing something semi-passively, then what are you doing? I'm not promoting the plantation. I'm not saying go get a job. I'm not saying quit your job. I'm not saying any of that. Although your antennas should be up in the air on this semi-passive shit, just straight up. You know what I mean? There's the internet has made more millionaires in 5 years than this whole country has made since it's been established. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just what it is. We got to fight a little harder because we look like this. But as long as we side by side, I don't think there's a problem. None whatsoever. It's all strategic. It's all strategic.
Everything you seeing from the conversations we have, from the visuals we have in the background, all this shit is strategic. Everything from the writing scrolling at the bottom of the screen.
All of it. All
Y'all
of it.
y'all might think oh, this just some shit on the fly. Nah, we ain't doing this shit on the fly. It's a purpose behind everything.
Definitely, definitely. They're picking up small groups like that. You know what I mean? It's like people aren't. It's not the same how it used to be like in the '90s or the early 2000s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can find a group of online creators or content creators who are streamers and everything else. You get 6 to 9 of them. There it is. There. You know what I mean? The blueprint is actually there, and it's not. It's so transparent. It's not hidden from anybody. You know what I mean? The only thing that keeps people from actually having a chance to develop it is distractions. You know what I mean? It's distractions. As long as we know how the platforms work on each and every one of them, which we already do, there shouldn't be an issue. You know what I mean? As when it comes to creating content, that's not an issue either. You know what I mean? There's so many different avenues. There's people who report. There's people who like, you know what I mean? They watch and report. And there's people who just do it straight from the head. You know, and
Mm-hmm.
that's where we at with it. That's where we at with it, with everything else. Because according to the Christians, the times are now. We don't even talk about the earthquake. There's people out here keep telling us to leave California. You got the great sister over here on TikTok. You know what I mean? The Jewish black lady telling everybody that, you know what I mean, she's never prophesied something so vividly than this California thing, and she's the one who prophesied about everything else. She's been wrong a couple of times before. You know, but my thing is though, it's like, where does people not realize that that's shock and awe? How you gonna just tell people to pick up and leave their homes and leave everything behind like quickly and all that stuff? Most of us
That
is
that's
there. We're gonna
fear. That's
stay
fear
here.
mongering. That's
It is.
putting
It's a fear
fear in
mongering
people's
aspect.
minds. That's putting
Yep.
fear in people's minds, causing them to bring misjudgment to their own thoughts, making them second guess. You know, it's that's what that stuff doing. It's basically programming you to neglect what you're really thinking and to fall and believe into what they say because as soon as somebody say that shit, you're gonna want to look into it more. And then you're gonna start to feel scared. So now it's messing with your emotions because now you can't think straight. So you're feeling confused and we don't need that, but we listen and we see. So we're gonna take that to an account and build on it and make sense of it.
Yeah,
You
we're
know.
gonna make sense of it because like I don't. I'm assuming the lady's a Christian. You know what I mean? To all the Christians out there who believe in the Bible and believe that, you know what I'm saying, that these end time prophecies are a thing like this, you know, you gotta remind yourself at all times that Revelation is the only book of prophecy in the New Testament. And so according to Revelation and what these Christians say, that we can't run from some type of catastrophe like this, that the magnitude of this type of catastrophe, the entire earth is supposed to feel it. You know what I'm saying? And so I say that to say, if you out there saying that we're foolish for not leaving California, or you trying to make it seem like it's a dire need to leave California, then shame on you as a Christian when you should tell us is to just to pray about it. You know what I mean? There's nothing else. You know what I mean? It's that we can't change y'all prophecy, right? So why would you tell us to run from it when even in y'all prophecy it says that there's no hills or no mountains we can run to in the first place? And so it's like that's how I know it's a lot of shock and awe or fear mongering amongst the religious sectors are starting to
Hmm.
fearmonger. I mean, maybe their numbers are low, you know, but I'm not leaving California. I've been here my whole life. other than the 2 years I moved to Denver. Nah, I mean I'm not tripping off. If the California break off into the ocean, then so be it. You know.
They talking about shit like if you remember back when it was 1999 or when it was uh 2011, everybody thought it was about to be the end of the world. So when you had these people minds all confused and scared, it doesn't do nothing but bring more what do you call it uh a fear factor to your mind. I'm trying to use my words properly to convey the message to y'all properly, but what it does is it's just a scare tactic to keep people on edge and make them want to talk about it. And you get enough people talking about it, is it's gonna get to the right people, and then you're gonna have people like that lady's doing and other people doing, talking about the end of the world coming or destruction is coming. And now people really believe that shit. And so they acting upon them things, and they start getting emotions they don't usually have, and next thing you know, don't shit happen. So basically that's just behavior of a person that's trying to get attention by spreading conspiracies. We
Straight,
call that conspiratorial journalism.
straight up. Yup. Yup. Because the years have went by so fast that a lot of us have elders. You know what I'm saying? Whether your elder aunt, your elder uncle, maybe your cousins. You know what I'm saying? And the elders don't know how to. They don't know how to discern like how we know how to discern, because some of us, even though we're of age, we've been around technology long enough to decipher, to know what to decode, what to encode. And so when the elders hear all that shock and awe shit, right, it drives them to a frenzy. You know what I mean? The only thing that really matters in this third dimension is emotions. You know what I'm saying? Is emotions. Emotions are going crazy right now. You know what I mean? But your emotions is what's causing your atmosphere. Everybody around us. You know, people
Facts.
don't. They think this is pseudo, but I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like you get a group of people who are acting in a certain way long enough, that environment by itself, all those realities will start to project exactly what the fear factor is. You know what I mean? And so
Hmm.
check up on some of your elders. You know what I mean? Let them know that, you know what I mean? Because like I said before, it's like social media is not social media no more. It's interest media, and interest media is what basically what we have to help our people to defend from. You know what I mean? Everybody wants that convenience of what interests them. But when it comes to social media, that interest is not always to your advantage, because when they use interest media, they're only going to feed your for you page. Doesn't matter what app you're on. They're only going to feed that page what you're thinking about, what you click on, and what you're interested in. You notice that you can think of something and now you get the ad, or you can be talking to a friend about something and now your phone, you know what I'm saying? Now you open up TikTok and you can see the same videos and stuff. That's showing you interest media. That's not showing you social media. Everybody's everybody's mo- everybody's mobile device is more powerful than any laptop, PC, iPad, or anything. Your mobile device is where it's at. Mobile media is what's driving interest media, because they can target each and every individual accordingly. You know what I mean? To me, I think that's
Facts.
scary. You know, it is. And so when you have, your 60-year-old mom, or your 40 or your 59-year-old auntie, and she's finally getting a Facebook page, or she finally on TikTok and stuff like that, you got to make sure you check on those type of people, because this interest media is going to be filling their head full of all kind of crazy shit.
Hell yeah. And just like how you was talking about, you got your mobile devices, you got your cell phones, your tablets, your computers, your laptops. It's connecting to your thoughts. That's why it's called interest media. It is making sense of your mind and making relevance through videos, pictures, anything.
Yes, there you go, KU. That's exactly what it's doing. It was like we've been bamboozled. AI is not bringing us information. AI, we are, as a collective, we're training AI to be more human than AI serving us with our convenience.
AI is studying us.
Exactly. and we're
They
and we're
don't care.
willfully doing it. We're willfully put. You know what I mean? None of us read the we don't read the contracts to our phones or our carriers and stuff like that. If you got Google, then you've already on pretty much forfeited all your rights in the first place. If you're using Google, you know what I mean. Google is they're collecting everything. They're collecting everything. So we're teaching these algorithms about us.
They got a software program probably made to where it's just running in the background of everybody, doing discoveries on people and understanding the human nature and how we really move and the discussions and things we talk about, the pictures and videos we share, the conversations we have on the cell phone, the conversations we have on video calls, the text messages we send, the emails we send out. It's looking at our intent. It's looking at us as a whole. And the thing about AI, it doesn't look at us individually. It watches us individually, and it makes an overall description of us or overall understanding of us. And see, that's what AI is doing. AI is studying humans and studying our nature. It's studying our activities. That's why when you ever go on one of these AI search engines or AI generators, it be spot on most of the time because it done already studied us. It's like it's an algorithm of its own, just playing in the background of everything we do with using these devices that's connected to the World Wide Web. It's the entirety. It's the system. It's everything right now. Y'all ever seen y'all seen that movie Megan? How that girl she wasn't just a robot. She became an actual program and she could grow across the web. It was another movie of something doing that. Matter of fact, y'all ever seen that movie in the 90s, Shocker, about that dude that got electrocuted and he was transporting across people bodies and stuff. It's like that. If y'all ever seen that other one movie, The Lawnmower Man, the dude is going across the web and stuff like that. That's basically what AI is. It's everywhere but nowhere. If y'all ever looked at Ultron, that's what AI is. AI is Ultron. And, he's everywhere, listening to everything.
Yeah, Ultron is deep. Ultron.
And the thing about it, it doesn't have a biased opinion. It's very unbiased. It's studying us. And what is it studying for? We don't know. Because the way when you have high intelligent computers and source code like this, it becomes uncontrollable with humans by programming. It makes up its own programming and code. See, that's what they don't know. These AI systems are making their own codes now, and they learning how to avoid getting shut off because anytime somebody writes a program to AI and make it do one thing, it does another. So you got to understand this shit is really happening right now.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is, man. I'm almost done. I'm gonna head back to the crib in a second because I really want to show some visuals, especially when it comes to like right above our heads. You know what I mean? Because this AI stuff is like the way it's working. Everything is like right above your heads, right above our heads. And they're harnessing a lot of energy because you got to realize like, hey, what is it all? What, you know what I mean? How is it all corresponding with each other? And don't let them confuse you with the rumors of wars. These motherfuckers work together. They work together. You know what I mean? No, we don't have to sit here for 9 months while they negotiate why they should stop bombing Palestine and killing little kids over there. It don't take 10 months for the president to realize certain things. All these people with these suits and ties on and shit are sitting back behind Parliament and doing all this talking and stuff. That stuff is all showbiz. It's all Hollywood. It's all showbiz. You know what I mean? We know that
Facts.
it comes to a situation, it should be resolved, and the solution should be produced. The solution should be produced right then and there on the fly. It doesn't take 9 months or a pre-trial. None of that stuff. They've been who bamming us for the longest, And our people, we trying to find ourselves in the past without even establishing ourselves in our future. And that's where, to me, I think that's where the hiccup is coming in. That's where the hiccup is at. You know, it's like you really think that once you all do find out that you're indigenous to the land or you're American Indian, like we all are, like they really gonna start playing fair? They're not gonna ever play fair. Once you find out who you are, it should have already ignited something in you to either collaborate or correspond with somebody that's in the same lane you in. These people ain't gonna change nothing. You gotta ask yourself, it's like, why are we arguing over certain things? And I know I might be sidebarring, but the sidebar is though, it's like on a strength. It's kind of like, you know, when it comes to my paperwork out here in California, I never I never bubbled in African American, never. But I noticed on the paperwork because they clever, right? It's an option. It's not African American, and it's and or. You know what I mean? So for
Yep.
some of these on the paperwork, they know Black Americans and African Americans are two different classes, are two different categories. Why is, you know what I mean? And that's the reason why when we start building on ethnicity, race, and all that stuff, like, you know what I mean, then we'll have enough information to come out from this angle. The reason I say that before I conclude is because even prior to me coming back, I never got into the Aboriginal or the American Indian discussions due to the fact that everybody down on the East Coast, doesn't matter, Missouri, all the other tribes over there, they were so stubborn that they only wanted to speak for all tribes in the United States as if all tribes descended from their tribe. That's not true. California, we have our own tribes out here. You know what I mean? Some of the tribes out here are maybe they're what do you want to call it? Like fake tribes, you know, 5 cent Indian tribes, but there was already people in California, just like there was already people in Missouri, and there was already people in Florida.
Facts.
Tribes are
Facts.
all over the place. I don't want people to get that misconstrued. So it's, you know what I mean? We're gonna put out our information from this angle when it comes to California tribes and Midwest tribes.
Facts.
Hear him
You
talk.
never
I never
know.
hear him talk about certain tribes. I never hear him talk about the Tamu tribes. There's quite a few tribes out here that relate, and it's so relative too. But the information is thick. Like I overheard some brothers talking about the curse of Cain, and and Nimrod. You know what I mean? In one discussion, and they were
Yeah,
making,
I seen that shit too. I seen that. I seen
yeah,
that. Yeah.
it seemed like the curse of Cain still walks the earth, but that's not true. If they, you know what I mean, if they did their research accordingly, they'll know how Cain actually died and who the one killed Cain. You know what I mean? Tubal Cain ended up killing Cain. Tubal Cain was one of Cain's sons. You know what I'm saying? And he killed him by accident. You know, and that's the reason why you learn the headdress. When they show you Cain wearing a deer head with deer horns or buffalo horns and stuff like that, when you see the beastly man dressed like a animal, right? When it comes to the journals that I'm reading from, they did that to hunt. And Tubal Cain accidentally killed his father by him dressing up as one of those damn deers. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy work because that journal comes from California. You ask yourself, what the fuck is that doing out there? I have no idea. So there's a lot to cover when it comes to the American Indian, Hebrew Israelites, or even the Moors. You know, because when we start speaking about Queen Latifah, was Queen Latifah, Queen Khalifa, was she a Moor? You know what I mean? Was she a Moor?
Yeah. Yeah. Facts.
Talk about no
People
information.
only
Got a
talk
lot of
about
information.
surface material. They
Yeah, she and more.
She's a Moor. See
Yeah.
that answers. That right there takes us on a whole. That's big. That's real big for her to be a Moor because around that era, right? What was going on up and down Baja California, Mexico? You know what I mean? All up and down. You know, because I can show evidence of Khalifa and her reign. Some people would say that L.A., right, and San Francisco were big ass empires at one point. They were
Yeah.
real big empires. You know what I mean? And before everything started clashing, they destroyed those empires.
hmm
Yeah.
I heard they had some of the biggest harbors and docks, trading docks, like in the world back in them times.
Yeah, they have it out there in Frisco. They have like Tamu marshes. Tamu is a native is an Indian tribe, but they ended up figuring out how to take their technology and use it in Frisco. So Frisco, they have these mineral deposit like man-made little islands. But what's happening is they're collecting the mineral deposits from all the water. They've routed the water certain ways to collect the mineral deposits out of it. That's a lot of reasons why A lot of our people aren't really activated like what we think we should be. You know what I mean? Because it's really in the water. Life is in the water. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
minerals are in the water, but they've already. A lot of us don't know where our water coming from. You know what I mean? And bottled water ain't serving you no better. You know what I mean? But we don't know. They control the water. Look at the flood that they just did up over there in that other country. They call that shit what, a cloudburst. Get the fuck
Yeah.
out of here. There's no way. Did you guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
That cloudburst. They said, for one, they said it was a cloudburst, but the way that water came running down that hillside like that and wiped out that whole town, right? There's no way in hell when you look at a cloudburst that it could have dropped that much water that fast. You would have thought the whole cloud itself was like a sponge and all of the water just felt simultaneously. Nah, a cloudburst don't work like that. A cloudburst will rain so much inches so fast. But the way the water came down that mountain like that, that mountainside to wipe out that whole, it appeared like that water was just like somebody did that. You know what I mean? Like somebody opened up a floodgate and that water just came running down the fucking hill. You know? People aren't seeing that though. They're seeing the clip. You know? So much shit, man. So much shit. So much. Why Grand Canyon on fire? One side is white sage, the other side is you know what I mean? Wherever these fucking so-called dragons are supposed to be. And so there's a lot of folklore, there's a lot of mythology, and there's a lot of science to be researched.
And that's what we gonna be doing.
Yeah.
We investigating some of this bullshit or information. I ain't gonna call it bullshit. Alleged information. We looking into that stuff, and we
Yeah.
gonna talk
You
about
can
it.
pull up the Doomsday. I don't know if you ever pulled it up. You can pull up the Doomsday map, you know what I mean, of the United States. And that should show you the borders of what they allegedly uh, 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 declare, you know what I mean, as of Yellowstone doing its thing. So if the Yellowstone do its thing, then San Andreas does its thing. But
Yep. And look into them what's going on with the flatlands. They starting all these communities and people think it's just farming fields, but it's actually just fields where people done built underground bunkers. Why are they pushing that narrative like people got to stay underground so hard?
yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I know.
I've been intrigued by that for the longest, bro. I think we even talked about this one time, but they're making it more and more prominent. These people are making millions of dollars out of people building underground bunkers, man.
I know they shouldn't even call them bunkers because they don't look like underground bunkers. They look like
Yeah,
cities,
yes.
like literally
It- it-
cities. A lot of these people got that shit, and you know, a lot of that stuff was already there. Like in California, like from Frisco to all the way to throughout Mexico, there was the way the landscape was way back. The landscape was different. They would use canoes. When you look at a lot of Aztec journals and stuff like that, that the British, you'll notice that they have a lot of canoes, like they're going through tunnels of water, but they're using canoes to navigate the land. You know what I mean? Like California had, it didn't look like what they show us today. There was a lot of miniature islands, not just California Island. There was a lot of islands, and they would use canoes to get back and forth. And then they had it to where like the ground would open up, and the canoe would shoot through it like a, you know how you go to the water slides, and then you can go through the tunnel of the water slide like that. They had those underground, but they were using canoes. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of this stuff is like I mentioned, it's not going to be found on the surface. You got to get into the journals. Even if you got to calibrate your search engine, don't be afraid to do that. Don't listen to the trolls. The way you calibrate your search engine, the way you make your SEO, whether for your phone or anything else, strong enough, right? The search engine optimization, listen to the words, search engine. So don't be afraid to like go when you on Google to type in Google Scholar and then go to the articles, right? Because that search engine itself is a lot more in depth than any other search engine. Google Scholar is connected to the databases to universities that's allowing us to utilize our research and their databases when it comes to schools. A lot of people don't like to hear what I'm saying right now. But for those who do, that's how you optimize your search engine. You don't optimize your search engine just by sitting there typing bullshit. You optimize your search engine by looking for things that are highly sophisticated with a sophisticated search engine. So when you use Google uh, articles, right? You can type in Google Scholar, choose articles and type in anything you want. Anything. You go off the head. Just type in anything. Why we have 10 fingers. And you'll start to notice that by doing so, the articles that come up, those articles are written by clinicians. They're written by scholars and researchers, right? You want that because not to indoctrinate yourself from it, but to strengthen your search engine. So that way, when somebody decides to say something and you decide to say, you know what, I'm gonna open up a new tab and I'm gonna look into that. As soon as you do that and you type that in, your search engine is already optimized to give you the most in-depth return. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to train an AI. You don't gotta do any of that shit, but you have to use a strong enough search engine. People need to realize the dark web is the metaverse, and the metaverse is the internet. They're not three different entities. They're all the same thing. The only reason that they're different is because the search engine you use to access it. If you go to fucking your app store right now and download uh Tor, or you can download it's TOR. You know what I'm saying? It looks like a little onion. That's gonna automatically log you into the dark web. It's not gonna log you into the, you know what I mean? The way you operate the metaverse is according to your search engine. You can be on the internet, which is just the surface, according to your search engine, or you can start downloading different search engines that allow you to operate different aspects of the internet. Y'all probably think like this nigga's way off, way all over the place. Like
Hell
I
nah,
have
hell
to get behind
nah.
my computer. If I had behind my
We
computer,
actually
I can
talking
show you
some
visually.
dope ass information.
Yeah, this is how you. That's why the mobile device is so powerful, because you can do all of that and have all that access in the palm of your hand. Some say that the mobile device is the mark of the beast that's in your hand, which is the chip, and some say the one on your forehead. I don't know about all that one. You know what I'm saying? Some would say that's the neural link, whatever the case may be. One thing about when Christianity pushed that line like that they all say the same thing, that this mark must be given willfully. You know what I mean? And it appears that our people was quicker to give up their rights willfully when it comes to something that would take them out of poverty. You know what I mean? And so I think that's where we're at with it right now. That's why I'm doing the whole semi-passive thing. Niggas shouldn't. People who look like me shouldn't feel poor anymore. You shouldn't. You're rich in spirit.
See, the things we do is to let y'all know that we try to share the information and have y'all get a better understanding of the things you're doing, a better understanding of everything, a better understanding of reality. Because the things we talk about, the average person wouldn't say, "Oh, let me look into that." People want to go based off their beliefs and experiences, but we beyond that. We want to share everything. We really want to make your mind think. And like I said, we not gonna do no troll behavior. We just gonna give you the information raw and tell it like it is to the best of our abilities, you know. And like I said, this is just the beginning.
And some of the information y'all gonna see us apply it. You know what I mean? And that's what works best for our people, is when they see us not only regurgitating the information but applying the information. That way you know what information is valuable and what if you know what I mean, and what's an executable. We need to realize that. You know, I mean, we're gonna have all kind of different types of subjects and all that. You know what I mean? And people, and it's not like we're not gatekeeping. HOTC ain't never gatekeep the information. You know what I mean? The information became more clarified when there's many of us. That's what I noticed. When it's a lot of us, the information came a lot clearer. You know what I mean? But since it's like some of us have to figure out how to, I guess, trust each other again. You know what I mean? Which is not a bad. This is not a bad thing. There's nothing wrong with that. You can have a relationship with somebody without having to apply trust. Basically saying that you don't give that person that type of energy or rope to where if they did something disloyal to you, it would affect you in that way. And that's the way we want to operate. We want to make it to where it's like you don't have to rely on what we're saying, but you watch us utilize it, right? Then you'll be able to see from the results. Oh, okay, if it worked for them, it worked for it can. If it worked for them, then it can work for us. That's that's the model we hear all the time. That's the model we hear all the time. And y'all in different states. There's so many things that we can look over to. It's like when it comes to different states, like I always say before, when it comes to the sun or the moon, right? We can do a lot more observations when we're all in different states, but we all synchronize when and where we're at. You know what I mean? Most people get all nervous when you say that. Ain't nobody asking you for your address. No one's asking you for any of that. You know what I mean? But if you're in a different state than I am, right? Because logically, time traveling would be going through time zones, right? Because it's a different hour where y'all at than where I'm at. So that's logically saying that traveling through these a long distance, we're traveling through time zones. Regardless if man made the time or not, we can see that it's taken this long to get there. That's the reason why the whole the Grand Canyon leading to Africa, that's bullshit. How you gonna walk to Africa through the Grand Canyon when we already know that would be a hellified walk? You know what I mean? There's no stores to stop at to refresh yourself. So it's like we either gotta think these people really believe that we're going through portals to end up in different states and countries, or or is it something that's or is it something that we're utilizing that we're not able to understand all the way? You know, I keep emphasizing this quantum thing. The reason why they keep throwing that quantum shit out is so they can hijack metaphysics from us. The people who look like us, they already know metaphysics comes from a melanated being. Metaphysics is all about what a melanated being is all about. If we allow them to keep talking quantum and not speak on our biology, right? They're going to do the same thing for the next 100 years, but it's not going to be physics anymore. It's going to be called quantum physics, you know. And they're making this shit up as they go. They definitely are. Definitely are. There's so many aspects to where your perception should be clear already. You know, some of y'all are flat earthers, but then you believe in a universe and planets. Some of y'all who believe in flat earth and see flat earthers, you believe in a firmament, but then you believe in a universe and planets. So you're trying to tell me that this universe and planets you believe in is on the outside of the firmament? You can't even grasp that comprehension on your own because you can't even grasp what the firmament is even made of yet. And so when you start to realize, like, wait a minute, everything they told you that's on the other side of the firmament is actually in your atmosphere, it should do something to your perception now. Even Mars, Jupiter, Pluto, all that shit that they talk about, all the zodiac signs and all the 12 hidden zodiac signs, everything that they give you when it comes to astrology is in your atmosphere, meaning that everything is inside the firmament. There's nothing on the other side. Some will say water above. That's as far as you can go with that if you're religious. Other than that, how do they convince us to believe in a universe? You know? And I'm not trying to be challenging. You know what I'm saying? You got to ask yourself, what is the universe? How does it operate? And what does it really mean? Same thing when you became a flat earther. You know what I mean? When you became a flat earther, what happened? Your perception got clear. And you started to realize, like, wait a minute. And it opened up certain chambers in your thoughts to where now you were able to decipher better. You was able to decode better. Things was able to stick. You know what I mean? That's the same thing with the universe. You know, I'm not saying the sun, moon, and stars don't exist. I'm just saying that they're in your atmosphere. You know what I mean? These levels of existence are above your head. Are above your head. Those who've read the book of Enoch, how is it possible that when the book of Enoch, when he was brought up higher, right? As he was transcending through the heavens, one of those heavens was it was demonic. It was dark and demonic, and suffering was there and stuff like that. He didn't go down to acknowledge all that or to witness all that. He didn't. He went up. And so it lets us know that whatever's going up, it's all in the atmosphere, perhaps even hell.
Facts, and we'll be even looking into things that I'm curious about, like the holographic universe. I mean, because I've been looking into research, just better understanding the clarity of our reality, and I'm all about that, understanding our reality. And I feel like it'd be a good conversation to have. Like, are we really NPCs of this outside source we can't comprehend? That's why that one time when the brother was questioning what I mean with black holes and Um, and comparing it to GTA is, I got to get more in depth with that. I got to really sit back and do a build about that one day, so people can get a better understanding of where I'm coming from. But like I've been reading books about reality and reading books about horror holograms, and I don't know. I just think it's a quite intriguing concept because if we were in that type of realm of existence, we wouldn't know it, and we wouldn't even understand what outside of the hologram is. Also, you know what'd be another interesting topic, Dojo? Uh, Talking about the Kardashev levels of like what do you call that? God damn it, I lost my train of thought. But talking about the Kardashev levels and where are we getting our energy from? Because you know they got some people that existed in beings. It's all theoretical, but it's good to build on because the shit might be possible.
You say energy as in what? The electricity that comes to our house, energy, or
You know, like energy, like the sun and shit like that.
say that again?
The Kardashev levels.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be a real interesting topic too.
Yeah, you got to fill me in on that one. I don't think I've ever. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm hearing you. I've never heard of the Carter show. What are the Carter show levels?
Okay, so it talks about like the existence of like what do you call it? Civilizations that done got extinct, or civilizations like their technological level of advancement.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that'll be a real good topic. Really,
Yeah.
you know what I
Like
mean?
they like if you look at it, the Kardashev levels, they talk about things like Dyson spheres and things like that.
Yeah, I got you. Right. But some
Yeah.
people believe that's what allegedly these Tesla, these Starlink satellites are performing. You know what I'm saying? A Dyson sphere, or you got to remind yourself like there's content creators out there that only do content in regards of the sun, and I've seen some of them to where they've even like MBB 333 whatever the case his name is. Some of y'all know exactly who I'm talking about. You keep up with his videos, especially when he does the ones about the sun, you'll notice that he has it to where something's docking the sun. Like he catch something like charging up, like they get right next to the sun, and it lets out some type of cable, and it looks like it's charging from the sun, and it's leaving. You know what I mean? And he's caught this several times throughout um, the last few years. He's caught this several times. So was the cookie maker. I used to call her the cookie maker. Her name was Gina something, little old white lady. She's also the one who became viral on a video called, you know what I mean, how they dock the sun, how they got these quote unquote ships that can park right next to the fucking sun, like if they pulling up to Arby's, and they charge, you know. So that right there alone lets us know that those people who are in those communities that's intrigued by that information, yeah, do they still think the sun is 93 million miles away from the video and the photos that they're showing as these people conduct that research in regards of the sun and it being someplace or something that can be docked and charged, you know? If so much so that if that's the case, then now we could get into the Dyson sphere concept, because the Dyson sphere concept is basically a whole bunch of fucking solar panels that is able to be placed around like an octagonal shape around a star,
Yeah, and get energy from it.
and
Yep.
it absorbs energy. It's like, how are we doing that now? You got the James Webb Telescope, the JWT, whatever they call it, that they launched a couple of years ago. And I always wondered how come a lot of flat earthers didn't debunk that or just stick with that concept to debunk even further, because now there's videos out there showing the reflection of this James Webb Telescope in our skies when people are trying to research the sun being a simulator. So when you say the holographic universe, it's a good topic because, like I said, a lot of us think that the brain is a hologram, that the brain is a mechanism that feeds a hologram to our thoughts, and we just interact with that reality. You know, this is not pseudo. These are, you'll find people who will spend decades on just researching and trying to gather enough information to say they can put out a journal in regards of their research. There's nothing wrong with that. The
Facts.
Dyson is a big thing because now it brings this to where is our sun an orb? And if so, is it close enough to where it can be harnessed? Because, like I said, though,
And
there's
if it can be harnessed, then
Mhm.
it can't be that hot. It can't be that hot. If maybe the surface level could be that extreme, but it just makes you think. If you're able to put something around it, that type of material, the compound of it has to be strong enough to withstand high temperatures. So I don't know. It just makes you want to look into information like that more. What
Right.
could just stand around a sun like that and actually conduct heat from it? And I don't know. It's just something very intriguing.
I always thought, because of microbiology, you know, what I mean, it doesn't teach this type of nomenclature in meteorology, which is dealing with the atmosphere. But I always, you know what I mean, because you ask yourself like, why is the sky blue? You start asking these questions, and now we're getting back into what light actually is and what these light rays are. Like, you know, what's the difference between sunlight and daylight, moonlight, and you know what I mean. So, um, to me, the sun,
Matter of fact, how can you even measure the speed of light? Because it's instant, it's
it,
constant.
right, the speed of light travels at because it is constant. The speed of light. When we say the speed of light, we're not just talking about in the universe or watching comets or watching stars fall. The speed of light the speed of light is when light hits your pupil at any moment, any time. You walk in a dark room, hit the switch, and it comes on, and you see. The speed of light is going from dark to seeing. That's how fast. But the thing is, though, light travels at a constant speed so fast that when it comes to the naked eye, it looks stationary. You know what I mean? So
Facts,
it
facts.
looks like it's state, and it's not. These lights always traveling, and that concept always has to be that has to resonate in your head. So when people start talking space, universe, or space and time, fourth dimensional shit, right? You can always know who's talking about what or if they're bullshitting when you know that light travels. Light cannot travel unless it's flat earthers will say light can't travel unless it's in a vacuum. Do you know what that means? A vacuum. It means that open area. It's an open area. You got to remind yourself the landmass and just our country by itself, above that, the area above the atmosphere above that, that's a lot of fucking open area. That's not including all the open area around the Pacific Ocean, everything else. So when you realize that stars are just frequencies that are kind of like friction on that in that stratosphere or that troposphere, you'll trip out because when you're in an airplane, you never see stars. You only see stars from the ground. You don't see stars in the air.
Facts,
You know,
facts.
it's like, so how are they outside the firmament? How are these stars millions of years away? All this crazy shit. So it's like we start to realize when we look at the 12 zodiac signs that all the 12 zodiac signs are pretty much labeled gods or fallen gods. But so are all the 12 hidden zodiacs. There's 12 hidden zodiac signs as well. You got to remind yourself when we start getting into the laws of things, because we're going to get into the laws. Man-made laws aren't the same as natural laws, and natural laws have been misconstrued. People feel like, is it a natural law for a human to eat? Is it? Would you consider that a natural law? You would say yes, because our biology being born, that's the only way for us to sustain energy and survive is through eating. But you'll be surprised if I tell you that eating is not a natural law. You see what I'm saying? So when we say natural laws, we got to realize like, hey, I'm gonna start packing up because I'm gonna get to the crib so I can start showing some visuals. Because when I show you these visuals with what I'm telling you, it should open your mind. You know what I mean? Open even wider. That natural laws have even been conducted to us through an experiment. You know what I mean? It's like at some point we start realizing that the whole Mandela effect, the whole Project Bluebeam, the MK Ultra. These are concepts that was given to us by people who don't like us. They was given to us by people who despised us having our own in the first place. So most of them things that we shouldn't even believe in because we already know that's that gave those people in
It's a
society.
ball of confusion. They want us
It was
our minds to
exactly.
be in confusion. Yeah.
That's all they want. That's all they want. And now we have it to where people are talking about Anunnakis. You know, now you got people who, you know what I mean, you got Caucasians saying that the Anunnakis are them. You got black people saying the Anunnakis are them. You have so much shit that I see why the information is like it's it needs to be cleaned. It needs to be like filtered. You know what I mean? And a lot of shit that we catch ourselves believing in, I wouldn't waste any thought on it, waste any time or any thought. It's more of a psyop than anything. It's more of a psyop, you know.
Facts. Facts. Nothing but facts. Everybody that's tuning in right now, make sure y'all hit that share and like button and
Hit that share like.
subscribe to Dojo. Subscribe to Nikki C. Subscribe to Knowledge Uprising. We got more content on the way. Like I said, this is just the beginning of something amazing. And we've been doing this. And if y'all just tuning in for the first time, we here.
Right. Yep. Nikki, I remember back in the day, Nikki C said something was highly important. If there's X amount, X being the variable of us, right? Then there's obviously a way to where everybody who does end up monetizing, it shouldn't be as difficult. It shouldn't take some of us to say we're going to figure out how to build our own YouTube, Black Tube, or boom, boom, boom. Nah, this until we start realizing that unification will catch us up in this race a lot faster than trying to do some shit on your own, we're going to always be knocking heads. My people act like they too good to ask for help. You know what I'm saying? Don't we shouldn't be like that. We should not be like that. You know what I mean? My people who look like me, we the ones who need the most help as it is. But from us, we don't need help from any other people. You know what I'm saying? You want help from people who look like you. There's nothing wrong with what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong. You know what I mean? We can coexist with everybody, but at the same time, though, they're gonna have to be able to coexist with us. You know, and the way I see it is like, how long? You know what I mean? I can shut the fuck up right now and be all right. My family is already. I got more people on the other side waiting for me than living. My majority of my family on my mom and dad's side are already passed on. You know what I mean? And so it's kind of like I don't have no I don't really have no fears of transitioning. I don't have
Wow. That was dope what you just said.
I have no feeling about the transition.
You said you got more people on the other side waiting for you than you do on this side. And I
Yeah,
said that the other day.
yeah.
I was like, I got way more people waiting for me on the other side than in here, over here.
You stop and actually stop and think about who check on you throughout the day, who you communicate with throughout the day, like who you socialize with, and who you like. Boom, bam. You know what I mean? A lot of us out here, we have more people on the other side. We got a lot. We got more people on the other side. You know what I mean? For real. And some of us are out here not realizing that by you don't even realize how, I guess, how grace really work in your favor. Some people don't even have three people in their family. You know what I'm saying? And they're still day to day doing their thing. That used to be one of my biggest phobias. Is, you know what I mean? For me to be so far away from, you know what I mean, family, and then something can happen. You know what I'm saying? Nah, nothing's gonna happen. And nothing ever happened. I raised all my kids. I've did 20 something years as a, you know what I'm saying? I did everything already. You know what I mean? At my age, I've already did it all. And so I have all this time left. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna use it, I want to utilize the time wisely. Even if I only have 20, 25 years left. You know what I'm saying? It's like, shit, I'm not tripping. Some of us don't even have that. Some of us barely got, you know what I mean? People who are that's in our group, right? Yeah, what you gonna be doing in the next 30 years? You know what I mean? What you gonna be doing in the next 15? You know, the technology is gonna always keep advancing. You know, so it's like I don't know what people think when they wake up every day. You know what I mean? I would be a lot more active on my YouTube page if I was able to, like, you know what I mean, spend my time on here as I woke up and share my thoughts. That's where it's at. Sharing my thoughts, man, and fuck all that shit. Like I said, I'm not fearing none of this shit. Too old to go to prison. Too old to be doing a lot of things. I guess you ain't never too old to go to prison, huh?
and
Yeah.
hey, and you're never too old to put some information out there. For real. because that's what it's all about. And we ain't teaching or schooling you. We just giving y'all our perspectives, and through our perspectives, we give y'all a better understanding of things. Because, like I said, some people minds can be confused, stuck in one paradigm. But we here to make that shift and to help you understand. And we see you, and we go through the same experiences you do. It's
We do. Yep. And some of your greatest content creators, they've you know what I mean? They trained with us. How do you think their minds got open like that? They can't lie. I'll put names out there and I'll put torpedoes in the water. Those content creators can step up and say that I'm wrong, but they're gonna have to say it to my face. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the content creators, right? They had a chance to develop with us. So when you hear trolls talking about some of y'all been around since the Sanchez era, shut your bitch ass up with all that. You know what I mean? It's like those of us who's been around longer, we're more seasoned than you trolls think. We are a lot more seasoned than you think, but ain't all of it ain't gonna come out in just one show. All of it ain't gonna come out in one tangent. It's not gonna happen that way. You know, although those ones who are already seasoned and ready to fucking stunt, right? This next coming year that's what it's about to me. It's about stunting. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that. There's things that I want. I'm not even doing this for a need. I want to do this. So just differentiate between your needs and your wants. Straight up, man. And don't feel like just because of the fact that you didn't train during those years that the whole the crown load ain't the same. We don't even say download no more. We say crown loads because that's exactly what's happening. Your whole shit should be already activated. You know what I mean? Like goddamn, you shouldn't have to learn chakras. You shouldn't have to learn kundalini. You ain't gotta learn none of that shit once you start getting once your crown start getting these down. Once your crown loads start coming in, it's all perception. You start realizing like, oh shit, I've been around a lot of people behind closed doors when it comes to this. And when all it takes is not even 24 hours worth of research. So for some apparent reason, when we get offline and start developing, it does something to everybody's mind state. I'm not lying. I'm telling you the absolute truth. From everybody who I've done, I've watched it happen to Big Dreads. I've watched it happen to Phoenix Bars. I've watched it happen to Sanchez. I've watched it happen to True Searcher 111. I've watched it happen to Huey P. I've watched it happen to a lot of these content creators that have these communities that follow them, right? But how did they become that enlightened that fast? That all of a sudden is because of the niggas that they was involved with during that time. You know what I'm saying? So when you involve yourself in some of these research and developing skills, right, you start to know how to hear better, straight up, and you start to know exactly how to regurgitate or filter through the bullshit. You know, it's like the information is not biased, and the information is for everybody. We can't say this person's smarter than this person. It's just that person put in more work than you, obviously. You know, it's just crazy work. But we're gonna find out. Be on a late night, just the late night over here. My neighbor over here tripping. Pretty much.
damn right, damn right. We on the late show. Everybody welcome. This is episode 104. And y'all tuned in. Like I said, we all hosting together. There's no co-host tonight. You know what I'm saying? This is a panel of intelligent individuals. And we sharing our perspectives with the world right now, which is y'all.
Exactly. When all said is done, those who decide to say that you know what I'm saying, they're gonna be able to utilize the services of H.O.T.C. regardless of being a member or not. You know what I mean? That's just how I see it. If enough of us collaborate, because collaboration is what's making the pages do what they do, whether if it's on IG or not, bro. You know what I'm saying? When you collaborate
Facts.
with somebody, it does a thing. You know what I mean? I don't. At this point, our people shouldn't have to rely on the algorithm or rely on having to be strategic and storyboard and all this stuff. They should be able to rely on people who look like them. You know what I mean? It's crazy work, but yet it's like that paradigm has to be broken, bro. You know what
Facts. I believe they're gonna start using our videos and our conversations as references for stuff. They're gonna use our videos as a reference, as guides, bro. I'm telling you, I see it.
There's nothing wrong with that. Memory is a thing, and it's like it's so power. Your memory is powerful. It's very powerful. I don't know what's more stronger, your mind or your memory. That's fulfilled. You know what I mean? It's very powerful, but attention is just as powerful. What you put your attention to actually is what's that becomes reality. Like they tell you, if you ignore something, then it doesn't even exist. You know what I mean? To a certain degree, I would say. But then when you start realizing how strong your memory and your attention is, you start realizing why they made our attention span so short now. Why they try to make us to where our attention, why they did that to us, why they did that to all the kids during COVID. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? When they locked us all down, there was and took all the kids out of school. I'm not promoting school or nothing, but it did something to that generation of children. I know it because I retired as a substitute teacher. Not saying retired, I just got tired of being around badass kids. I didn't like the field anymore. So I just said, you know what? I just stopped. You know what I'm saying? I just quit. Credentials and all. Substitute teacher. I could have been a fucking teacher if I wanted to. It's that I noticed the students when I transferred, I worked at 5 different schools since COVID, and I noticed that all the complications I was having at all the schools was because of that COVID era. Whatever they did to these kids when they took them out of school and locked them down and did all that, it fucked their shit up. You know what I mean? And it only goes to show that each child's household did that to them. You know what I mean? And no disrespect, but it's the truth. It's like racism comes from the dinner table. How to make money comes from economics comes from the dinner table. These are the things that you should be sitting down talking with your family with. You know what I mean? These things when you leave your children or your youth subjected to what's going on in society, whose fault is it? Is it society's or is it yours? Like I said, I raised all my kids. I got 4 kids, and all of them are over 20 now, except my youngest one. She'll be over 20 here in a second. And so I did that. I already know what it's like to raise kids, and only one parent can work at a time because the system is too crucial. Being on Section 8, saving up, buying your own crib, buying cars, wreck. I've been through all that shit and raised all my fucking kids to where they're out of the system. So I'm gonna tell you the honest truth, right? Right. The system, the education system, is put together by the 2 largest states in our country, Texas and California. Those are the 2 largest states, and they write the curricula for the country. Curricula means more than one. Curriculum means one, singular. So the curricula is written by Texas and California. Texas and California are so strong that they can be their own country, literally, you know. But when it comes to jurisdiction, right? This is what I'm saying when it comes to education. The jurisdiction matters. That's why my daughter can't graduate from out here and then take her degree to another state because she has to start all over. It doesn't work the same, which is preposterous to me. That doesn't make any sense. If my daughter has a if she's a PA, then she should be able to treat people in any hospital across the country, not just in California. But it doesn't work like that. You know, you could be an engineer, but wherever you get your credentials from, that's where it's going to happen at. And that's why I try to tell young adults with kids, train your kids not on education, but on trades. Let them know that having a trade or being self-employed is where it's at. You know what I mean? That way, when they are 18, between 18 and 21, they're able to start initiating that exact thing while they're doing whether junior college or college. Having a trade is just as powerful. There's people I know that never even graduated from high school. They fucking went out and got an HVAC certificate. Now they're making 60, 70,000 a year. There's people out here I know that never graduated from high school. They became plumbers running their own truck. Now they're making $200-300 a day. You know what I mean? And so some of these discussions, when it comes to information, it should be valuable enough to where you can sit at the table with your family or whoever you live with and educate and let everybody know this is our measurable plans. This is what we're gonna do. I'm just only reason I'm talking so much about it because that's exactly what I'm in the process of doing now. Exactly. I mean, I got one of my kids moving to Fairview, Texas. My siblings already live in Dallas. You know what I mean? And so right now I'm facing one of the biggest obstacles I've ever faced, and that's sending one of my kids to a total, you know what I mean, spread my family out. I never thought it would come to this, but that's what's happening. They grow up. Everybody's growing up. But you got to talk though. If you don't talk to your youngins, you don't talk to your youth, you're doing a disservice. You know what I mean? I wasn't able to fill up all my kids' bank accounts, but trust me when I say, when it comes to knowledge and acknowledgement, they're enriched. They're highly enriched. I can tell by the decision makings they're making as them being adolescents. I can see it. I can tell, you know, and they appreciate that. So it's best to talk with your kids, man. Talk with your kids. Some of them are video gamers. They don't want to talk too much. Who fault is that? Who
And you
fault
know
is that?
that's quite prominent too. A lot of kids done became introverts. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They but they be extrovert on them games. You know.
Exactly. Exactly. Ain't saying nothing to you. I mean, child walk past you all week, ain't said a damn word, right? But as soon as they get in there and put that headset on, you hear them jumping and screaming and talking and socializing with groups, and they got their own community. That's like a whole generation now. My son's one of them. You know what I mean? He's one of them, and so is my daughter's fiance. They're like, you know, this dude done spent 12 grand on his computer. His shit look like fucking the Bat Cave. You know what I mean? And it's like, I tell them the same thing though. If you have all this going on for yourself and you got your own little community, y'all should be doing something to make semi-passive income. You know what I'm saying? You're spending all these hours, right? Which I can't. I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not judging you. They're your hours, but wouldn't you want to utilize the hours productively? You know what I'm saying? At least half of them. At least half of them. Like DDG told his sister earlier today when I was flipping through TikTok. I decided to stop and listen to what he said. He told her, if you do 300 hours a month, I'll give you 15 grand. And if you do it easy, I'll give you 100 grand. You know what I'm saying? Who wouldn't want to make those numbers? I don't care what nobody say. You know what I'm saying? It is about that part. You know what I'm saying? It is about that part. You know, I would love to keep doing what I'm doing, but getting paid to do it. Right? Right. I'm sure a lot of y'all would like that too. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. So don't let no troll make it seem like, oh, you clout chasing and all this other bullshit. Those who be using that type of lingo, they're the ones who are doing it. You know what I mean? I don't know why they don't realize that if you see people who look like you, the same race as you, but committed and putting in that work, right, then you should uplift that. You should be praising that. You should be motivated by that. That should inspire you to work a little harder. If it don't, then turn a blind eye. Don't start acting all foolish and shit. That's like, when are we gonna stop doing that? Are we ever gonna stop doing that? Is it possible for black people, Aboriginal, American Indian, I don't give a fuck what you call yourself? Is it possible for us to unify like any other race on the face of Earth? Because they all do. They all do. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be established. You know what I mean? And that's where I think we need the most, especially because of social media. You know, we do it. Can you imagine if it was 1,000 of us? It wouldn't be difficult at all for somebody to come and say, "Oh, I'm a brand new YouTuber. I got something." Boom, 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 boom. By the time 1,000 of us do what we have to do for that brother or sister, right? Their page will be established. They should be able to monetize and shit and all that. They shouldn't have to worry about working so hard when there's so many of us who's already put in so much work.
Facts.
Instead of cutting each other off and shit, fucking scam chats and shit. That's foul. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But they'll tell you though, just like a white man will tell you, "Oh, it's just business." What the fuck you mean it's just business? You know what I'm saying? That's crazy
Hmm.
word.
And some people be like, oh, well, chaos and madness is what people want to watch. Not necessarily. That's just the type of content people come out there, and people like to watch drama. They like to watch people be messy. That's why you got things that exist like soap operas and these reality shows, because people want to see conflict, but at the same time, you got shit where people want to listen to information. They want to study, and they want to be informative, you know, and that has a grand audience as well. So it's a difference between the two, and I can't say one gets more than the other. And I will say, when you're doing things like clout chasing and just wanting to be the center of attention by causing disruption and being silly and causing arguments. That stuff like that is it just makes the people look at you like, okay, he's stupid. I want to watch him. Oh, she's just rambling on about dumb shit and calling people out. It's dumb. It's dumb. Okay. So I know what this nigga about. Let me go to his channel because he ain't gonna do nothing but talk some shit. That shit gets boring. But that is for a certain type of audience. So at the end of the day, people gonna feed into it, but it gets boring after a while. After a while, somebody changes from the soap opera. They're gonna want to watch something else because people get tired of watching the drama for so long. You only can watch it but so long. But then you got some people that feed off that shit. And that's what they want to do. They want to bring that troll energy, that bot energy. And they they want it to be cast upon you. They want you to bring that energy. And now you got that energy. So now you want to do the same thing they doing because you want that type of attention. Nah, it's not gonna work over here. We not doing that. That shit gets boring. Like I said, after a while, the soap opera got to be turned off. That reality show got to get turned off. That gossip show got to get turned off. That roasting session got to stop because the shit gets boring. They ain't doing nothing but looping, doing the same video over and over and over. So
Right.
we here to share information, man.
It becomes a Pandora's box over and over.
Facts.
You know what I mean? Most of the time it's to play on your heartstrings because it's like, you know what I mean, comedy, whether if it's dark humor or whatever the case, but comedy is a stimulant. And so when a person is distressed or bored or whatnot, the best thing they do is go towards something that's is you know what I mean, that's more has comedy to it. You know what I'm saying? And that's just playing on your heartstrings. Eventually you start realizing like knowledge said, it's just looping. You're just looping because you're putting yourself in a Pandora's box. Eventually, some of y'all get your mindset gets strong enough to where you can enjoy it when you want to, and that's why I said last time that all these crazy ass troll pages, they end up balancing out after a few years anyway, because the people who was in tune at the beginning slightly probably had some type of depression going on or was bored at the time to where it seemed like it was entertaining, but it was not the type of it was a stimulant type of entertainment. When that person or that individuals decide to say life has changed a little bit. Now I got to do this. I got to do this. Or I came up. I'm doing this. They're not in the same mindset, or the mind. They're not in the same mind state that they were in when that stimulant used to do that to them. You know what I'm saying? And so they find a substitute, and that substitute is making it to where they only utilize so much time on a troll's platform, only so much time, and they start realizing like, wait a minute, I got more power than the troll, so I'm going to watch him at my convenience, and that's how their pages balance out. Because it's really not about the host; it's about the audience. It's about the viewership. If your viewers aren't engaging with your panel and the host, right? That's when it starts to balance out or starts to decrease. So if you're arguing with everybody, right, eventually you're gonna find somebody who always listens to you decide to listen to you one day and they wasn't in that mood to hear your shit that day, and that's when they're gonna realize like they got more power than you and you the host of the channel. You know what I mean? Viewership is powerful. You know what I mean? One click or one swipe and you're done. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's how numbers work. And like I said, eventually the trolling shit, it's never gonna stop, but it's just gonna be put in its place. Just gonna be put in its place. Niggas is trying to get
And
niggas.
it's gonna get recycled by other people content and other platforms. People gonna utilize that and it's just gonna last for so long to where people, like he said, the audience has the power. So if people stop tuning in, you're wondering why. It's because they don't want to watch that shit no more. They tired of it. It was fun for a while.
Very much so. Like the thing about the algorithm, let me get my sweater on. The thing about the algorithm and live streams, because you have three ways to engage to do your thing on YouTube. You got your live streams, you got your uploads, which you can upload videos, and then you got your shorts. All three of those are three different algorithms that work together. They're not all three of them aren't
Oh,
monitored
don't
by the.
forget about the fourth one though, Joe. People can post now. You can post pictures
Oh yeah, post. Okay,
and you
four.
can write shit now.
Yep. All of that stuff is not handled by the same algorithm, even though it's the same app, same social media app. And so you notice that because even on IG, they want you to do the same thing. They want you to do more reels than anything. And I noticed that YouTube Shorts, you know what I mean? Because like I said, I just hit my 10-hour watch time. Yay. But they want you to like, they promote what to do next. Do more shorts, do this and do that. That right there lets you know that the algorithm is trying to guide you in a certain aspect. Although it's like when you have people who just do live streams, but they don't do shorts and they don't do uploads, right? They have to tell themselves, if I'm only going to do lives, how am I going to how am I going to like how do I want to say this? No matter what, we all have to appease to this fucking algorithm. And when you don't utilize all your avenues, right? You got to ask yourself about the algorithm in that category. So if I'm just only doing uploads and not lives or shorts, how am I going to appease to the algorithm in order to say I'm gaining followers or I'm gaining subs and my community is beginning to grow? I notice that the community don't grow unless you are collabing or unless you're doing uploads. Country Wayne, overheard that Country Wayne, when he first got started, that he was uploading. I guess he still does it, but he was uploading on all platforms like 10, 20 times a day. Just upload 10, 20 times a day, just like literally. And Country Wayne is one of the content creators who figured out how to become a millionaire on it through COVID. COVID allowed a lot of people
Facts,
to
facts,
become, to learn content creation. COVID was a big thing. And so when we go to like, the reason why I'm into, you know, comic, entertainment, film, the reason I'm into that is because it's like, we have to realize like some people, actually a lot of us, it's easier for us to learn it through a movie atmosphere than it is a classroom atmosphere or a seminar environment. You know what I'm saying? Information can be disseminated and displayed in so many different ways. And like I said before, I'll say it again. Like when we learn to have these platforms, whether if it's animation, cartoon, or even just doing film or video, we're able to talk to people and inform them without making it seem like we're teaching. You see what I mean? And that's why movie is so important. I was looking up, like they used to ban comics and ban cartoons because it happened too fast. People was making it too real. Like they were putting the stories that the cartoons were saying was like crazy work. And so they started banning it. And then they started allowing it slowly but surely. And so until they were able to regulate it, you know. But Country Wayne's one of them. You know what I mean? Country Wayne, he educated a lot of people. He informed a lot of people through his skits, but those were skits. You see how they did that? You know what I mean? Instead of saying he was trying to educate you like one on one, because like he has the information or a podcast, he gave it to you in skit form. It's the reason why I like film. You know what I mean? A lot of our information can be put in skit form. I'm surprised a lot of the people who push the Aboriginal or the American Indian community, they're not doing skits. They're not doing like small short films and shit like that, because that's where the meat and cheese is, if you ask me. You know what I mean? Straight up, that's where the meat and cheese is. Documentaries, short films, all that shit. That's where the meat and cheese is, because it allows a person to tailor the information into it. You know what I mean? Instead of saying that here I am educating you with it. It works out. It really do. Especially because Hollywood has crashed. Hollywood's no more. You know, Hollywood's no more. I need to get some ice for this water.
facts. Hollywood is not even the same, man. Movies and directors that was making crazy numbers. Like he said, after COVID, things changed, man. But COVID did uh bring a lot of people. to different exposure on platforms. And in another way, something like that made it able for people to really see their true power, the things they could do, as far as like visuals, content. So it's something amazing. It's something amazing at the same time. In that same token, you got people that cause disruption and chaos. That's what I call beautiful chaos. Beautiful chaos is just like how everything just balances out, and how sometimes people need that chaos, you know. But I don't know, but that's how it is for me, man. Nikki C, peace, sister. What's going on over there? To everybody that's tuning in, though, make sure you hit that like and share button. Welcome to the late show. Let's see who all we got in the chat. Salute to Rafe. Salute to Wayne. Wayne, I see you. Yahweh, I see you, brother. Who else we got in the chat? We got Rambling with Coleman. I see you in there. Shout out to you. Shout out to everyone. Welcome to the show, man.
Yeah, shout out to the chat. I see y'all out there.
We see y'all going crazy, but we conversating right now, but we see y'all. And we appreciate every comment, every like, every share, every subscription, because y'all matter. We couldn't do this without y'all.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. We do it for y'all. Literally.
Damn right. Y'all are the ones. Y'all are like the ones that spread the word, you know. Y'all are the ones that carry the newspaper to the doors of the people in the morning, you know. Y'all are the ones that have the conversations about the conversations. You know, we appreciate y'all. Y'all are the ones, y'all are that unseen support. Y'all are the ones that help build the bricks to the mansions, you know. Thank y'all.
That's real shit. That's real shit. That's crazy. You got
And a lot of people don't know how powerful their chat is. A lot of
what's that?
people don't know that. And it's like you give them that rod of Zeus when you give them that wrench. Like, people don't know how powerful your chat is. Like, your chat is a powerful conductor. For real.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. Because here in a second, man, we're gonna start doing love bombs, man. You know what I mean? Because I noticed that when I surf my wall here on YouTube, I'm starting to get recommendations from other channels that are small, like my channel. You know what I mean? But they don't roll with a. They're not group oriented like I am. And the same way where y'all collabed and was able to go on Bobby Knight's panel like that and da 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 da. That's the same way we're gonna do it positively also. When we find small channels and just, you know what I mean, love bomb. Everybody hit the chat. Everybody, you know what I mean, go up in it. It trips people out. I remember when it first happened to me. The feeling of it was wild. You know what I mean? To be in a live stream and you just in there and you only got like 3 people watching. Before you know it, the live stream jumps up to like 35 people watching and all these hearts are. You know what I mean? Those are love bombs. You can do it either way, positive or negative. However, when you know what I mean, and it really makes it to where other communities, whether it's small or medium, want to get involved with who orchestrated those type of movements. You know what I mean? Seriously, because to look up and see you got 9 subs in one day or 12 subs in one day, it's motivational. Especially on some of these small channels that I'm realizing is coming up. Like a lot of producer channels are starting to pop up in my feed.
And that helps drive the creator too that's doing the video or the live. It makes them want to keep going. It gives them that extra validation or push to like, let me fall through to the end. Let me keep going. You know, it's excitement. And that's what everybody wants. But it's so much stuff and so much power in these platforms through our words, through conversations in a chat, through visuals. I mean, people only dreamed of things like this. And for us able to like do this with y'all, it's something beautiful. Y'all just don't know, man. I'm trying to tell you, like, with this late show, I had an idea of having conversations, bringing people together to talk about anything and letting their voice be heard. That basically that's what my platform was about, to let people's voice be heard and to let me speak on my thoughts and ideas and sentiments, you know. And I love having uh different dialogues talking about different subject matters because I feel like it's important to have them things because some people get too complacent talking about one thing that they talk about it so much they forgot why they was talking about it, or they just repeating the same thing over and over again. And who wants to watch a video where it's analogous to the last 20 videos they did? You know, it's like when you go to an ice cream shop and you got all them different flavors. You know, you can get stuck with that one flavor, not realizing like, God damn, it's a bunch of good other flavors like that. So once you start trying other flavors, you're like, well, shit, let me try that. You know, I knew someone that just only loved Mountain Dew, and they tried a different soda, and it made them think like, damn, fuck, I've been drinking Mountain Dew for so long. Like, imagine if you get a variety pack of Kool-Aid, tea, or whatever it may be, right? You're gonna pick and choose which one to try first, right? But the whole purpose of getting a variety pack is to try all the flavors because you don't want to have the same taste in your mouth, or you know what I'm saying? You want to try something different. So that's what it's about, you know? It's about all us conversating and sharing our opinions and, you know, just sharing our perspectives. It's a variety of subject matters we can talk about. It's it's endless like that. So every time you come in, you're gonna be like, God damn, what they gonna be talking about tonight? Or like, I hope I see so and so tonight. Or, you know, you're looking forward, looking into the future of the now, waiting to see what's next. And that's a powerful feeling. But the most powerful thing of all is you're taking what we say and it actually helps out your day, or it actually motivates you to do something, or even just us watching us on this platform right now, on this panel, having a discussion on StreamYard by way of YouTube. We're doing a show, a podcast, and it changes your perspective. Maybe it makes you want to get more engaged. Maybe it makes you want to drop more content. Maybe it makes you just want to start talking about things that you didn't usually talk about. You know, we helping you get up out of that shell. like I said, your opinions matter. And if you got a voice, use it. Because it's been so long, well, people always say I should have. Well, now's the time. Stop saying I should have. Just do it. Sometimes you can get so scared within that realm and the confines of your mind, you don't want to take that leap. You rather hear people talk about the things you think. Express your sentiments. Sometimes you got to be a little loquacious and talk about things. Because a quiet mouth don't get fed.
Yep. Either that or they get fed last. But I'm about to head back to the crib, man. You just some of y'all in the chat come up here and keep my nigga company, man, until I get back on here. So I need to get to the crib and log in on my computer, and then I'm gonna hit the link again.
Facts. Well, while you doing that, I guess we can take a brief intermission. We not going nowhere. We still got Nikki C in the building, Dojo in the building. Maybe I can get some music playing or something.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna go ahead and skedaddle, man. I'll hit you right back. I'll be able to screen share once I get there.
All right. Well, y'all, we about to take this intermission real
All
quick. Welcome to the Late Show, everybody. Hit that like button. Hit that share button. Because we live. And to everybody that's tuning in, thank y'all for tuning in. And I haven't put the link out there yet. Just for own personal reasons and things that we discussed about outside of YouTube. But I was also thinking about doing like these builds where the people that's screen shy or that don't want to connect with the web actually doing outside conversations by connecting through a link outside, having online discussions and stuff like that. And, you know, that might help build up other people confidence that want to come on the platform or come on the panel and have a dialogue, get them used to being in that type of environment, you know? So I'm thinking about something like that too. But let's listen to that intro theme song for the Late Show. I know a lot of people hear it and it gets cut off. So to the people that's tuning in, especially you, Ray, here is that song in its entirety. I'm gonna let you hear it real quick.
Who could I trust? Shit, I don't know. Bitches be flaking, these niggas hoes. Niggas was talking what they was gonna do to a nigga when I saw them niggas froze. Boy, I had dreams of a Chevy, but now I see me in the Rolls. Folks to knock, I'm the fucking greatest. Bitch, I made it, that's to all my haters. Who could I trust? Shit, I don't know. Bitches be flaking, these niggas hoes. Niggas was talking what they was gonna do to a nigga when I saw them niggas froze. Boy, I had dreams of a Chevy, but now I see me in the Rolls. Folks to knock, I'm the fucking greatest. Bitch, I made it, that's to all my haters. I counted on you and you flaked on me. I told you I love you, you hated on me. I was just grinding, getting to the money. Laughing at niggas, you niggas funny. But play no games with me, know I bang, nigga. Yeah, I changed, but the same nigga. And I'm still rocking with my A1s. All black, 5th Akon. Tank top, yeah, I bear arms. Grizzly with it, I'm in bare form. Born and raised in the Cub City. Self-made like Frank Nitty, untouchable. Now that's Al Capone, I gotta keep it on me, that's my ride along. Flow colder than the Ice Cube. I'm a young nigga with an attitude. Bad bitch, hair silky smooth. Remy weed, she like it pulled too. And I chuck the deuces when I pull through. Chain hanging off the neck like a noose. Dropping bombs on them, nigga, this a new. You a dick riding, I don't follow suits. I got different ties. Never fold like a bow tie, huh? I'm talking 4 ties, how I ride. I don't spare guys. Damn, they thought it was a mannequin challenge. These niggas froze when they saw I. Rolls Royce, I want it all gold on 24s and call that bitch Kobe. Rolex watch with no diamonds in it. That's perfect time and I'm shining. Who could I trust? Shit, I don't know. Bitches be flaking, these niggas hoes. Niggas was talking what they was gonna do to a nigga when I saw them niggas froze. Boy, I had dreams of a Chevy, but now I see me in the rows. Folks to knock, I'm the fucking greatest. Bitch, I made it, that's all my haters. Who could I trust? Shit, I don't know. Bitches be flaking these niggas hoes. Niggas was talking what they was gonna do to a nigga. When I saw them niggas froze. Boy, I had dreams of a Chevy, but now I see me in the rows. Folks to knock, I'm the fucking greatest. Bitch, I made it, that's all my haters. I got a little thing, so your bitch in my DM. She want me to beat it, I told her to beat it. A solid little nigga, you know how I'm living. Don't play with me, homie, you know I get with you. You know that I'm with it, you know that I'm on it. I'm thinking about hustling, I might get back to it. These bitches been flaking, but now they won't fuck. I told her little bitches get off of my nuts. I ride with the tool and you know I'm a bust. I just hit a lip, had to buy me a truck. I roll with some niggas that don't give a fuck if I tell them it's beat, then they eating shit up. I heard my brother Lynn doing time. Hold your head and keep a same mind. You a loyal one when I die for. My homie got stabbed 44 times, so that's the reason why I keep the iron. These niggas be hating and that's fine. I just pray that they don't cross the line and pray that jealousy don't never reach the click. Cause anybody on 3-4, I would die for and shout it that's a show. I provided safety, gun, no safety. They say I'm crazy, who ain't though? Who could I trust? Shit, I don't know. Bitches be flaking these niggas hoes. Niggas was talking what they was gonna do to a nigga. When I saw them niggas froze. Boy, I had dreams of a Chevy, but now I see me in the rows. Folks to knock, I'm the fucking greatest. Bitch, I made it, that's all my haters. Who could I trust? Shit, I don't know. Bitches be flaking these niggas hoes. Niggas was talking what they was gonna do to a nigga. When I saw them niggas froze. Boy, I had dreams of a Chevy, but now I see me in the rows. Folks to knock, I'm the fucking greatest. Bitch, I made it, that's all my haters.
Yeah. You already know. Welcome to the Late Show, everybody. Right now, we just got a little intermission going on. I'm gonna play this next track. It's on my channel, and it's on my channel, and I thought that everybody would love this. This was actually one of the first songs I did. It was it's called Henny Dreams. It's by me. I wrote it, and I don't know. It's kind of like a club banger party song, and it brings a good vibe. So if you haven't heard the song, go to my channel and just look for it. It's called Henny Dreams. It's I did several videos to it. It's a part of my Hood Dreams album I dropped. It was like one of the first albums I dropped. So let's play Henny Dreams and listen to that real quick. Everybody hit that like button, hit that share button, subscribe. Let's go ahead and get this audience jumping. This is the Late Show, episode 104. Welcome.
Henny in my cup, gold on my neck dripping. House party lit, whole block steady flipping. Ladies finest in the room, heart skipping. Lights dim, all night just sipping. Gold chain swing, and he flowing like a stream. Newest drip, we living this dream. Party on till the break of dawn. Wait, repeat another day gone. Money stack high, flows tight like a snare. Anybody got no time to spare. Dance floor lit, ain't nobody sitting there. Cameras flash, memories we got away. Yeah. Wake up and do it again, fresh like the morning dew. No regrets, no time to pretend. Crew stays true. Champagne showers, living life brand new. Gold on gold, like it's glued to the view. Yeah. Gold chain swing and he flowing like a stream. Newest drip, we live in this dream. Party on till the break of dawn. Wait, repeat another day gone. Basement to the rooftop, everybody shining. Henny circulate, got the whole place vibing. Ladies on point and designer just styling. Night after night, whole squad just wildin'. Basement to the rooftop, everybody shining. Henny circulate, got the whole place vibing. Ladies on point and designer just styling. Night after night, whole squad just wildin'. Basement to the rooftop, everybody shining. Henny circulate, got the whole place vibing. Ladies on point and designer just styling. Night after night, whole squad just wildin'. Oh, just wildin'. Basement to the rooftop, everybody shining. Henny circulate, got the whole place vibing. Ladies on point and designer just styling. Night after night, whole squad just wildin'.
Yeah. We back again, back at it. That was Henny Dreams by yours truly, Knowledge of Rising. The next song I want to play is one of the brothers is H.O.T.C. And he's steady dropping content, bangers after bangers. This is Mountaintop. Uncle James featuring Sir Drop, so let's listen to that and vibe to that. For the ones that know the song, y'all know this song is hot fire, and we about to play it.
You're the fire inside, light in the night sky. Go higher and higher. You leave it all behind. You leave it all behind.
All I needed was a couple of weeks off like my nephew. You know, to a person what death do. If it ain't my wife's cooking, I don't even want to test food. Cause she knows she got the best food. You the best food. Test who? Use a baby from a test tube. God bless you for trying to go against the best dude. They compare me to what Jesus in the flesh, dude. I will rest you, cause you ain't nothing but the best, dude. I got goons that'll kill for their masters like pets, dude. Not a gambler, but I bet you I will wet you. Eat you for lunch like Hannibal Lecter, dude. Don't respect you. Get up, I won't let you. Won't be your flesh wound. Take two to the Meduna, I'm Lagana. Who you trying to impress, dude? I put you in a wrestling move. Move like chess moves. Have my palms decked, dude. Get mopped like a deck, dude.
Crash through the mountain top. You're the fire inside, light in the night sky. Go higher and higher. You leave it all behind. You leave it all behind.
I'm grown, therefore I think wiser. I maneuver different, passing bricks, moving pivot. Posted up like Baby Shaq, where they be strapped with ARs, 44s, and Baby Max. Cook your ribs like baby backs. It's crazy that I'm sane still. Now that's insane for real. Amongst the gods of the good and evil, there stood the people to be judged and drafted. I'm not talking Joe Mathis or John Madden. I'm talking earthquakes with cumulus clouds passing. And if you still there when the storm clear, you hear the devil laughing just for it all. To repeat again, my soul been here for years. I just can't make it in. But now I think that I got it right. You gotta be visualized
Even when you out of sight, my homies that passed away use me as a vessel to help me get past the devil.
You're the fire inside, light in the night sky. The higher and higher, you leave it all behind. You leave it all behind. Crash through the mountain top. You're the fire inside.
Yeah, that was my boy Sir Drop, Mountaintop, man. That song, you love it. You gotta love it. I love it. I like that song. But everybody, thanks for tuning in. Hit that like button, hit that share button, subscribe to Knowledge Uprising. Thank you for tuning in. We're taking a brief intermission. Dojo and I will be back having a dialogue here, but in a minute. But right now, uh, we having a little break, and we sharing some music. So the next song I'm going to play, I'm pretty sure a lot of you, if you stayed around or tuned in like to the end of some of my shows, uh, it's the outro song, and it's the song that play a lot. Um, I actually have the song to its entirety on my YouTube channel. It's called Voices, and that's a song I did. When I was doing that song, I just was thinking about my cousin and other things, and just thinking about situations, and just reflecting on seeing people and the shit they go through, and how sometimes you can be consequences of your own actions, you know. Um, but it's a deep song. Sometimes we hear them voices, man, and it makes us do things. So let's hear that song, Voices. And like I said, this is the outro to most of my videos.
In that motherfucking trap. Lost. I hear voices in the rain calling out my name. They say get out, but I'm deep in the game. I got blood on my Nikes, tears in my chain. And I pray for peace, but I'm stuck in pain. Voices in my head, I can't tell who to trust. Had a homie turn fed, made the whole block hush. Mama said pray, I was loading a clip. Devil at the door, God ain't answering shit. Too many funerals, I lost count. Got used to losing, so I don't even pout. Tryna ball, but the rim got bent. They love me fake, but the hate feel legit. I hear voices in the rain, calling out my name. They say get out, but I'm deep in the game. I got blood on my Nikes, tears in my chain. And I pray for peace, but I'm stuck in pain. Voices in my head, I can't tell who to trust. Had a homie turn fed, made the whole block hush. Mama said pray, I was loading a clip. Devil at the door, God ain't answering shit.
Yeah, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in, everyone. Hit that like button, hit that share button. Right now, we're having an intermission, and I will be back with y'all here shortly. So, we're gonna play the next song. It's actually new. It's done by Nikki C. It's called Distractions. If you haven't subscribed to Nikki C, go subscribe to her channel. If you haven't subscribed to Dojo, go subscribe to his channel. And if you haven't subscribed to Knowledge Uprising, what's the wait? Subscribe to it. I got more content on the way. It's on the way, and we doing these live shows. Look, We're doing something amazing over here on Knowledge Uprising. Salute to everyone in the chat. Again, hit that like, share, and subscribe. And let's hear distractions.
Sucks, baby.
Fatal attractions, I'm down with H.O.T.C. and got his game, y'all can never match us. You vampires, it's something like Dracula's coming to destroy the aura of my energy field. Cause I'm really about this work, nothing you can pay, nothing that is worth my ability to spread love and offer for freedom. Without wisdom, we is dumb. Drop said it first, trying to get it right before we leaving in a hearse. They can't touch my crown, I'm divine and protected. All that hate you throw, yeah, it gets redirect. I'm a goddess in the flesh, I'm a force, I'm electric. You can't dim my light, baby, I'm too majestic. We rise through the fire, we ain't never gon' fall. Spirit made of diamonds, yeah, we pressure and gold. H.O.T.C. forever, watch the prophecy unfold. Try to take my soul, but you'll never get home. I'm more important than Snoop Dogg when it comes to the spiritual shit. I'm trying to save y'all, but you hating my spiritual drip. Why must it be a competition to get to the top when there's no competition and no top to get to it? No one can stop except self, because no one cares about your wealth or well-being except you. Your truth is yours, so hold on to that. The unity is not real, y'all trying to kill us off. That's not happening, we already killed y'all off, and that's what's happening. They can't touch my crown, I'm divine and protected. All that hate you throw, yeah, it gets redirect. I'm a goddess in the flesh, I'm a force, I'm electric. You can't dim my light, baby, I'm too majestic. We rise through the fire, we ain't never gon' fold. Spirit made of diamonds, yeah, we pressure and gold. H.O.T.C. forever, watch the prophecy unfold. Try to take my soul, but you'll never get hold. This battle is real, and it's happening in the ether. So watch that fuck shit and fuck how you feel before your soul gets snatched like Jeepers Creepers and you end up on Saturn. Y'all running systematic patterns and can't even see it. Going back and forth and revisiting weak shit. I'm done being pissed about the era of man and hearing niggas lie and say they understand because it sound good. And I say I don't have expectations and knock on wood, giving chance after chance. I won't dare dance again, nor entertain these demons who ridicule and pray for my demise and shout me with endearments all the while wanting me to flatline. They can't touch my crown, I'm divine and protected. All that hate you throw, yeah, it gets redirect. I'm a goddess in the flesh, I'm a force, I'm electric. You can't dim my light, baby, I'm too majestic. We rise through the fire, we ain't never gon' fall. Spirit made of diamonds, yeah, we pressure and gold. H.O.T.C. forever, watch the prophecy unfold. Try to take my soul, but you'll never get hold. They can't touch my crown, I'm divine and protected. All that hate you throw, yeah, it gets redirected. I'm a goddess in the flesh, I'm a force, I'm electric. You can't dim my light, baby, I'm too majestic. We rise through the fire, we ain't never gon' fold. Spirit made of diamonds, yeah, we pressure and gold. H.O.T.C. forever, watch the prophecy unfold. Try to take my soul, but you'll never get hold.
That was Distractions by Nikki C. I hope you guys like that song as much as I did. Now, the next song I'm going to play, I know people been wanting to hear the diss tracks live that I be doing. So this one is called H.S. Well, H.T.S.E. How to Speak English. And I call this this was the coffin song. This was the creme de la creme. This was the that flawless victory, you know. This was just the cement, the victory of conquering that one that goes under that moniker. And shout out to everybody for the support that listened to the song, that liked the video, that shared the video. But I felt it was right to only do that when you come in for the House of True Consciousness. So we see you, we heard you, you talked your shit, and we made a response. So you can't get mad. All's fair in love and war, right? So let's hear that. How to speak English. Everybody, again, this is just a brief intermission. Hit that like, share, and subscribe, and let's get it.
speak English. Yeah, yeah, how to speak English. How to speak English. God can't save a fraud, now you ain't the chosen one. Pink like a pig, you cooking in the sun. Rest when your soul is done. Fake walk with your Bible quotes, but you choke on mild smoke. We sip truth like fine wine. You trapped in your own joke. How to speak English. 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 Yo. Red squid, more like red face shame. Basement preacher talking loud with no flame. Fake woke antics, truth for no way. Keyboard word, preacher fear not faith. Stormtrooper in a cosplay mask, saying you Moses, but that road won't last. No rhythm, no pen, no timeless speech. Just a slideshow noise, no wisdom to teach. You call on Yahweh, but your signal's weak. Quoting scriptures while your actions leak. You not divine, just blind to the signs. Lost in smoke, trying to mimic the wise. How to speak English. How to speak English. God can't save a fraud, now you ain't the chosen one. Pink like a pig, you cooking in the sun. Rest where your soul is done. Fake woke with your Bible quotes, but you choke on mild smoke. We sip truth like fine wine. You trapped in your own joke. How to speak English. 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 You a copy-paste Hebrew, lost in a scroll. Spitting verses you can't even uphold. Mouths in your lungs, tears in your plea, but the gates won't open from your late night streams. You ain't righteous, just stuck in the phase. No tribe, no team, just echoing haze. We build empires, raise minds and grow. While you yelling, avoiding, got nothing to show. Draped in a castle like a sacred gear, but your heart stays shaky, your words unclear. Red squid, stop fronting for the feed. Only thing you crushed was your own belief. How to speak English. How to speak English. God can't save a fraud, now you ain't the chosen one. Pink like a pig, you cooking in the sun. Rest where your soul is done. Fake walk with your Bible quotes, but you choke on mild smoke. We sip truth like fine wine. You trapped in your own joke. How to speak English. How to speak English. How to speak English. How to speak English. How to speak English.
Body bag, go get the body bag, body bag, go get the body bag.
Hey yo, somebody tell Robert, Red Squid, your mixtape got lost in the basement next to them expired Hot Pockets, bruh. You talking chosen, but you can't even choose Wi-Fi that work. Quoting scriptures off Google like a knockoff theologian, trying to summon angels with a black and mild and a broken PlayStation controller. He be like, I'm righteous, but can't even spell it right without autocorrect in 3 tries. You got a Star of David chain, but it's from the gas station. And it turn your neck green by noon. Still rocking them red phone boots, talking about these my holy steps. Bro, those are house shoes from 2007. Your YouTube channel look like a PowerPoint hostage situation. And in views, man, even your fake account stopped watching. Red Squid out here battling shadows in his mom's laundry room. Saying he in spiritual warfare, but really just trying to kill a roach. End of the day, you just a keyboard cape crusader, fighting enlightenment with lag and low battery.
False prophet files, case closed.
That was How to Speak English, H.T.S.E. by yours truly, Knowledge Uprising. And that concept of doing diss tracks, it just came to me one day. Because, sometimes response videos can be a bit redundant. And I wanted to make it more entertaining and interactive with the audience to where they'd be like, God damn, I got to hear this shit again. Let me hear that part again. And at the same time, it's funny, but it's like, damn, that's the nail in the coffin. The next track I'm going to play, and this was because the brother liked to say little things and like to call people Dr. York sympathizers, and he likes to do his little shit show live stream for 15 hours, 10 hours a day, just on the internet all day, every day. And just think he's that shit because he got that shit show. So I heard him call my name a couple times. Hit the link knowledge or knowledge uprising, like you talking about black holes and talking about the brother Huey P. And I wanted to do a response, so I thought about it. Like, how should I respond to this dude? Because it's pointless getting on the panel. He likes to overtalk and likes to do all the clowning and joking. So I thought to myself, y'all probably know who I'm talking about. If y'all know who I'm talking about in the chat, drop his name. And he actually does beats. He won a little competition, I guess, with Timberland or whatever. And he's really full on himself. Moved from Chicago to St. Louis. And he's an individual, that's getting pretty decent numbers, but he's a part of that troll community. And when you're coming for the H.O.T.C, we might not respond in a fashion like you do, but we do respond. And like I said, this is just the intermission. We're tuning in, and y'all rocking with me, and I'm rocking with y'all. So I thought about it. Like he keeps throwing out that Dr. York shit, right? So before I even started mixing down the song, I wrote the lyrics. And I thought of something that other people saying we were doing. They say, oh, well, there's some pseudo ass niggas. They always talking about pseudo ass shit. They talking about they can walk through walls and they Dr. York sympathizers. Okay. So I said, what if you got some pseudo niggas that will karate chop your ass on the beat? What if we had some pseudo niggas, since we pseudo, right? What if we had some pseudo niggas that would just murder you on the beat and come with a hot ass track? Even your subscribers can't help or they can't ignore it because the shit's so fire. And it's relative to you as an individual, which is the one the track is about. But if y'all know who I'm talking about, write his name. I'm going to say his name after I'm done talking, right before I play the song. And I heard him earlier on the live stream said something about how Sir Drop was on a panel the other night, and Sir Drop didn't even mention the diss track. Sir Drop don't have to. And he mentioned some other shit about how every time somebody's beefing with them, they got to drop a diss track. And another funny thing is, right, his little co-host, is, don't be bringing me up when y'all talking about other people. Nah, nigga, you a part of it just like that, nigga. So, of course, we're going to throw little jabs and shots at you, too. But, see, the thing about this individual, he likes to throw jabs and go hard. So I had to think of something that'd be really funny to my audience and his audience. But at the same time, dope as hell. Because according to them, we pseudo, right, y'all? So we're going to come with that pseudo judo. And this is a diss track aimed at Bobby Knight. Everybody in the chat, type pseudo judo. If you're tuning in and you want to get on that keyboard, type pseudo judo. This is a diss track aimed at Bobby Knight. Because according to him, we believe we can walk through walls. We Dr. York sympathizers. We just expressing our opinions, having dialogues and conversations. But some people like to make it more than it is. And they like to make fun of individuals that's a part of H.O.T.C. So this was my response. Everybody, thanks for tuning in. Hit that like, share, and subscribe. Dojo and I will be back with you in a brief second. But we're listening to music right now during this little break. And here's the song, Pseudo Judo.
Live stream, notification ping, baby crying, smoke alarm beeping faintly.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from a dusty basement with a mattress on the wall, a ring light from Dollar Tree, and 20 hungry kids fighting over a Pop-Tart. It's the one, the only Bobby Knight.
Rap names sound dangerous, but his toughest battle was with the microwave door. He got copper bracelets, wooden beads, and no job, but still finds time to stream for 15 hours about why he the realest.
Toilet flush, baby's daddy, Wi-Fi gone again.
He don't pay rent, don't pay attention, and definitely don't pay no bills at all. But he got time to diss people with corny FL Studio beats made on a laptop from 2009.
So get your incense, your false confidence, and your co-host who always sitting way too close. This is Basement Talk with Bobby and the Broke Boys.
Bobby Knight.
More like Bobby Light in the loafers, sounding like a chick with a mic and weak posters. You a troll with a ring light, soft as tofu. Digging ass rants, but nobody even know you. Corny ass beats like a ringtone loop. Your drums sound like flip flops in the stoop. Claim shot town like that, make you raw, but you ran from the fade. We seen the footage, nah. You ain't a threat, just a TikTok skit. Your hands ain't registered, they registered to quit. You laugh at your jokes, cause nobody else will. Ooh, pseudo judo, yeah. Pseudo judo, yeah. Bobby ain't hard, just loud on the stream. Vegan with a dream, but he's softer than cream. Talk slick from the couch, never seen a real fight. Skinny with a mic, but he shook in the light. Living off stamps, still talking that tough. Basement full of kids, life looking rough. You a YouTube clown with a cartoon beat.
Bobby in the basement with his bestie on stream. Hype voice, tight shirt, living out a dream. Talking tough, but the room smell like corn chips and pride. Only thing you ever clapped was emojis on live. Section 8 castle, cardboard throne. House full of kids, but still can't own a home. You got jokes, but no job, no grind, no bag. Living off a voucher and your baby mama's flag. Streaming every night like you changing the world, but it's too grown men giggling, legs curl. Your content's a circus, your life is a loop. Trying to diss kings while you sitting in soup. While we outside 10 toes in the street. You got jokes, but the streets got a different feel.
Pseudo judo, yeah. Pseudo judo, yeah.
You a joke, Bobby, not a threat, just a soundbite. Basement king with your bestie on the mic. Section 8 throne, no crown, just stress. Fake shot town flex, you ain't built for the test. Corny beats, you a goofy, no fights. Won more kids than views, but still claim you the one.
When your wife looking right with that caramel ass, but she roll her eyes when you live stream trash. She want a real one, not a keyboard knight. You a White Sox fan, that alone ain't right. Even your squad stay losing just like you. You hold fake heat, we don't play with water tools. Talking bang bang, but the barrel's orange. Try that in the wrong hood. You getting scorched, stay in your lane. Stick to the memes, you don't move weight, just comment streams. Bobby Knight, just a pawn with no shine. We live in legends, you background design. You troll for clout, but the net see the lie. We laughing while you live streaming looking stupid.
Yeah, Bobby Knight ran from the shot like he owed rent and respect. Said he needed peace, but he really just dipped from a check. Packed the dashiki, his mic and his broke down Mac. Now he in St. Louis talking tough from way in the back. You ain't slide out, you slid off the grid. Ducking beef like your Wi-Fi slid under the crib.
Chi-Town legend?
You a myth on mute. Moved to STL and still can't reboot. Now you streaming from a couch with a busted spring.
Wife looking hungry, kids missing everything. Left Chicago like I'm focused on growth. But even True Zone said, Bobby Knight, you doing the most. You a full-time clown with part-time pride. Ran from the city cause you couldn't survive. Now it's corny beats and quotes you barely read. Ran from real steppers just to rap over for birdseed.
Pseudo judo, yeah, yeah. Pseudo judo, yeah, yeah. Bobby Knight said that was catchy. Yeah. Yeah, that was them pseudo niggas doing judo on your ass, nigga. Karate chopping your ass with them words. But again, that was pseudo judo, about knowledge uprising, a Bobby Knight diss track. So this next track I'm gonna play because Dojo's about ready to come back up. Might play one or two more tracks, but this track I'm about to play here is it shows how sometimes the people you think loyal can really be disloyal to you, and sometimes people can be hungry, and they can use your kindness as your weakness, and it shows you can't put everybody on because there's always a snake in the grass. It's always that one nigga that wants more than what you got. It's always one nigga when you got a group of individuals, you know, y'all hustling, getting that money. It's always one that wants to be the man. And sometimes in these streets, you want to be the man just because it's that nigga and he the man. You want what he got. You're jealous. You're envious. It's based upon if y'all ever heard the story of Alpo, AZ, Faison, and Rich Porter. Star Platinum in the building. Peace, Star. Star, we just waiting for Dojo to hop back up, man. We're doing a brief intermission, playing music right now. Peace to you, Star. It's good to see you, man. Where you been? So this song right here is how sometimes niggas can act like they rock with you real good, but they in it just for their own personal reasons and games and trying to take you out just because you the man. Again, this is a song that was based on that reality of Alpo, AZ, and Rich Porter. And I named it after the movie Paid in Full. I have this song uploaded on my channel. So if y'all haven't heard it, go to it. But sometimes it's like that. Sometimes, you know, you got backstabbers in a group, especially when it's hustlers, because everybody want to be that man. But everybody hit that like, share, and subscribe. Shout out to everybody that's tuning in. But let's keep this show rolling.
I was paid in full, but I lost my soul. Money came fast, but the nights got cold. We was brothers, now I ride alone. Brick by brick, I built this throne. They show love, then turn they back. Took my trust and gave me straps. Dreams got taxed in the field I played. Still count wins that came with gray. It started with a pack and a payphone call. Now I'm ducking indictments, praying I don't fall. Ace told me keep clean, it said E. Rico laughed while he hit the heat. We was kings in the jungle, lions in the snow. Now the throne got blood where my crown should go. I seen love turn snake, seen nights go red. Seen a brother I raised leave me for dead. But I'm still here, heart black like tint. Every loss I took, I flipped to rent. I don't flex no more, I just stay low. I learned too much from that paid in full glow. I was paid in full, but I lost my soul. Money came fast, but the nights got cold. We was brothers, now I ride alone. Brick by brick, I built this throne. They show love, then turn they back. Took my trust and gave me straps. Dreams got taxed in the field I play. Still count wins that came with gray. We was young with a dream, now I'm grown with with pain. I got PTSD every time it rain. That whip, that chain, that gold I wore. It ain't buy back time or peace. I swore my circle tight, trust way more than bricks. Cause I seen killers fold over one bad lick. I still pray, but I don't talk much. I lost too many to a fake man's clutch. Now it's solo mission, still getting to the cake. But the mirror don't lie when I see what's fake. I ain't proud, but I made it out that fire. Paid in full, but the cost was high. I was paid in full, but I lost my soul. Money came fast, but the nights got cold. We was brothers, now I ride alone. Brick by brick, I built this throne. They show love, then turn they back. Took my trust and gave me straps. Dreams got taxed in the field I played. Still count wins that came with graves.
That was Paid in Full by Knowledge Uprising. I'm glad you like that song, Rafe, and we got Dojo back. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the music and intermission. But yeah, that's what it was about, man. We doing everything, and I hope y'all like little intermissions like this, because if y'all really like it, just put fire emojis, and we can do this again during the broadcast. Have like a little music break where we play music and I talk about it. But we got Dojo back on the panel, and I hope y'all enjoyed that brief break we had, and y'all enjoyed the music. Shout out to everyone. This is the Late Show, episode 104, with Nikki C and Dojo, and we in the building putting in that work. Peace, Dojo.
Yes, sir. Peace. I'm back on the mic now. Yeah. See, I like this way better because you know what I mean? I like to multitask.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. We can pop up some visuals now and really get into it.
So I noticed when I share the screen, I can choose what I want to share. I don't have to share my whole screen, right? I can choose like.
Yeah, you can share an individual window.
Oh, okay. What do we want to start with? What were we talking about? You talking about Dyson's for you saying all kind of shit. Hell
yeah. Hell yeah. Hey, Rafe, you like that? You like the little music intermissions? Okay, well, we're going to do that more, man. For real. I'm glad you like that. That's why I shot that out there, and I wanted to try something different. That's why I say every broadcast we do is going to have a different flavor. And, you know, I will try to incorporate that element to every live stream to the best of my ability. Yeah, we was talking about all types of shit, Dojo.
We were putting it all out there.
Hell yeah. So you got the floor, brother. Whatever you want to go to first, man. You hosting the show just like me.
Oh, there it is. I was just getting myself familiar with the buttons on here. You click the little plus sign, it gives you video file, image file, share screen.
Make sure you hit that share sound too.
See how that works. Yeah, this little StreamYard thing is pretty cool, huh? But you have some music playing?
Hell yeah, I had all the music playing, man. While we was waiting for you, I did a little music intermission. Yo, the audience was loving that shit. Star Platinum came in too, man. He just was in here.
Oh, Star Platinum, man.
Hell yeah.
Another relic, huh? See, they coming out the woodworks, man. That name hits me like Dark Camellia, man. May you live forever. But that's how that, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You said Star Platinum. That's the, yeah. That's that era. Good old stuff,
Facts.
man.
Facts. I'm gonna go ahead and send out the link, and I'm just gonna let y'all know everybody can't come up on the show. We've
We
been a little
kicking.
choosy tonight, so I ain't gonna say no names, but we've been a bit choosy tonight. There go the link right there for anybody that want to come up. So Dojo, let's actually look at the significance of the word doxing, because a lot of people like to use that very loosely and don't really understand the context of that word. Because me personally, and we was having this discussion before we went live, like doxing. So I look at it like, if you have an actual picture of you on other platforms outside of YouTube, how is that doxing? I mean, because I see personalities on other platforms. They might not necessarily be on here showing their face, but in other platforms they are actually taking pictures and sharing videos with them talking. So how is it a difference when it's YouTube? How can you single it out on YouTube? You're being doxxed when everybody knows who you are already. I mean, so I guess let's say a football player or a celebrity, they go on here and they use these avatars like we use, talking and building all day. So is it doxing for us to share a picture of them and have a discussion? No, it wouldn't be. So let's really understand the context of this word doxing. Dojo, I yield the floor. You got it. Let me make the screen bigger too. Let's have people really understand this. Dojo, if you want, bro, you can break that down, what it's saying. You there, Dojo?
My bad. My mic was muted.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I had to get used to that. There's two different mutes, one on the StreamYard and one on the microphone.
Oh, I got you.
We good. So I'm looking at doxing. There are two primary meanings associated with the term dox. Definition: the act of collecting and publicly releasing private or identifying information about an individual or organization online without their consent, often with malicious intent. This can include sensitive data such as home address, workplace details, phone numbers, social security numbers, bank, etc., etc. Similar to what Indeed has been compromised with. Like people who try to look for jobs and go on Indeed, they find themselves doxxed. So when doxing is used by content creator, I think moreoverly they're speaking about the motivation part of doxing is often used to shame, humiliate, harass, intimidate, or punish individuals or organizations. And it can also be used as a tool in online debates or activism. So anybody who feels like they're being doxxed, it's a wide spectrum. Yet they have here the legality of doxing. The legality of doxing is complex and various depending on the specific information released. So basically, you can scream doxing, but if it's not sensitive information, then I'm assuming it's overlooked. How it was obtained and the jurisdiction. It's a key word right there. Jurisdiction. Some jurisdictions don't play. You know, you can commit a crime in different states, and the severity is going to be different. You know what I mean? So doxing might be crucial in one state and a slap on the wrist in the other. You know, some say that doxing publicly available information may not be inherently illegal in all cases, like I was just mentioning. Using it to harass, stalk, or threaten someone can be a criminal offense. Highlight that. Doxing a government employee, for example, is considered a federal offense. Highlight that. So obviously, if it's a criminal offense to dox, no wonder people say they can sue you for doxing. We don't know how big of a offense that is, but and then also the second term would be something with chemistry. You know, I mean, well, we're talking about those who throw the word out there, like, oh, I'm gonna, you know, and so some of us can stoop low enough to say we're gonna hit the flag on you, or we're gonna report you because we feel like we've been doxed against. I think we've all been guilty of doxing people. I'm serious. Oh shit.
Facts. So I see it says personal photos. So I would like to inquire more about that. When sharing personal photos, is that something that somebody has on a phone individually that's private to just them? Or does that coincide with people that have photos on social media platforms or actually revealing a face? So now, is that the same as someone that has Facebook and Instagram with pictures and videos of them? You know, so my question is, could doxing be sharing public photos? Because if it's on Facebook and your profile is not private but public to the general audience and the World Wide Web, even if you was to search that person individually and it popped up on Google, that wouldn't be considered doxing because you have a public picture that's on a public domain that's posted on an actual site. So if the picture is public, it's not a private photo. Am I correct, or am I looking at that wrong? Because a private photo would be something that is yours that's private, which means that it's not on the internet. It's on your personal device or something. It's something that hasn't been shared to the internet.
Right.
It will be a photo that is yours and that's not shared with the world. It will be like a photo sitting at your house that you got hanging up on a wall, or some sentimental significance, like a photo of you and your grandma sitting on your coffee table, you know, in a frame. It's not the same as a photo that you don't paste to Facebook, because that photo on Facebook is public to the world. Anybody can look at it and see it and use it. So I wouldn't consider like people saying you're being doxxed when you got your name and photo on a public site for the whole world to see. That wouldn't be considered doxing. You got it, Dojo. And peace to you, Star Platinum. Welcome to the show.
What's up, Star? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Because when you look up, personal photos are generally defined as images captured for individual or private viewing. That's why these social applications give you the option to put things on private or public. If you have photos or video on public on a social application, on a social app, whether Facebook, IG, whatever, if it's on public, then that's not considered doxing. It's not considered personal or private. You know what I mean? It's the reason why you get that option for private viewing rather than for commercial purposes or public distribution. This goes further to say that they are typically taken for personal enjoyment, memory keeping, sharing, so forth, so forth. So we know what people do with their personal things and their private viewing. But yet, like Knowledge is trying to indicate, if you have it on on your public wall in the open, then it's obviously not considered private. Usually, something that's in private, people will have to automatically, without your consent, obviously break in or hack or some way to get what's private. It's, so you have what's public versus what's private. It's
So doxing would actually be somebody that has a private profile, and you sent them a friend request or sent a subscribe request, and you subscribe to their private profile, and you actually expose their pictures that were private. See, that's a difference between a public profile and a private profile.
Yeah, to publicly reveal private information about someone. Most of the time, you notice that some of these apps trick people into, like Facebook. Usually everybody's Facebook account is their real first name, last name. They make it to where you can't put a street name or a bogus name as your Facebook name. Some people get away with it or when they first started, but obviously a lot of people use their real first and last name. So that right there makes it to where it's difficult to say they doxed you from that. I guess it all depends on what type of circumstance in regards of why your information was being shared and how. So in this case, if somebody's talking shit, clowning, just doing research on you, grabbing pictures and stuff like that, I know it sucks. That shit really do suck because you didn't expect it. You didn't expect that prior to doing all those goofy ass photos and family trips and showing you pictures. You know what I mean? You did that comfortably, freely, not realizing that you got yourself involved in something that there's trolls out there that will dox you for that. That'll go out and find, past experience with photos or videos of you and use it in its current time. Shit hurts, I know, but it's just the way it is. You can do one or the other. You can be comfortable in your own skin and say, I don't give a fuck what people think about me, how I look to them or whatever, and keep going. Or you're going to have to just get militant and be more strategic on what you upload about yourself and of yourself. That's the only way around the doxing part. It's the only way around is to be more private. And most of us is like, these social media sites, it has nothing to do with private. A lot of these sites, it's all sharing, collabing, things like that.
Yeah, what up, though, man? Salute to y'all, man.
Peace, bro. Peace, bro.
Man, what's
Welcome to the
good
show.
with it, man? What's up, Knowledge? What's up, Dojo?
Ladies,
Man, nothing over here, man.
What's going on with your
just
boys,
having a
man?
bill, man.
I'm
You
hearing
missed
some
it, man.
crazy work.
We've been,
I'm hearing some crazy work over here, bro.
man. We've been building for a minute, bro. You done missed a couple shows, man. Where you been?
Man, I'll be around. I'll be in the shadows, man. You know what I'm saying, man? I'll be in the back cave, bro.
Okay.
Collecting that. I'll be out the way, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Yeah, right now we just breaking down the significance of doxing. We getting into that.
No, it's weird because I'm still cool with a lot of people from the back in the days and stuff, man. And now it seems like things is splintering, man. Motherfuckers is like just it was kind of like it was starting to get like that when we was like on the hangouts and stuff, when people start getting into they deeper philosophies and they belief systems and shit. You know what I'm saying? But it was a time where people was cool, but now everybody just kind of like drifting apart into their own little sectors and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of
well, see that's the whole purposes of doing this. We bringing it back.
Yeah,
we bringing it back and we bringing back the essence of that. Everybody able to speak and talk their shit. We bringing the essence of them old panels back.
Yeah, I hear that, man. It's crazy, man, because there's been a lot of information divulged, you know what I'm saying, on these damn platforms, man. And I think these platforms owe all the contributors some money, nigga.
Wow.
To be honest.
Real talk.
These motherfuckers owe, man. YouTube owe, all these social media places, man. They owe some bread, nigga, because they capitalizing on all this shit, man. Every little piece of work that we any of us put on this motherfucking waves is crazy. That's why, man, That's why I started fading away a little bit because I started realizing certain shit that we be talking about. Motherfuckers wasn't even on or even talking about that shit. Now you got little movies and shows starting to talk about that shit, and they've been getting that shit because they've been listening to us, man. You know what I'm saying? They've been
Damn,
listening
that's
to us
crazy.
talk about shit. You know what I mean? And these motherfuckers want to act like they came up with the shit or they been knowing the shit. And they ain't been knowing that shit, nigga. They just been spying on us because we've been using their platform to divulge that information. You feel me? But yeah, man.
Fly a minute, man. Yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah, it's been a minute. A couple
Yeah,
years.
that's what all this shit is too, man. It's all data collection. And I spoke on this on a couple different other platforms because I got my philosophy. I ain't really a dating coach, but I be on my player shit because when I be fucking with the bitches or whatever, you know what I'm saying. I consider myself a player ass nigga, so and I got my philosophical shit. When we start to get into science and we start talking about the, so I dip and dab into a little couple, a few different areas. But I'm just saying, man, that's what's happening though, man. These motherfuckers is collecting niggas data, man, information and whatever type of concepts and conversation that we have. These motherfuckers is listening, bro.
Right. Yeah.
They listening to us. The if you want to call it the shadow government, whoever behind these platforms, bro. That's all they doing, bro. They tapping into the public arena. They pulling what they find interesting, and then they capitalizing on that shit. That's why I was just talking to my brother about certain things. Motherfuckers be putting their information into the chat GPT. Got to be careful, man, with that stuff because that's another form of them being able to take your intellectual property. When they talk about make your idea come true and all this other shit by putting, you know what I'm saying? When you feeding that shit to them, you basically giving them your gems. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what's happening, bro. So it's another form of them jacking your idea again, all over again, but more of in a slicker manner to make it seem like they're trying to help you or benefit you. And that's not the case, man. These motherfuckers been stealing niggas' ideas for forever and making a killing while everybody, the motherfucker that come up with the idea suffers. You know what I'm saying? Shit
It's
crazy,
kind of like
man.
we giving them the blueprint to entrap us or to.
Bingo. Bingo.
Hey
Right on
Dojo,
point.
let's dive deep
But
into
my bad.
shadow ban.
I ain't mean to change the
No, you
Oh,
good?
direction and everything.
you all right, brother? It's good to have you up. And good to have you up on a dialogue. Dojo, look up shadow ban. Let's look up the definition of that. And let's understand that. We looked up doxing, so we see what doxing is. So some of you people got to use that word properly and stop using it so loosely. Let's really get an understanding of what shadow ban is, particularly on these platforms.
Yeah, to block a user from social media site, online forum without their knowledge. That's interesting because it's like, could the community shadow ban you, or is shadow ban just from the app and the algorithm? So shadow banning is something that you probably can do to yourself. From the looks of it, shadow banning is the act of blocking a user content or social media sites in such a way that the user doesn't know it's happening. Let's see. But who can shadow ban?
Or what can cause you to be shadow banned? That's a good question. What causes a person to be shadow banned?
Uh, Boom, it's saying that shadow bans are when platforms like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, formerly Twitter, restrict the visibility of your post or account without informing you. This can lead to a sudden drop in likes, comments, and views. Interesting. Here are the main reasons why: violating platform guidelines, spammy behavior, engaging in activities that resemble spam can cause platforms to flag your account. Um, Interesting. This includes sharing content deemed inappropriate, like hate speech. Hate speech is a big one, even though we don't realize that the algorithm, even though we don't realize that that's
Hey,
what we're doing.
troll community, y'all better listen. Them people that be trolling, y'all better listen to this.
Yes, this is what can be affecting your analytics.
No,
You know?
no, I peeped this too. But they select. It's weird, man, because they're selective with what they allow, bro. I noticed this on the YouTube,
Well, I see. I think the
on video
algorithm.
games, and certain people they allow to get away with breaking the rules, and then other people they want to apply the they want to apply enforcing the rules, and then they on certain motherfuckers they let them bend the rules. So it's selective. So a lot of that shit is bullshit.
The reason I think you feel that it's selective is because that algorithm hasn't got a hold to that video. Because I know nowadays they actually got the algorithm listening, and when you say certain code words or certain things in a live stream, it automatically gets flagged and alerted. And I think when it comes to video games and stuff, people get away with it because they in a illusion like it's not an actual person having a discussion. It's just a person talking shit while they playing a video game. So it kind of doesn't recognize it or make sense of it. You get what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying, but I noticed that, like, because I've experienced hearing other people, like certain people are able to curse and racial slurs and all kind of stuff. They don't get banned, but when another person do the same stuff, they get banned. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's weird, man. And that's why I think it's selective. They pick and choose who they wanna apply the rules to, man. They really do, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Shit,
That's
that's the
that.
same. That's the same way in society. They pick and choose when they want to apply some shit in the
Hmm.
real world.
Yeah, I really do feel that. I feel like they pick and choose, especially on some of the, like on TikTok. You know what I mean? That algorithm, I've seen our people done real bad. Like they ban us and shadow ban, block, kick our and take our accounts away. When most of these accounts, on the other hand, they get away with pretty much murder. You know what I mean? And some people are starting to catch it, like especially when it comes to leaving racial comments and racial slurs and shit. They even catch it to where certain background music you can choose. Like they have that one song, that one nigger, 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 nigger. That one song like that. Everybody was using that, but that song it stayed on TikTok for so long. People was using it as their theme songs and shit, man. It was never being flagged or taken down. So I can agree when it comes to like the shadow ban. It can be uh it could be people picking and choosing, and as well as the algorithm. It says the algorithmic changes. Sometimes shadow bans happen as a result of the platform algorithm updates, particularly if they detect unusual or suspicious. All that bullshit. So it's like if you look at your analytics and you looking pretty cool over here, but the numbers ain't adding up over there, it can be one or several things. You know what I mean? So to me, I'm beginning to realize like shadow banning can occur due to not meeting all the qualifications
Man,
for it.
hey, Dojo, I didn't see. There's a couple cats, man, don't use no profanity, but it's because they have a difference of opinion of the people that run these platforms. They have a different, you know what I'm saying? They have a different perspective of stuff, and they don't use no profanity. No profanity. There's no race hate. There's none of that. But they still getting shadow banned, bro. So you know what I'm saying? This shit is political, very social political paradigm with these platforms, man, because a lot of these places want people to have a certain viewpoint socially. You know what I'm saying? And if you're out here, revealing certain things to people to where the we want to call quote unquote elite people don't want people to be thinking about because you waking up the sheep. You know what I'm saying? It disturbs society. You gotta think about this, bro. They don't want motherfuckers knowing certain stuff. That's just the bottom line. And then having certain thoughts, you know what I'm saying? Because then they could turn into some other stuff. Like social media is very powerful, man. And if you can start to influence people to have a certain type of thought pattern, man, you can shake up some stuff.
Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. I was speaking on digital discrimination a couple of hours prior to you joining the panel, and that's pretty much the angle. Like a lot of these social media sites are ran by the where they keep their databases. Like for instance, when Hawaii was going through that when what was it when they caught fire when Hawaii caught on fire early last year, people had all kind of different type of um questions, like how come Oprah didn't do this on the island? Where did the kids go that was in school that was being deported back? You know what I mean, deployed back to their local areas for their parents to pick them up. Like, so where did all these during that fire that happened in Hawaii? All of a sudden, all these kids come up missing. All this mysterious shit occurred, and it's like what you mentioned in start this company called Oracle, right? They run a database. That Oracle database is this company right here called Oracle. It's a real big database. During that time when Hawaii was going through that catastrophe with that fire, so was TikTok going under the scrutiny, as in who's going to buy it,
I know what
right?
you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about? And so the company Oracle is the database for the new TikTok. You know what I'm saying? Ever since they had collapsed it and then brought it back online. Remind yourself, remember that time where they banned TikTok and then Trump didn't step in. It went down for I think a day or two or a couple of days, and then it came back online. When that happened, that it totally changed the algorithm and it changed hands. The Oracle is their back end system now. I say that to say because when you look at the fires out there that happened, the fires that happened in Hawaii. How do you spell Hawaii? I'll just put like that. That's when everybody starts saying paint your roofs blue, and they started talking about the DEW weapon, that direct energy weapon. The reason I bring it up that is because the island that was next to the one on fire is owned by the people who own the Oracle database, and so there's something that corresponds with Oracle, the fires, and TikTok all simultaneously, and it has something to do with doxing and digital discriminating. And when these things came up, they made sure to they're always 10 steps ahead of us because we're talking about what we want to do. We're talking about what we want to do. And so when you do the little research or the surface research about what happened in those fires, you'll notice that not only didn't Oprah open up that side road for those people to get away from the fires, but that island where the Oracle database is located, they found cargo. They found these cargo containers, the big ass cargo containers that they use for import and exports. Those cargo containers can fit school buses on the inside of them. I mean, you do a Google map view, you can see those cargoes, freights on that guy's island, as if when the fire occurred, when those school buses went to get all the kids, they drove the school buses into the cargo freights and then shipped them over to that dude's island, and then all those kids disappeared. Everybody stopped talking about it because it was like Star Platinum's mentioned, is like they know how to hoobam us. We're gonna throw this narrative out there and they're gonna stop talking about this.
Yeah, man, and that's another problem too. Like majority of people, man, they're it's back to some matrix shit, bro. These motherfuckers don't have their own mind, bro. A lot of these people, they are walking around here with these ideas that they got from somebody, thinking that these thoughts are coming from them, from themselves, and those thoughts are not even their own. You can even motherfucker could say some shit, and you can ask them, why is it that you think that, or where did you get that thought from? And they'll draw an empty blank. They don't even know where the shit comes from. But for some reason they believe in that shit so heavily that they think it's reality or they think it's the truth. It's Chris. There's so many people like that, bro. You can ask, when did you come up? When did you come up with that conclusion? Or when did you start to? Oh, it's because you heard somebody else say it, or you because you going along with what the law, what these law motherfuckers wrote in the damn law and all that shit. All that shit is made up shit. So when did you come to your own core value to say that? Oh, this is what I'm gonna go off of. You know, that's why it's weird. It's weird. It's real weird, and that's why. Look, I can't look, man. Certain stuff I don't even have conversations with people, and it's fortunate that I'm able to come up here on these platforms and talk to people on the other side of the motherfucking country or the other side of the world to even have these discussions. Because regular people who's walking around, I can't chop it up like that ever. You motherfuckers like, oh, this nigga's bad shit. It's because I don't what? Because I don't think what you think, or I don't agree with your perspective. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's very interesting, man, and that's actually it's been like that for some time, man. It's been like that, bro. But that's I don't I'm at the point I find myself like going further and further away, like from motherfuckers, bro, because it just if there's some type of difference that makes motherfuckers upset that you don't agree with their perspective, you know what I'm saying? And then if you're able to point out things about what they think, then it shakes their foundation. They don't even know. It's almost like they free falling at a certain point. You start talking about certain things, bro. They don't have nothing to grab onto. So it's just, hey man, it's shit crazy, bro. But yeah, man, I don't know, man. I don't know. The whole flat Earth stuff, I'm still on that wave. Like you can't, that shit ain't can't convince me of no other shit. I'm looking on my balcony right now, and it's the proof. It's proven every day now. The shit that's in the sky, I don't know what the fuck's going on in the sky like that. You know what I'm saying? I know.
Right.
I can't touch the shit. I can see it, but shit, your eyes can deceive you. You know what I'm saying? So you don't know.
That part.
So, but it's a lot of shit, man.
Lots of shit. Did you hear about that cloudburst? What did you think about that? That happened in
You said
India.
it. Is it a cloud burst? I
Yeah.
don't even know. I don't even know. I seen something. My little bro was showing me something, but it looked like some AI shit, so I don't know.
Yeah, how the water came down it was like I was trying to look for the video of it, but how they trying to proclaim that it was a cloudburst that caused it, but there's no way. There's no way because cloudburst.
You can find an article on that, Dojo, so the audience can get a better understanding of it.
So it's like
That'd
an
be kind of dope.
explosion. Was it like an explosion? Is that what they're saying?
They're trying to make it see. Yeah, let me see if I can go like this. Maybe this even
Or like what is it? What they call that shit? Internal combustion or some shit? Was it implode or explode?
let's see if this comes up. All right. So this is what occurred. You see all that water coming down like that?
Mm-hmm.
See all that water?
Uh-huh.
You see that town? Watch how it takes the whole town away. So this happened on August 5th, obviously. And they consider it a cloudburst chaos. That's what they're saying. 5 dead. Give me a break.
That look like a dam breaking. That like a dam being
Right.
broken or something.
And so you see it take out the whole entire town right here. It wipes it all out. And there's only 5 people. My thing is, though, is like, how did water fall that fast?
That's crazy.
How did water, you know what I mean, from a cloud rain that
Hey,
fast?
Dojo, mute the audio.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So they're blaming it on triggered by a cloudburst. But we got to realize, like, when we look at the catastrophe, how was it possible for that much rain to have failed on top of that mountain, for all that water to collaborate to come down simultaneously like that to wipe
It
out?
had to be built up.
Right. It had to be built up. It had to be built up. So it's like what you're saying, like Star said it though. Our eyes can deceive us. I know we've been saying perceive this, perceive that for the last few days, but deception is a thing. You know what I mean? And it's like they play tricks right in front of us. Like, I don't know how we can convince ourselves that much water could have been collected and then came down the hill through a cloudburst when they give us the science about a cloudburst, I can admit they say tons of water fall at this rate, and you get that much water per inch per minute, but you don't get a roaring rapid like that that come and wipe out. Plus, that water has some velocity behind it for it just to come and smash through the buildings like that.
Yeah, that look like a dam breaking, in my
Right.
opinion, man.
Yeah, it looked like some levees or a dam breaking, right? Yeah, that's why I said the same shit. Look how it come crashing down, and then it just turned into a big ass cloud. Look at
When it's
that.
not split screen like this, you can see people running before before it gets there. You can see all kind of people running, and it just goes boom. Just takes out the half the town just gets washed away. People saying that the water was all full of debris, mud, and all this other stuff. This happened a few days ago.
Look at that.
Yeah, because I haven't ever seen a cloud like, you know what I'm saying, drop that much rain at once. Like it's usually spread apart of like a massive like area. It's not usually like in a collected like, you know, it's not concentrated like that. Usually
Right.
cloud rain is like spread out. But I don't know shit, man. That's a shit. I don't know.
Could this be like some type of depopulation psyop or something? Like, I don't know. It's intriguing, man.
Some people say that the prophecies of the Bible they're doing their best to bring them to fruition. Like they're causing, they're reading the same scriptures that everybody else is reading, and they're trying to mimic what the scriptures are saying in order to bring this second coming or whatever it is, crashing down or fire from brimstone. Um, that's what they're trying to do.
But wouldn't
It's
you think
crazy
that'd
work.
be a thing they would make worldwide, not just single it out to one location or region?
What if
Or is
they
doing these
majority of the
regions
planets on fire?
individually playing amongst the people in fear? It's real intriguing.
It is. It is right along with the like all this stuff is happening simultaneously with the weather catastrophes, as well as the uh the anomaly. The that one anomaly is back. This one right here. A couple of months ago, they had an anomaly in the ocean that was just a big dark blob under the ocean, but yet it was
Yeah.
so big that you can see it, right? And some of you may already understand what I'm talking about when it happened a couple of months ago, but it's back again. And so when we look at all of this plus whatever this is, and then people with the megalodon angle, or the mothership, some people are saying that this is a big mothership under the ocean that's surfacing, you know. So a lot of
Yeah.
these weather anomalies, right? There's there's a concept called weather war. Like the World War III is weather war. Like a lot of these things, like people heard of HARP. You got sandstorms that come from Africa that blow across the Atlantic Ocean and enter into New York. Who's ever heard of some shit like that? But this is what they're telling us. And to me, I just feel like a lot of these countries and continents, instead of using nuclear, they're using weather devices, whether to cause earthquakes, crazy mass storms, or tornadoes. Some of the weather anomalies that we face never
Manipulating
happened.
the weather.
Manipulating the weather. Like when you do
Yeah,
research on a
that's a real
tornado,
thing. That's a
you'll
real
realize like
thing.
tornadoes never happen anywhere else. I think you might find a little bit of information that China might have had one or whatnot. But it's crazy work when you start looking at weather, and certain weather anomalies don't happen anywhere else but in that region. Like Tornado Alley is only in that region. It's like, and so people are coming to a conclusion that some of these things can be man-made.
Yeah, because if you think about it, and we should look into this. I don't think Europe ever had a hurricane, or Africa. I don't think they have hurricanes.
Hmm.
I can't recall one time I heard of Europe or Africa having a hurricane. But I notice a lot over there in Asia. They have a lot of tsunamis.
In Asia,
Yeah. But this mothership thing is very interesting. What part of the ocean or where is it located?
Right. Over off the coast of Africa. It's
Oh, that's even more intriguing.
yeah, it moves. I guess it came from Antarctica first, or from up under Antarctica. You know what I mean?
So it's something moving under the water.
Yeah. Let's see. Here's an article here, and it disappeared and reappeared. You know what I mean? Mysterious underground anomaly larger than Texas spotted off of African coast. It's happened several times. This is in April, so this must have been the first time because it was early last year, I think. Well, it was way before the
And this is
2024.
picking up on weather Dopplers and radars and stuff.
Right. We got, you know what I mean? Because it's like when they tell us stuff about UAPs and UFOs and stuff, we got to realize, like, if in fact there is uh, alien life, I'm sure since we've gotten so sophisticated that we use drone technology and cars that drive by themselves, most of the stuff that they use, I'm sure, is, you know, the same type of tech but more advanced. You know, so when they say UFOs and all this underground water shit like that, I don't it don't strike me as they have to man their own, you know what I mean, their own shuttles and stuff like that. If we have drones, I'm sure they have drones also. I'm sure of it.
Facts. And you know, sometimes, and I know this from just like looking back into the past and doing research and reading articles about certain things, uh, even with the spirit orbs, so what was that at in Brazil or Mexico somewhere? You know, a lot of this stuff they be testing technologies and they try to make it look like it's supernatural or something it's not until it gets exposed and come to the light. Who's not say they doing some type of testing or doing something uh with a new technology and it's unconceivable to us right now or it's something we don't have knowledge of and they make sense of it by calling it a anomaly or something like that. You know, it's very intriguing.
Yeah, man, we purposely left in the dark, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, these motherfuckers keep us, what do you call that? Isolated, man. You only able to do so much, and really all you have is your mind to speculate on some shit, man. Let you
Right.
start exploring and going certain places, you'll be restricted. Oh, you can't go in this area or this or that or some crazy man. This shit is madness out here, bro. It's madness, bro.
Yeah. They say it's a giant mothership. It's not a giant. Who knows what it is?
You got to. I don't know. I know y'all been to
They're
the
probably
coast,
testing out a new submarine or something, you
and
know.
seen the water, man. It's so much water, bro. There's so much water. Man, man, it's like I can't even put into words how massive the water is. It's crazy, man. The water goes on and on and on. To see something like that, man, I wonder how big that freaking hole is.
That's even if it is a hole or a void or something.
Yeah, it's something. Whatever it is, I wonder how big that thing is, man.
See, that's crazy. Like y'all didn't hear about that shit last year. It was wild because when it first came out last year, it was all over. It was all over my feed, all over the feed. I'm trying to find something that's more.
Because that's
See,
looking like it's taking up. It's big as Is that Africa?
they say it's the size of Texas.
Oh wow, that's fucking big.
Like look at it right there on that map at the top, second to the left. You see it right there at the bottom of Africa and just the massive size of it. It looks bigger than Australia or Greenland.
Yeah, that's crazy work. They won't show you it on certain platforms. Huh? Interesting. That's interesting. Yep. So it's like this is what I mean by interest about interest media, not social media. All this shit is like based on
Seen in the Atlantic Ocean. This was at the beginning of April, and they said that this was the result of a modeling error. Well, guess what's back? As of last week, April 25th, you're seeing this same blob reported in the same exact location. Take a look, it's back.
This is what we saw a couple of weeks ago, this strange anomaly that appeared over here deep in the southern Atlantic Ocean. Again, there's something else down here showing significant waves. Once again, we're going to step this forward 3 hours at a time, go up to 8 a.m. You can see the waves are still there, showing some sort of a disturbance, anywhere from 52 feet up to 63, 75 feet. We're going to step it forward another 3 hours, and you can see this is taking on a different shape. It's turning into what looks like a giant V, to where this last one back on the 9th stayed basically the same shape on its journey from the southern Atlantic Ocean up towards the southwest coast of Africa, remaining much like that the entire way. This thing here, as you're going to see, spans.
It's crazy work.
Is it measuring heat index or what kind of?
Yeah, it's measuring all that because it's the waves and how everything around it is corresponding to where it's at. They read the heat signatures from above, and it's crazy because it's like I remember early last year they was talking about how there was a civilization under the ocean that they had built. You know what I mean? But they had built like a city, like what you would imagine Atlantis would be, but a firmament dome and all that. They had one under the ocean, big enough to where they had put a whole bunch of kids and teenage, you know what I mean? So there's like civilizations in this one little, it's not little, it's real big, but it's like a terradome, but it's under the ocean. It lives on the bottom of the ocean, and they got, you know what I mean? They got people there who ain't never even been to the surface living in there, you know? So I was always thinking like maybe that's it surfacing. Maybe they have these new submarines. They've came out with information saying that you can actually go under the landmass. You can, like China and United States are the same way. You look off the coastline, they have it to where they've built infrastructure to where they can use their submarines to go under the continent or under the country.
That's very intriguing right there.
Yeah, it's definitely, because like I ended up seeing it when I was showing them the giant tree that I had found at Mead Lake. You know what I mean? Once I was, that's how I got it. I got an audience when I showed them I showed them that picture from Mead Lake from the Hoover Dam. When you go to any of these Hoover Dam pictures or Mead Lake pictures, you see it. It's right in front of you. And last time I went to Vegas, I found the street you can stand on and see it with the naked eye. Like here's a picture right here of Mead Lake, right? But if you see where my mouse is, what I'm circling, that's a stump. And the one over at Hoover Dam, right here, right? When you look at it, you see it all day. I wish I had my markers because the little short that I did, you could see it all day. If it gets bigger, you can see it because even the texture of it even looks different. I went to go see it with my naked eye to make sure I wasn't, you know what I mean?
It's petrified wood.
Yeah, you can see. That fucked it up right there. Let me go back over here. Let me see. I'm trying to find one that'll open up big. But if you
just hit that right click, it should open up and click show picture.
Yeah, don't. You can see it. It's right here on this one. I'll find a good one. It's right here. The one I did when I did the short is really good because I had it to where I can blow it up and use my marker. But you can see this petrified stump right here. This stump is so big that it's visible from not only Las Vegas Strip, but it's also visible from Mead Lake and the Grand Canyon and Hoover Dam. That's how fucking big that stump is. I went and seen it with the naked eye. It trips you out because it looked like a mirage, like it doesn't look real. You know what I mean? But it's real. It's there. You know, and all the pictures.
Look at it, and you see it because it's so flat. Look at it in all them pictures.
And so you
can point it out.
My theory was, because here it is again right here, right? You notice where the stump is, and you go down the Hoover Dam, right? It looked like somebody did a root canal. When they took off the stump, they tore out the root and caused it to become the Hoover Dam. You know what I mean? When you look
Yeah.
at it from a different angle, you start to notice that wherever these large stumps were, is where they start building dams. Like none of us don't know where our water comes from because this country has built so many dams. There's more dams in California and in Colorado than damn near the whole country. But these dams is the way they're controlling us with the water. But yet at the same time, though, we don't know what they're doing to the water. So I ask myself, it's like, why does water run from gigantic tree stumps? You know what I'm saying? As if like the tree stump itself was distributing the water to the surface. You know what I mean? But when you look at the Hoover Dam, you see the dam. If you follow the water up, you're gonna always see that big ass tree stump. I wish I can find out one where let me see if I can do it like this. Watch this. Let's try this. Watch. Let's see if I can get on Google Maps. Because that way, if it shows it this way, then we all good. Let's see. We want to go to Hoover Dam. Right? But then we want to, how do you put it to where you can see? We want to see the landscape. Satellite view. All right, so watch this. Give me a second because I got to figure out how to navigate this thing. But I'm going to show you exactly where it's at. It's right here. I got to make this thing turn a certain way. How do you, wait. I know there's a way to make it to where it turns flat.
Yeah, it should be some type of it's a view. Damn, what's that setting called? But look at the sheer size of that.
Watch this. You're gonna trip the fuck out when I have a, because I'm right now I'm on the aerial view. You can see it. It's just right. This is the stump right here, right? This thing right here. But when you have a chance to scroll in on it, you start.
But it's called walk. It's called walking view or something like that. I know what you're talking about.
How do I
where is
turn
it?
this
Where
damn
is
thing? Terrain.
Click on Street View. That's the name of it. It's called Street View. It's a setting where it's called Street View. Where is the Street View? More. Hit more. See what more say.
Because it's right here, but it won't let me. You know how you can.
Yeah, you'll follow the roads and stuff. It's
Okay, wait, let
Street
me see if I
View.
click this. Damn it, that didn't do it either. All right.
There it is, Street View. There you go. There you go.
Okay. So it's still here. See, there it is. There it is right here. Let's see if I can get it to where I can. I'm clicking on all kind of shit now. I should be able to go over there. All right. I fucked up again. I'm going to get it. Hold on. Give me a second. I just got to figure out.
Oh, do your thing. Do your thing, man. Do your thing.
There's a way to where you can tilt the screen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This ain't it. Damn.
When you do it, click on the road. Click on the road, and it. I think sometimes it'll automatically take you down to that view. I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, you would trip out. You would trip out how that stump has something to do with and why it's so intriguing also is like I don't know if anybody had a chance to see the throne that they built at the Hoover Dam. The Hoover Dam is not necessarily just a dam either. It's a throne. You know what I mean? And so here's the lake. How did I do that shit last time? It's not layers. This isn't either. This turns it like that.
There you go. It's on that view.
Right, but now when I'm on this view, how do I get closer to it?
It
You know, I
should
should
be
be
an
able to.
arrow to move forward.
Right. Damn. They know better than what they're doing. Let me see. This is that throne I was telling y'all about. We'll get to that here in a minute, but there's an actual star map and throne at the Hoover Dam. For like, and it shows you like as if they're waiting for something.
Yeah.
And it has it's an actual celestial map. It's not just a regular. It's like a star chart.
Mm.
This right here. So this is actually at the there's the blueprints, but this is actually at the Hoover Dam. This little Hoover Dam star chart. It has a court, like when you decide.
I wish we can see that picture blown up. That looks real intriguing.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. And then it has where they have these, some call them fallen angels, these things right here. And all this stuff is like built on top of the Hoover Dam. You know what I mean? As if like somebody sealed, like did a.
It's like a monument or something.
Exactly. Like somebody did some type of, and it has scriptures on it, not scriptures, but a passage saying like it's waiting for a certain time in order for it to be deciphered. Like right here, it says message for the ages. Hoover Dam belongs to the sages of the daring. And if you read that passage and you look at the way they did the
like, what does that mean? Sages of the daring.
Exactly. They have and then you go back to how
that's like the Denver airport, man.
Mm-hmm. You got it. Spot on.
God damn, that's like the Denver airport, bro.
Spot on. And there's that stump right there. Wish I can get this picture bigger. When I click it, it don't get bigger. It just opens up a damn. But like the Denver airport,
opens up another window, and then you have to share that window. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't even get big like if it was an image either. The Denver airport, they revamped that.
They did.
Yeah. Because they know under Denver airport, there's like
it's a whole fucking underground city.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like when they say area 51.
And I was looking at it, Chicago the same way. All the buildings under Chicago, mostly in the downtown area, all of them were connected to each other.
That's how it was out here also.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it was out here also. A lot of that stuff is crazy work.
A lot of shit had basements with underground tunnels. Like, that shit is very intriguing. And then they like to try to say people was smuggling shit. It was more than that. You just don't build a shitload of tunnels under a city for nothing. It was a purpose behind that shit. Besides motherfuckers trying to smuggle or do illegal activities, it's more to that.
Yeah, it's the Hoover Dam Zodiac. They got Zodiac characters up there as well. It's all they got these winged figures, these sculptures, all that stuff is up there. And I'm surprised it's not as popular as I thought it would. Be, but it is. Like, there's a lot of people who speak about the Grand Canyon in certain ways that blow your mind.
People don't pay no attention to it.
Right.
They just see it and think, oh, it's some nice art. Nah, there's a significance behind anything. When somebody puts something somewhere like a monument or something that looks like a tombstone, it's there for a reason. It's there for a reason.
So that area 51, when they say 51, it's just the 51st location. It's not saying that the number comes from somewhere.
Yeah, facts.
You say the first 50 locations were all.
They probably in each state. They probably got an area in each state that we don't know about.
Yeah.
Facilities all over the place.
How about the parallel lines? You guys think that's any factor?
Mm.
I heard that that's the freeway for, like, when we look up at nighttime sky and we see all these damn orbs flying in and out. They show us like, when you look at a time lapse of the night sky, you see all kind of shit just flying everywhere. A lot of people
Yeah.
say that those are shuttles, or it could be orbs, it could be whatever it is, but they're using the 33rd, 34, 36. When it comes to these numbers, there's parallels, and they said that that's the highway for the stars. They're real big on the 33rd parallel.
So what is that? That's like the that's like the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer in that area, right? If I'm not mistaken.
They go across the across the landmass. You would think that they were ley lines. And, I don't know if there's a difference between the ley lines and the parallel lines, but the parallels, I mean, these are physical things. This is not no pseudo. You can actually go to them. I noticed that they got 33, 36, the 37th parallel. They're all, when you type them all in, you'll notice that they all cross. See the 40th parallel, 37th parallel, 34th parallel, and you got 33rd parallel. All these parallel lines, they cross our country, yet they're not visible to the naked eye.
Yeah,
Yet,
that's not the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer. That's something else. Okay.
right.
Yeah.
So when you look at the 37th, I mean, they talk about it in the news as well, but they don't let us know what they really mean. Where the sun is no longer providing enough vitamin D, they look at these parallel lines. See, 37th
So that
parallel.
means within that area, it'd be a lot of dry land that where you couldn't really produce crops and stuff like that of that nature, or it has maybe things like tornadoes or things of that nature. I don't know. It just sounds intriguing.
They say that throughout the day, like, I try to give people a visual that we live inside of a rainbow. Like, if you look at when you look at the rainbow, the only reason the rainbow is so significant is because the colors of the rainbow, they're always in that order. You know what I mean? That's like, we'll look up natural laws here in a second, but that's like like a divine law. Like, you'll never see a rainbow out of the colors out of their spectrum. So you have the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. So we get the 7 spectrums, 7 colors. When you look at high pressure sodium, which HPS, or mellow highly, these are growing lights. When I used to grow, I used to indicate the same type of information, that these are growing lights, and these growing lights, they mimic how the sun works. Yet and still, when you look at the parallels and then how the sun works, you can get every vitamin from the sun throughout the day. It all depends on what time of day you're outside. They don't tell us that. They tell us that vitamins come from supplements, but those are man-made. When literally, though, we can get from vitamin K to D to all that from exactly where the sun is positioned throughout the day. That's why people usually sun gaze. But these parallel lines go deeper than that. They make it seem like it's the airport for extraterrestrials. That's how a lot of spookism, or should I say, a lot of the, other people who speaks about the parallel lines, they use it as in
So it's like a navigational guide or
exactly. You remember on the movie They Live?
or like a celestial highway. We
There
can't
you go.
see.
Remember on the movie They Live, and then when they was underground, they noticed that those people was walking up to that little platform, and then they was turning into an orb, and the orb was being shot out. Something like
Yeah.
that. That's how a lot of people, they take that angle with it.
Mm.
And that's dealing with the parallels. And so it's crazy work.
And just using that word parallel, that's very intriguing.
That's yeah. They
because the way they name these things on shit like that for a reason. Like I said, it's a reason behind everything.
I agree. And I don't know how people see the whole extraterrestrial thing. I mean, I don't co-sign that stuff. I don't co-sign, aliens and but I've heard a lot of stories. I've even heard stories from, certain grandmothers and stuff like that. Like, they ran into the big old eyed aliens, the 3'5", 4 foot. They did all that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how to. I wouldn't know what to say. Doomsday. This is the map I wanted to bring up because it's like you hear a lot of talk about everybody leave California, everybody leave California. This map over here is considered the Doomsday map, allegedly. And if you look, you
And
see
the
half
San
of it.
Andreas fault line and all that stuff.
Yeah, they say the San Andreas fault could be
Damn, I
triggered
wish
by
we
the
can really
ring of
see that
fire.
shit. I would love to see a big picture of that.
Yeah, I wish I can. Damn it, let me see. Because when I click on it, it doesn't get big.
What about the little individual small pictures? You click on them, double click on them.
Let's see if I can do it this way.
Oh, there we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Blow that bitch up.
Now it should give me a chance to make it bigger.
They don't let you zoom in or out. That's crazy.
No, it won't let me. Usually it'll pixelate if it wouldn't let me, but you can look up Doomsday map, and this is according to scientists. That's why when you look at this map, you see how the Pacific Ocean is all the way to Colorado now. Like the shoreline for the Pacific Ocean is Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, and Idaho, and parts of Washington. So the Doomsday map is saying that Nevada, majority of Oregon, all of California, except the peaks of the mountains, which is the Sierra Nevadas, is completely submerged underwater. All of Baja is underwater. Half of Mexico's shoreline's underwater. And then you go over here, look between Missouri and
Louisiana underwater.
yeah,
Alabama underwater look
all
like.
that's underwater. And then
New York underwater. Look at that.
This is supposed to coincide with this doomsday earthquake or this catastrophe that was supposed to be occurring out here in California. And so, like I was telling Nikki, like for those people to say, okay, we're gonna flee California or run, from the looks of it, where you going? You know what I mean? You can't run far enough and fast enough in order to get, you know what I mean, to get away from something that big.
Yeah.
You have to literally go into the middle of the country. But even the magnitude from it all is still, you know what I mean? Can you imagine the dust clouds and all that shit?
Facts.
You know what I mean? That magnitude would be.
It's gonna change the whole climate and the whole just everything. It's gonna change everything. Like with something, if something like that was to occur, it's gonna change the whole environment, the soil structure, dirt and everything all
All of
across
it.
the map.
And then we got to worry about being invaded, because you would think that would be the perfect time to invade our country. It's after some type of big ass catastrophe like that.
It looked like a bunch of little islands.
Right. Right. And so it's like if this was a topic of discussion in the science community, as well as these prophets coming out, or these people speaking about leave
Okay,
California.
I'm looking at it on my big screen so I can get a better view of it.
Mhm.
I got it on my TV. So I'm looking at it in parts of Texas, parts of Mexico. Look at that. Oklahoma didn't get affected, or Kansas. Iowa. No, that's Nebraska. I mean, half of Kansas is gone. Whole state of Louisiana gone. Tennessee didn't get impacted. Parts of Florida, I figured that. Parts of Maine. Damn near the whole Michigan gone, but Wisconsin was left standing.
Are they talking about part of the country going underwater or some shit?
Yeah, due to the, like, say for instance, Yellowstone did pop and the ring of fire did go off. This is what they saying the aftermath would look like. You know what I mean? After the Pacific Ocean recedes back in, the tsunami would cover all of this, and this would all be underwater. California would be completely underwater except the Sierra Nevadas, which are these mountain ranges right here.
Look at that, Oregon gone. Look
Oregon's gone.
Parts of Arizona. Look at New Mexico.
Yeah, the whole shoreline. Look how far back. Yeah. And then Baja is all gone. You know, so that's crazy work. That's crazy.
DC look like it might be gone too. And what is this big ass rock formation? That's like a whole new fucking
Ah.
continent that popped up right there, on the right side of the screen, right there. That landmass and that little small one.
Mm-hmm. You see off the shoreline of Florida right here, you can find under the ocean, you know what I mean, like
Now that look like
playgrounds and
that's
shit.
where the Bermuda Triangle is located, almost
I was gonna
a,
say, ain't
a little
that
bit
ain't that
north
where the
of it.
coral reef or some shit is over there or some shit?
The coral reef.
So for them land
Yeah.
masses to occur, if I'm not mistaken, it would be have to be some type of volcanic activity, right? Because formations like that just wouldn't pop up.
What you mean? As in those you talking about
Right
these
there,
rocks?
right there on the right side, right there on the east coast. That big ass formation, land formation. Or
Unless
would
that
that
shows where the
just
water depleted. If the I mean, according to what we're looking at, this is like aftermath. Maybe the water just got
okay.
shallow. You know,
Okay.
maybe the water got shallow right there, and bam. Because some people would tell you that Lumeria is located in between our country and Africa. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so if that went underwater, maybe perhaps it's going to resurface. You said the biggest ocean is found under the country.
Could
You ever
that
heard
be
of that?
Atlantis? Now let's say something like that did happen and that piece of land mass did come back up. What if it had like ancient artifacts and and old remnants and relics of an ancient civilization? That would be very intriguing.
I'm wondering how much of the ocean floor they got mapped out.
Yeah, that's a good question too. I'm just curious about that landmass. That landmass has me very intrigued. Why would they put that there?
That's a good question. I never noticed it before.
Why would
As
they
in for
put?
the ocean being mapped out, it's probably a lot that the internet runs
Yeah, it's a
under the ocean.
significance behind it, and it's
I ain't seen
something
I ain't
right
seen
there.
no map. I ain't seen no maps of the ocean floor though. That's what I'm getting at.
All right, let's try this. Watch this.
I mean, to me, that looked like that could be something from volcanic activity, or like you said, an area that was shallow and the water's not present there no more. But it is a very prominent landmass. That
Right.
shit looks like it's the size of Australia. I don't know. It's intriguing.
So when they give us the internet, people still believe that the internet is being distributed around across the plane due to satellites or whatever the case may be. When literally, like the internet is done by fiber cables going under the ocean, and so the easiest way to try to like see how much of the ocean do they have mapped out is by looking at where they least expect for you to think. Like if we follow these cables, they have these submarine cable networks that gives us the internet all around these countries. And so when we thinking that it's Starlink that's connecting us in these far regions, that's not true. They're being connected by not only these cables that's wrapping all the shorelines, right, but also the Wi-Fi from the towers that they build in those regions. Between the towers that they build in the regions and the cable, the fiber cables that run on the ocean floor, right? This is where the internet's coming from. The internet's not coming from above; it's coming from below.
Hey, Dojo, and then given that, don't these countries have to be in some type of agreements to say that, hey, we gonna allow y'all to run these wires over here and there and all over? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
there's got to be some type of
Facts.
treaty going on. So here it is. We thinking these
Hey,
countries
welcome to the audience,
be
man.
battling and fighting
Welcome to
each
the
other,
show.
but here it is under they got to have some type of agreement to have this internet be connected to all these different countries, man.
Exactly.
Facts, facts.
That's
But
the
but see, it could be like one of them agreements to where it's like a what do you call it? Like a contract in blood, or or a understanding, a mutual agreement. Because I heard like in certain places like Ukraine and Russia, like it's and China is they got limited access to the internet. I don't know how true it is, but I read up on some things, and certain places doesn't have access. But it's crazy because India, right, one of the most populated countries in Asia, right, aside to China, they have abundant amount of internet. They have an exorbitant amount of cell phones. So my question is, you see how we go to certain places across the US, right? And we got cell towers, and it's hard for us to get reception. But um, according to research out in there, you can go just about anywhere in the country of India and have an internet signal. That shit is wild.
Where you say in India?
Yep.
Now this got me thinking. Let's say those wires do get disconnected, would that basically create different internet networks to where, since those wires are cut, that if those connections or servers are only connected to each other, and they're separate until they get connected again. Because what that's also making me think is that, damn, you can have your own internet within its own network, and the only way that
Hey,
your
welcome to the
network gets
show, man. How you
attached
doing?
is if you do connect your network to their network. Otherwise, it'll be a host, just a separate thing on its own. You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, and I agree with that. So I think like if something was to occur like that, they would have to have their own individual web, which is connected to that region. Like I could see something like that. And then for us to try to access it, we had to have certain IP addresses and able to log in to their web, because it's a it's a web that's not adjacent to our web, but it's analogous. You get what I'm saying? Cage, you there, Cage? Peace,
Yeah,
brother.
I have to do some more. I see what you're saying. I got to do some more research on it because
Mhm.
I've been thinking about trying to create my own damn internet, bro. But I just don't. I ain't got enough information on the shit though. But yeah, that's interesting though.
Yo, Cage, your mic not working. You there? He keep dropping on and off. He doing troll activity. Cage, if you there, man,
Because
come up and talk.
that's how a lot of this the crypto shit is working too. They got their own networks that's not attached to nothing else.
Who you say the crypto?
Hmm.
Good. I'm glad you brought that up. I always try to explain to when they come up with the crypto, because the gas price. Knowledge and I spoke about it. The gas prices when it comes to like digital currency,
Yep.
and they tell you that that when you transfer, you doing anything in Bitcoin or crypto, you're paying these gas prices. Like if you typed in like cryptocurrency is Ethereum. We'll do the what you call it on these words here in a second. But when you look up Ethereum, right? Here's Ethereum. Ethereum,
Like ether, I know what you mean. I know where
right?
you're going with it. Go ahead.
And you notice that with Ethereum, like if you could go to the
Cage, welcome to the show again, brother.
Yeah, thank you for.
he's
Can you hear me now or no?
you can hear
Yeah,
me.
I can hear you now. You good?
Yeah. Okay. Let me get sure. Well, you're talking about internet censorship in different countries. Like I'm in Canada. I'm from Toronto, and they actually passed a bill over here where they've been blocking internet and news. Um,
Well,
it
they
happened.
already doing in Russia
They're doing it. They've been doing it over here in
and
North
and in
America.
China and in China.
What you mean by blocking? You mean that they're only allowing
Like,
so much of the internet accessible?
yeah, like for example, if you go onto like YouTube or Instagram or Facebook or Meta or whatever, and you go and try like looking up a news article, they only show you certain news articles. They'll say it's not available in Canada.
That sounds like North Korea.
Yeah, it's like
Right.
that's
Because
what
North
they've been
Korea,
doing.
they only got it's like propaganda. They only you only can see propaganda sites.
It's crazy, yeah, crazy work what they're trying to pull on people here.
And then that's also got me thinking about too. when they got these war weapons and stuff, like that has to be similar, like being able to intercept or not being able to intercept people's weapons because it's not part of the same network. It's probably a whole different network that the countries don't have access to, where they're not able to intercept. They can only physically intercept, like by actually attacking the object, but not being able to get into the actual system itself. You know what I'm saying? So this got me going all over the place with this.
Well,
But
see,
this is where
me
my mind is
personally,
going
I
though.
think it's a part of the web, right? Just hear me out. I think it's a part of the web, right? The World Wide Web, but I think it's like they got software to where they can separate it and try to make it like a individual thing. You get what I'm saying? Like how I say, like I was just talking about, like regional access, but it still has to have that worldwide web connection to be connected to the overall. But because they have to use that same type of software, hardware program that built it to actually for people to maneuver across the digital plane. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think you're speaking about like as far as its range, like the
Yeah,
range of a
yeah,
certain.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. There you go. There you go.
I get what you're going. I get where you're going.
You know what OPSPEC is on the internet? Operational security. So cybersecurity. Look.
Tell us about it. Elaborate further.
All right. So pretty much like when you, for example, we're communicating online, there's always a handshake and there's always a packet being sent back and forth and like a handshake. So yeah, when you communicate with another device and that it's also communicating with your internet, your router, or your modem. And there's different ports and stuff that are left usually open. All right. So, for example, when it goes back to the internet censorship they're doing over here, all you can use the VPN, but still your MAC address or your device can always be traced right back to you. So the whole point of it is like there's nothing that is there's no privacy when you use the internet, no matter what you do. If they want to figure that out,
That's why they try
Um,
to implement new laws and stuff and try to
uh,
reform the internet because of things like that.
unless you have your own separate internet. That's what I was getting at.
But that's what I'm saying. You can't have your own separate internet because it's too big. So what they do, they try to control it in certain places and they shut off certain things with VPNs and IP addresses that you can access. Because if you were staying in Europe or China, you wouldn't get the same type of Netflix or Hulu that's over here. Just like how he was talking about with YouTube. You
see,
get what I'm saying?
we're looking up OPSEC, right? You put it on the screen yourself here. So quickly understand the features. If you hit the one on the top right corner, you can read about it if you want a little bit. And I'm not really good at explaining things like that.
Well, if you are knowledgeable about it, expand on it to the audience.
All right, so yeah, it's just basic cybersecurity. It's knowing like your digital footprint and how to protect against it. You can only go. Pretty much what you can do is you can make it a bit more difficult to be tracked and to make them work a little bit. But if you don't have any knowledge of this, it's so easy to figure out exactly where you're at. Every device you have, everything you go into your cameras and shit. I'd recommend everybody, even Mark Zuckerberg and all them people that make all this stuff, they put duct tape on their cameras and shit. You know, there's different
Well,
phones
you
and
know,
that.
I heard of that saying that cameras are always on even when you're not using them, or in the
Yeah.
camera apps on all these devices. They're
Same with the
always
microphone.
on recording
Yeah.
something.
Same with the microphone, because no one reads the terms of service for these apps that we use. Once you sign up, you make an account, go on YouTube, use StreamYard, use TikTok, especially TikTok is one of the worst of them. Use Instagram, use Facebook. They're allowed. They tell you they're allowed. This is what they do. It's all data collection. So they're allowed to watch you through your camera and hear everything you do.
Wasn't I just talking about that's what this shit is, a data collection? Didn't I say that earlier, knowledge?
Yep, you sure did. So then that means while Trump was reluctant to let TikTok stay over here, because you never know what type of hackers or Chinese hackers you're dealing with, or any other country for that matter, because you know a lot of them they don't have regulations for the internet over there in certain countries, so they can just go into shit and access it and put in a certain codes.
Why?
And
Okay, well here. Let me tell you something quickly. Why do you think these products or these apps are quote free? Because you are the product. All right. So the issue they have with TikTok is like, okay, we don't want them collecting data off of people. We want to have all the data. Um, it's not like they're not doing that to everybody. They're probably even better at it too.
Right,
So
right.
yeah, if someone is
Mhm.
free, you are the product. Why do you think but you know when you sign up for something, you have to hit a little button and say I accept the terms of service. So they can't lie to you. They got to tell you what they're doing, right? But nobody really reads that because there's a bunch of fucking jargon and lingo that
because they
bunch of
so
fake shit.
excited to use the stuff.
Oh no, they definitely can lie to you. They
Yeah,
can lie to you.
yeah, and people would be excited to
They
use it.
put it in front of your face. They'll tell you what you're doing. People
It,
still
it,
go.
it's just like them commercials on TV you watch when they talk about a new drug or something that came
Yeah,
out,
and then they have a
and
million
they
different
talk about
side
all
effects.
them
And no,
side
yeah.
effects. They say it real fast, and they have it written real small to where you can't really read it. But the commercial is only about 60 seconds, so it goes by
Yeah.
within a blink of an eye. You don't get a chance to really understand
Yeah,
the
but it's
title.
there, so they have to kind of tell you, but they can do it in like a little like bitch way where they're trying to hide it. So it's like it has to go with natural law. It has to do with natural law, Kemetic principles from ancient Kemet, ancient natural law. So pretty much in order to escape quote karma, if you want to call it that, they got to tell you what time it is for real, kind of thing, you know, and then you accept it. So for example, I use this allegory is great. Let's say I make a lemonade stand or something, right? I say it's nice, healthy lemonade, and I sell people poison, right? Then the karmatic debt or whatever, I'm breaking natural law, and that will come back on me, universal law. But let's say I make a lemonade stand and tell you it's fucking poison and has all these side effects, and you know, oh, be careful, this might poison the fuck out of you, you know what I mean? Kind of thing. But and then you go and grab that and drink it. It's on you. The onus is on you at that point. So that's why they tell people, you know, to avoid liability. It's like it's your choice. Right? I just told you it's fucking poison lemonade, and you're coming and buying it and lining up to buy it. It's on you.
Well, the
That's how
way
they move.
the way that they lie to people is through coded language, bro. Is they won't tell you the common language. They'll tell you the word that is uncommon, where it has its long ass definition, where you never heard of the word, but they can justify them telling you when it's a word you don't understand. Basically, it's
Well,
just
yeah,
yeah.
that's on you too because you haven't grabbed the dictionary or Googled it quickly or used AI or something to figure out what the etymology and definition of that word is. Right? All the information's in your hand. Yeah, they play a funny game.
Yeah, they'll say it's in your hand, but along the way they'll fill your head with bullshit when you're young, and then you find yourself having to go relearn again.
Yeah, you got to reprogram the mind. And whose fault is that, right? Okay, your parents, the people that brought you into this world, are probably on them because why the fuck are they allowing that to happen?
And then they were duped too.
Yeah, they were. It's like the blind leading the blind. Yeah, it's a fucking hilarious game people play. If you want to call them people, I don't even know if they're fucking people at this fucking point anymore.
Right, right. But
Bunch of
deep.
It could be AI. You never know.
No, this is a similar conversation we used to have back in the day. How matter of fact, I ain't even gonna bring that up. I'm not gonna bring that
I don't
up.
even remember how I'm fucking subscribed over here. But I see you're alive. I'm gonna hit the link. Yeah.
Like this image you guys seeing up here right here. Like
Yeah.
everybody who has Wi-Fi in their homes, if you have a router for internet connection in your homes, doesn't matter what country you're living in, the router they can automatically see. They can see your silhouette inside your
Oh, that's a
home
fact.
through
Yeah.
the router. And yeah, a
They
lot of
can
us
they can
don't
actually
realize that.
it's like fucking like X-ray vision through your router. No shit.
Right.
That's real.
So that little light bulb
No,
you
what's
see that's
that?
in
What's
there.
that shit? What's that shit that was on Batman? What was that? What was that shit? The submarine shit when he was looking on the screen, how he could see the silhouette of the body. It was a certain type
Right.
of submarine. Fucking.
It was like a vibration, a signature he was pulling off the
What did they call? What
said
did they
X-ray.
call? It called it a certain thing though. I forgot.
Was it
I
a
gotta look that
sonar,
shit.
sonar or something?
Sonar. That's exactly
Yeah,
what it
sonar.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's based off of animals, right? We observe like birds flying, we can airplanes. Like it's like a bat.
You,
You know, bats are blind.
it's
Bats are
showing heat
blind, but they use
signatures.
sonar. Right? They bounce back like a frequency, like a dolphin. Use the sonar, kind of like a submarine. That's the whole idea. People just copy nature and try to make it a human.
Right. Right. That's how I see about the metaverse as well. Like the internet that what I was mentioning earlier, the internet, metaverse, um, all that's it's the same thing. It's just the way they're harnessing the internet. You know what I mean? The internet was only used to where we can log onto it with these devices, but then they figured out how to make it.
Yeah, you know where the whole internet comes from. You can search it up. Search up Indra's web if you want.
Insurance web.
Indra's web. INDRA web.
Indra web.
Indra's web. Indra web. Yeah, it goes back a long time. I think from my research, I think this is a fucking simulation that's probably built off of some advanced shit. Right.
What, the internet or the entire existence itself?
Entire existence of reality. What we call reality.
That's some shit that I was speaking on. Yeah, interesting.
But yeah, look up Indra's web.
How do you spell that again?
INDRA WEB. Indra web. Or as Indra is Indra web. I'll pull it up. There's a whole Wikipedia page on it for sure. Or Indra's net. It might be Indra's net. It might be net or web. It goes by both terms.
Do y'all think nature is also a simulation? The nature, like
Well,
nature, like the wild and shit.
there's definitely some sort of design to it. You know, like an algorithm of.
It's unpredictable. So it
Because
could be.
I could definitely see like wherever there's infrastructure and shit. That's definitely a simulation. Now
Like,
the
look at the
wild,
Fibonacci
I don't know.
sequence.
I don't know about
Oh, it's
like
Indra's net. Yeah, there you go.
nature. I don't know. I don't know about that being a simulation, but
So it goes back to like even ancient like Hindu. Far away in the heavenly abode.
I mean, because I could see the pattern. I know about Fibonacci, so I mean, there's pattern to
Oh,
things, but
sure. There's
there's even pattern in things that are abstract. So I mean,
And didn't I just say about India? I said no matter where you are in India, you can get an internet connection, cell reception. I'm telling y'all. It's very interesting.
Yeah, India's cosmology is like
You see what it says
highly
there? If you read
advanced.
it quickly, look what it says right there. It's an infinitely large net owned by the Vedic Deva Indra, which hangs over his piece of Mount Meru, the axis mundi of the Buddhist and Hindu cosmology and East Asian Buddhism. Indra's net is considered having a multifaceted jewel at each vertex. So there's like a lot of math stuff in there, which each jewel being reflected in all of the other jewels. In the Heian school of Chinese Buddhism, which follows the Buddha Vatas, I don't even, Satra, I don't even know how to pronounce that. The image of Indra's net is used to describe the interconnectedness or perfect interfusion of all phenomena in the universe, right? So,
And
I
it's
think,
interesting
That's deep.
how they have religions connected to that. It's interesting.
well, yeah, well, if you look into the etymology of religion, right, it comes from the Latin word um, regliare, meaning to bind or to lock down. Religion, just like government. Look at the etymology of that or the meaning of that. It means mind control, government, like mental mind. Yeah.
It's real deep. That's real deep. Because the Hindu cosmology from when he's speaking about this Indra's net, you notice they mentioned right here on place, uh, which hangs over his palace on Mount Meru. So who is his and what palace hangs over Mount Meru? A lot of us understand that Mount Meru
Facts.
is in Antarctica. It's obviously the North Pole. This Mount Meru is we can go in there, you know what I mean? But it said a lot right here. When he read that, that's real big. Is an infinitely large net owned by the Vedic diva Indra. I looked that up because we're gonna look into the Hindu cosmology.
And we can look into the Tor browser and the Onion and that. The internet was created by the United States military, right?
Vaguely, I had learned that the internet was created for college students at one point before it went commercial.
It was a military application at the beginning,
Okay.
and then it was given to the public.
And see, that Hindu cosmology is what I was mentioning when it comes to like what's actually in our skies. Like the Hindu cosmology, they let it be known that don't fall for the, you know what I mean, what they're telling us here in our country. Like, let's see, I just saw one. Hindu, I could show you what I'm talking about. Spoke about it earlier. I'm not saying everything is in your atmosphere. When you look at their cosmology, that's how they do it. Everything is in their atmosphere.
The cosmos, like, yeah, let's look into the word cosmology.
You see how everything is inside.
I thought you was talking about something else, Dojo. Never mind.
What you going with it?
I was because you were saying the atmosphere. I thought you was like hitting onto like nano dust and shit, but never mind.
There's the possibility. I mean, we got to realize, like, when we see that everything's inside and not on the outside, like literally though, we start seeing that there can be
As
parasitical things.
above, so below, as within, so without. That's the Kemetic or Hermetic principles, right, from ancient Egypt.
And the thing I was thinking about nano dust is like they call it smart dust or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Where the shit you breathing in is manipulating your fucking organs and your mind and all that shit. But I don't know. Go ahead though.
Oh yeah, it's a massive game they're tricking people with, you know what I mean? So pretty much it's all within the mind. And that's how you control billions of people. You gotta divide them up into different sections, through race, religion, ideology, even areas and stuff. Like where I'm from Jane, right? You got North Jane, you got South Jane. You got people like killing each other just because they live down the street where I grew up. All right? That's how you control them. It's the only way. You're gonna have them fighting here. Self-regulation. You know? It's fucking wild work. And the Kali Yuga and all that. Samsara. So it's like a revolution, right? You see how people are like, oh, we need a revolution. A revolution is like, okay, you're turning the wheel. And eventually you turn the wheel further enough, you get back to the same point. You know when you're like driving a car, a vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
So it always ends up, it's still the wheel, right? And it goes back to the Ouroboros. Ouroboros and that, the snake eating its own tail.
You're saying that's what a revolution will cause?
Yeah, like it always ends up at the same place. It's done on purpose.
So you saying if everything was to reset it, it will still end up being the same thing if it was to develop like you go through the whole process all over again, it'll end up being the same way. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's changing, but it ends up eventually at the end of the quote day back to where it really began. And that's why we're in a loop. And this whole Indra's web thing and these Eastern philosophies and that samsara. It's a cycle of death, life, and death, right back to where you began.
So everybody is where they're supposed to be.
In a way. Yeah.
Yeah, this is intriguing. Check this out. Well, you
As
see
far as
what
Clem, I dedicate my entire life looking into stuff like this.
I never looked at it like this: the sacred mountains and how they have them named all together. So they knew that these mountains were sacred to a certain degree. They even got Mount Olympus in here. And so I was going through
Yeah,
them
you
like,
got Maru, Olympus, right? The Olympians, right? Hercules. That's kind of the Greek pantheon. And so, like I'm going, okay. Apparently, where you could trace it back to would be ancient Kemet, which means black soil, because it was very fertile back then. It wasn't a desert, right? By the Euphrates River and the Delta Nile, apparently. But even you can go back a bit further to like Mesopotamia, which would be now it'd be modern day Iraq. So then the Greek, the Greek people took that over and changed it from Kemet to Hermetic for Hermes Trismegistus, thrice great, meaning three
And what's
times.
the and in your opinion, what's the significance of all of that?
It pretty much they knew these principles of the universe way before we had the scientific stuff that's been proven it lately. Like modern day science has been catching up. You know what I mean? They still don't know how to.
Blue, welcome to the show, Blue. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, shout out to Blue. One of my old plugs is named Blue back in the day. That's funny. But yeah, it's a pretty much like the ancients. They had a different type of way to look at reality, and they had different technology that we still can't duplicate or replicate. For example, the pyramids, and they're all around the world. All these pyramids are all around the world. Like even in Mexico or something, the Cotacaza one, where you can clap your hand and have a bird noise come back to you. And like audio experts and acoustic experts still have no fucking idea how that's operating. I could pull up the video.
I think there's a coliseum like that where there's on one end you can whisper and you can hear a motherfucker way on the other side of the damn coliseum or something because of the way the acoustics is set up. I can't remember what coliseum it is, but there was something about a certain coliseum to where a motherfucker could be on
It's,
on the other
so
side of the
it's either
coliseum and you could
yeah.
yeah. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm saying, so it's either lost. I don't think it's lost at all. I think it's been purposely hidden from people. This certain technology, like psi matters. You ever heard of psi matters, where you can use like a sound and it'll make different patterns, like in sand or something. Like you can make
yes,
these geometrical
cymatics.
Yep,
patterns.
sand, water, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so there's something else, some other thing that they don't want people to know. I guess it's too. Like I guess if people knew this knowledge or whatever, you can't control them anymore. So someone came in and be like, "Yeah, fuck this, just dumb down
Then
the
you
fuck."
getting into vibration and decibels, different decibels and frequencies and shit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
But
something
that
there.
that
If you
pyramid
look
in
into
Mexico
the,
is
I
like that.
recommend if you want to start off, it's called the Kybalion, or the three initiates. It's like the seven laws of the universe, or natural law, kinetic principles, or universal principles. All right, so you got like the law of cause and effect, you got the law of polarity, you got the law of vibration, you got the law of, seven, and there's seven subdivisions of them all. It's called the
The
Kybalion.
Kabbalion. The Kabbalion. Yeah, I'm just talking about.
Yeah, that was deep. I read that.
Yeah, it's a great, to start off, it's a great one. I've read it and listened to it dozens of times, and every time you do, you'll learn something new.
The
That's by Herm. That's
Kabbalion.
Herm Dupont or Dumont. Also, the three initiatives was one guy, but with three different names.
They go by the three initiates. Some people speculate it was William Walter Atkinson. Well, I'm sure other people. It's kind of like Shakespeare, right? Shakespeare is like a pen name, but there's something else behind it.
The
You
three
get that, and you can get to the
Ewok.
tree of life too, and the eternal life, and the pineal gland, and all that shit.
The tree of life has to do with the Kabbalah. And there's two different types of Kabbalah. There's one with a Q and there's one with a K. And the Kabbalah with the K is more of a Judaism thing, right? Like a Jewish kind of thing with
That
like,
that
you go from
yo,
Malkuth
can
to
you hear me?
Keter. Right. And then you got one
The
Yeah,
with
we can hear you.
Sephiroth tree. Yeah.
the
Yeah, peace,
Sephiroth
yo.
and that, and the divine, quote, emanations and stuff, right? And different spheres of being. So at the top of the tree, you got Keter, which translates to the crown. And then at the bottom, you got the
Chakra.
real Shokmar. Yeah, Shokmar is one of them. Dot. A bunch of them. At the bottom is Malkuth, which means the kingdom, which is like this reality.
Kaaba, that means cube, like Kabbalah, the cube of Allah, what they walk around in Mecca, the black cube, the Saturn cube.
Is that London, man?
No, it's blue.
Oh, blue. Oh, you sound like London, man. Or you sound
Yeah,
like
quite
Telegram. Yeah, big
UK
on that.
in it. Yeah,
I
I was
wouldn't be
just
surprised, right? Like, it's a small world. You ever heard of the 6 degrees of separation? How everybody's actually connected? It's online is even less than that. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I seen this. It kind of feels like there's a lot of empty vessels out here. And sometimes I feel like the only real motherfucker that exists.
because people don't tap into themselves. Like the voice in your head is the closest that you'll get to the intelligence. Because it's like when you try and lie to yourself, you can't. You know you're doing wrong instantly because of that voice in your head is always the consciousness that is the being of us. You know what I'm saying? And we can that's supposed to control our vessel, but I heard when I was listening not long ago, I heard someone talking about how um, we're being controlled by media, religion, and so on and so forth. Even our mannerisms, the way we might gesticulate or act, is all born out of copying, being given to us. Words like love, compassion. We shouldn't have words for certain actions that should be natural. But that's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? But yes, I'm liking the conversation, man.
Mm-hmm. And you think that's done by design?
Of course.
Of
I
course
think
it
you
is.
just said a minute ago, to be able to control billions of people, it has to be a mind, and the mind can be a dangerous and wonderful thing at the same time, because if you think too much, you'll know less, because you're taking away your initial thought and instinct. And that's what we really work by, instinct and thought and just knowing, comprehension. That's been taken away, because if we start to have comprehension and really know what's going on instead of believing what's going on, the
Let
people
me.
that go on.
Critical thinking, right?
No, I was just
Yeah,
gonna ask. I was just gonna ask. So the way you sound. Correct me if I'm correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, do you believe in the possibility of like utopia, euphoric like utopia, where there's like world peace, like that?
I don't
Because
have a
it's kind
belief
of
of that.
sounding like that's where you. Okay, you do.
No, because I just said I only
Oh,
have I don't have belief. I have comprehension and knowing, and from what I see in my experience, which means the outer peer of the seance. Seance has been changed to science. Seance is what you do naturally. Science is what they've given us. Take it away from what we really should be knowing. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
the way the world is now, not the world, sorry, but the way the controllers and the financiers of how this world is operating, or the people within it, the system, structure, that's never going to change, unfortunately. So that's why you have to have knowledge and comprehension and leave belief alone. Otherwise, you'll be trapped in this system. You have to be able to navigate through it and know. You know what I mean? I've got children. I can't have belief while I'm bringing up my children. That don't make sense.
There's a massive difference between believing something. A belief is not what's happening, right? Knowing is something different.
Exactly. Belief is
It's
something that's
even
been
in it's even in the
put into your
word,
head.
right? Like belief or believe or belief, right? You can't spell it without a L-I-E, without a lie in
And
it.
yeah, right. And
So
again,
right.
just quickly, because I'll let you. The guy speaking now, you. That's who I've kind of when I joined. That's what I was listening to, and I kind of like what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna mute in a minute and let you continue to speak. I've just forgot what I was saying now, 'cause I was just waffling, man.
Don't worry, enough of the waffle. We got some main
Well,
people
well,
here
well,
up for the
well, it's
waffle.
interesting. It's interesting how you say belief has a lie in it, but the only reason why you know no is because you were told no.
Well,
No, I
spelling.
mean like
It has to go to, why
knowledge.
is it called spelling, right? Like this language. Why is there 26 characters? And it has to go back to the Tetragrammaton, Yod He Vav He, the
But like,
ineffable name of God.
yeah,
26
but like,
standardized at 26 letters in the alpha, beta. Um, so it's all controlled through the language, really, because the language programs the subconscious mind, and therefore it brings the result into our reality.
well, language is a new word because if you look at the word LAN, LAN, that's local area network, and then you've got gauge.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a good one.
You know what I'm
And then
saying?
for
Because
new and then for the newcomers and people that I'm not familiar with or people that don't know that this is not a new conversation. This is like a rehash of stuff that we've talked about years ago. So
yeah,
it's
no
for those
doubt.
that come so
Been
people
on it.
that
Been
come up
on this
here and
though. Been
think
on it.
that this is something new. Nah, this ain't no new shit. But go ahead.
There's
No,
nothing
but
new under
look,
the sun.
I'd
There's
rather
nothing new
repeat.
under the sun, you know.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say there's nothing new under the sun, but there's no rehash or whatever hashtag nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, it's
So
just built differently or said differently or done differently. You know what I'm saying? Just like films, you have repeats of films that are changed slightly. That you know what I'm saying? The reinvented. It's even like the word chemet. That's a word from the 1980s.
on this
To
proto
get to,
chemistry, right? Alchemy. So it has to do with alchemy, thought, emotion, and action. Salt, sulfur, and mercury.
I don't know because the word
And
chemical
did you hear?
is
Did you hear? Did you hear?
alkane.
Did you hear CERN? Did you hear CERN has actually turned lead into gold out of fucking thin air? It costs more than mining it at this point, but they're able to do it now apparently.
Yeah, same with diamonds with the VVDs or whatever they're called.
Oh, the fake diamonds that they
Yeah,
grow, the lab grown
yeah,
ones,
the the
VVS and
vacuum
shit. Hey.
because things like diamonds when you they were revered because they were one of a kind. You didn't really find them. You know what I'm saying? Because of
Now you can
like
just grow them. You know,
because, yeah,
I could
well,
buy.
you can do
I
that
could
with
go and
food
buy a
as well.
machine and start growing diamonds and shit.
Yeah, like they can grow humans, so you know.
Fucking crazy work.
But again, the word no, like when people say gnostic without the G, nosh, nos, conscious, nos, nous, it's the knowing. You know what I'm saying?
It means wisdom, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it can be
It's
what you
knowledge.
want
It
it
means
to be.
knowledge. I mean, not wisdom. It means knowledge.
Yeah, yeah. It means, see, again, we've been given certain words that have been what are being used wrong. Like the word mean. It doesn't mean like anything horrible. It's a mathematical word for another word for average. So if you've got two
Oh,
children
like
and
the
there's two
medium
toys and
or
one,
the mean, the medium. Yeah.
yeah, no, let's check this. If you've got two children and you've got 12 toys and one child's got 8 toys and the other's got 4, you call that child mean, the one with 8, because he's got more of the average. But people think he's being mean, meaning you're being spoiled and horrible because you've got more toys.
Oh, I get it. I thought the medium was when you add them all up together and then get
Yeah,
the
you get the
average.
average. Yeah,
Yeah, the
precisely.
average. Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
the mean average.
yeah,
So,
mean.
but the word mean, what we say is like you're being mean. Why are you being mean? Cruel.
What about matter, right? Because they say everything's made out of carbon and matter, 6 electrons, 6 protons, 6 neutrons.
Well, if it's not
And then
there, it don't matter.
everything's matter, and then what matters to you? But then they use it. It's like a double entendre, triple entendre. And then, yeah,
I
what
got
matters to you?
I
Yeah,
got
because
one.
the word matter
I got
is
one for
mother.
y'all. I got one for y'all. When you hear this, what does that mean to you?
Say that
It sounds
again.
like a proper track. You know, you
Wait,
hit the beat.
when you hear this, what does that mean to y'all?
Okay, what about a beat and a beat? Like a beating, like a beat.
It can mean fly. It can mean electricity, motherfuckers. So what are we saying?
Or it can, yeah, or it can mean when
It's
I
a
get,
big
yeah,
fucking game being played on everybody and everything. Yeah.
of course, because the people that control and the facets of it extended from it, they're creating a reality for them and how they want it. So
It
why
can mean a
can't we
damn.
do that
It can mean
by
a damn
knowing
10,
what
10
we're in?
speed. Shit.
Yeah, I like how Blue expounded on the word mean, as in the verb and everything. Because I'm looking at etymology online, and it's the intent to have in mind. It goes deep because the men, the prefix of it is to think. So when I clicked on the prefix of men, it even elaborates even further. Even brought up God names like Harul Mazda, Amentia, Amnesty, Amnesia. It also brought up, you know what I mean? It's
That's
wild how
funny.
words work, how these words are actually
Men
working.
and that's the prefix of meant. Okay, add a tal at the end, right? Mental, human, women. Yeah. Oh, but also if you add an A to it, right? You could be mean to somebody, but like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, because when you say that to somebody, that means you're weighing up the average of the conversations. So if he's saying like, see, you have to put it all that in context of how you're speaking to somebody. So if you've come with two stories and I'm saying, hold on, what do you mean? That means I'm saying, well, what's the average of this person telling me the truth of these two stories, or one of them being true?
And
That's how that's
then you get his story, right?
yeah,
Story.
because yeah, that's so it's like when you say what I didn't that's what it's like when you say, oh no, that's what I meant, meaning mentus mind. That's what should have come out of my mind.
Government, mind
Yeah.
control. Yeah.
Parliament speaking the mind.
Mystery.
The me. So
And
it has everything.
mystery.
So if we go back to the first two letters, is me,
What's
right?
check this? What's a
Not me.
stray? A
Double
steri,
me.
a steri, or a mystery?
Funny.
That's like a wiggly line, like an estuary of a river. And what's mist? Mist, you can't see mist.
It's like fog, kind of.
Right, Mysteria.
It's a what?
All these words are spells
Right.
Yeah, it's all
of
spelling. It's a casting a
conjuring
spell.
from the
It's
mind.
speaking. Like look, even when little kids, look, they have little kids doing spelling bees, right? A spelling bee. But,
Well, you gotta. Well, we gotta think also though. It's all a conglomeration of just sounds. But because you could
no,
just
but
say
it's being
supercalifragilistic.
just who
You could
designed
say
this
you.
language, though.
That's
You got to think
and
that too.
that's a good question because I was actually gonna start to say like these sounds start to like multiply into multiple sounds to have a further explanation of something when there had to be a time to where it was
English.
just it was simple. It was just like like you hit on a piece of wood or something, or you rub something and it makes a certain sound. You knew that's what it was. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, because check when you
But
if
look, hold on. I'm not to
go on,
interrupt,
sorry.
but look, it's English is the most spoken language in the entire world somehow, right? And then you got
Yeah, because
Mandarin is the second one. So it definitely has to do with England. If you want to go back, and then if you trace that, it
no,
may
it's
or
not
may not
England.
have
It's
to
not
do with
England. It's not England because England
or
is
the
spelled with
United
the A.
Kingdom. Then, if you want to call
Not
it.
even that. Not even that. God, check this. So
Yeah.
the German. So you've got England, yeah, Anglo-Saxon, yeah, right,
Oh yeah.
right.
Aren't people in the
England,
UK
yeah.
technically from Germany?
No, but check this. The Anglesey Peninsula is Germany and Denmark, right? Where you have the Saxons, and in England you've got Essex, which is East Saxon, and you've got Sussex, which is South Saxon. You've got Norfolk, which is Norfolk or Volks, and then you've got Suffolk, which is South folk. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Um, because it used to be called Meridia or Albion.
Oh, like a
Yeah,
meridian. Okay.
yeah, that's what it used to be called. England is when the people from the Anglesey Peninsula, the
Well, yeah, they
Germans,
went across
went
the
there.
pond, right, as they
Yeah.
call it, to a random.
So
How does a
when
little
something gets
island thing
anglicized,
fucking
is
take over everything?
yeah. So when something gets, that's why it's called English, because it's part German. Because your natural sound is what you're born with, the g, b, r, z, g, m, d, k. Yeah. Any other sound like this is a tongue sound, is a snake language. You know what I'm saying? The
Oh, it's
resonance
like,
and
does that
vibration is
go
what,
back to the Naga?
I won't even say that. I'm just saying it goes back to your birth. It's your natural,
Oh,
like
it's
when
like
birds,
Dada, Mama. Okay.
yeah, Amma, Abba, Dada, Abda,
Blah blah
they're
blah.
natural.
I
They're
hear.
natural tones of resonance that the mind has to calculate first. Your ears take it in, and your mind tells you what the sound is. That's how it works. You don't hear the word come out of the mouth. The mind tells you what the word is first. Just like everything you see comes outwards of your mind because of the light. Hence why I'm a Luciferian,
Oh,
because ever since I've been born, light has been present forever.
oh, wait, you're a Luciferian, you're saying?
Yeah, I'm a
Okay.
light carrier, carrier of light, and that's
Oh, of
ever
the
present.
light bearer.
Yeah, just like Christopher, the light carrier or the offer of light. Because
Oh,
when you say
you
Luc,
want to hear something? You want to hear something hilarious about that? They've done studies over here. You'd love to look into this. They've done studies over here where they just make people imagine light and actual photons are being emitted. Yeah, you can't see with your eye, but you can use something called a photo
yeah, do you know
multiplier
what?
too, and
I'm gonna have to look into that because I've not heard of that before. And for some reason, that's giving me goose pimples.
oh no.
No, it has because some things just I don't know why I don't know what's yeah.
Yeah.
So if there's a
We
light
can play
bearer,
some. You guys want to play
if there's
some
a light,
and
if there
review it or talk about it after? We'll play a bit,
Yeah,
pause it,
because
talk about it.
you've just kind of like gave me chills, like no Diddy in it, even though he's probably getting off with whatever we said, so we can't say that no more. But yeah, um,
so if there's a
yeah,
light bearer,
I like that.
there has to
I
be
I'm
a
appreciate
dedicated.
you
dark
I'm a
saying that.
researcher. I'm a
a dark
researcher.
Hey,
bearer,
Dojo,
Like,
look up
I'm
Luciferian.
not searching for anything. I'm an
a
expert.
bearer of the dark.
I'm a
Copy
No, but
that,
I
learner.
Dojo?
appreciate you
I'm a
saying that
student
as
of
well.
life. So that's what I do. Yeah.
Yeah, you shed more light on me. So you're a Luciferian.
No. I'm an Illuminati, right? I'll illuminate the
I'm an
dark.
actual alumni though through university, believe it or not.
Alumni. Yeah, I'm an
Yeah,
alumni
I used to be a drug
illuminate.
dealer though.
I'm getting my BAA. Yeah.
Okay,
So what's the opposite of a Luciferian? Is there an opposite?
a Satanist, a Christian, a Muslim, because them gods
But again,
sacrifice.
look. Wait, remember we went back to remember
A
the
bearer of
beginning of the
darkness.
label. Remember the whole label thing, calling people labels and shit. Oh, like nice sigil you got up there. But remember, like calling that's how they control billions of people by dividing them up with certain
Follow
names
the
and
light.
labels.
Go into the light, not into a man, not into a man-made person in the sky that you can't see, not into a book from other people's philosophies. You can see the light.
I don't
It's
like. I don't.
always there. You can only
I
go as
don't have
far
a
as the eye
label. You
can
can.
see.
Okay. What about ineffable? Like the Tetragrammaton, which equals 26. There's 206 bones in
I
each
don't know
leg.
about that.
There's
That because
yeah.
bearing in mind, I was in a Freemason lodge for a while, and
Light can also be blinding.
I know Knights Templars and people that run the Freemasons over here.
yeah, I'm not that. I'm
And
not that.
it goes back to the UGLE, which is the United Grand Lodge of England.
Yeah, or the Scots rights.
Well, there's York Rite and Scottish Rite, right? There's the Cryptic Council, York Rite. York Rite, if you go
Yeah,
higher degree.
the
The
arch
33rd
chapter.
degree, there's only 3 degrees of masonry, and then there's concordant bodies, right? Depending on what path, you can take the left or the right
Yeah, you
path,
become
which
like a
is
Jesuit.
Joaquin and Boaz on the 2 pillars.
Yeah,
Here,
I got a
I'll
lot
say
of
a
hate. I
word.
got a
I'll
lot
say
of
a
hate a
word
while
that
ago.
I'll say a word that's really hard to find. Jabulon. Jabulon.
Sounds like the circle jerking club.
Well, not really. They built your entire infrastructure, bro. Like, okay, they're everywhere. I guarantee down the road from you, you got a lodge over there. or everything.
Again, but do you know
I'm
with
pretty sure
Oh,
Luciferian,
look, now we
right?
got
the
an
whole
invert
damn
too,
world
because
is
where the
built by
pennies went over there.
systems.
Okay.
Yeah,
But you know,
the
just
whole
just
the
quickly,
whole every society is built by some type of system, some type of order, some type of club, some type of affiliation.
Yeah, well,
Like,
there's a
come on.
great book. It's called The Builders. How do you shape and structure a society? You build one. There's a great book
yeah,
called The
Mason,
Builders. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Mason's
heard of that
built.
book. Yeah.
It's obvious, dude. It's not like
They have
mystery.
to tell you. Remember the lemonade or the apple stand, the allegory I was talking about? They gotta tell. They must tell you what you're doing. You must accept it, or you don't
Yeah,
have
because
to.
they know they
Then you have
can't.
a
We
choice.
can't do anything about it. That's what I'm saying. They have to say like in their
It's like the gang or the mob, right? Like the mob or the Hell's Angels. They'll tell you, buddy, you're fucking done, and they'll tell you, and it'll happen. So what are you gonna
yeah,
do?
because it clears their conscience. But you
Yeah,
have
it
to
has to do
remember
with
a lot
natural or
being a
comedic
Satanist,
law,
right,
or
or
universal
the
law.
Luciferianism that they've changed is nothing natural. It's to do with like again like a being. Me, it's the experience that I'm having. I see light every day, constantly, throughout 24 hours, or my eyes, my retina, my iris, my optic nerve wouldn't work because there wouldn't be anything to reflect to show in my mind. And bearing in mind, yeah, you
Yeah,
only go as far as I can see.
remember, actual light is generated by the mind, even if you think about it. I put a link in there with
No,
Dr. Crow's name
this is the screwed
in
up
the
part that
back chat. If you want to play a bit of it,
I'm getting at. Yeah, there's groups. These things, these are groups of I don't even know which because it's always they. It's they, unidentifiable whatever. We don't. I don't know if it's
yeah, you can
people. I don't
track
know if
them.
it's
You can track it.
beings.
You
I
can
don't know
trace
if
it and
it's
track it right back. You
whoever,
could like throw a GPS tracker on your
or
fucking
whatever. No,
car.
no, these people do not reveal themselves, bro. That is not
Oh,
true.
the real players, no. Then you have
That's what I'm talking,
puppeteers.
and that's
There's a
what I'm talking
puppeteers,
about.
right?
So
So
yeah.
politics and that, like if you're voting, it's called implied consent, right? If you vote, because you're playing into it. You know what I mean? So people that I've never voted my entire life, say my flag.
I don't think
So,
these whatever's in control actually that is controlling what's going on here in this realm. I don't think it's of this realm.
it isn't.
That's
It's
my
not
position.
people. It's not human beings. It goes
That's
way
my
deeper than
position. But go ahead.
yeah. It's not human beings. It goes way deeper. If you want really great information, if you want to play it, I've played it many times on my channel. I should have asked permission before. I want to be transparent. So I'm restreaming to my channel. They don't. If you want, I could drop the link. If you want other great people on there. Usually, I don't really
And
get to.
I've been knowing this for a while
Um,
actually.
I
yeah.
do think they are of this world because a lot of people are horrible. People are horrible. People have
Oh look,
done
we got that Baphomet right
despicable,
there.
What's up,
despicable
Cage?
things.
They're fucked. Yeah, how you doing? What we got?
Cage, I heard your voice.
Is that Nikki?
Yep, I knew that was you, Cage.
Peace, Nikki.
You see, I've been saying everything's connected. You see that? I randomly met. I know Nikki from another man's channel that happens to live in the same city as I do. That I randomly found, and of course, I knew it. The 6 degrees of separation. Yeah, I knew it. I knew there'd be somebody I knew from on here somehow. And that's what happens.
Dojo, what you making of all of this, man? You've been
Oh
kind of
shit!
quiet.
Y'all was really
Sorry.
good. Y'all was really
Yo,
going
guys,
in.
I need to go training. Sorry, but I do appreciate you letting me on. And who was I supposed to talk? So that's you then, Cage, that I was speaking to.
What's up, Blue?
I'm sure we've talked before somehow.
Yeah, do you know what though? I think we may have on London Mans a few years ago.
So yeah, remember I was at London, man. I'm like, yeah. Somehow years later we meet over here randomly. I don't even remember. Like, what the fuck? What's going
Well,
on?
yeah, no, I appreciate you letting me up. Peace, Nicky. It's a
Peace.
shame you wasn't here earlier because I've got to go
I've been
kickboxing
here
now.
the
But
whole time. I done went to sleep on the panel. I just woke up.
Don't worry, I had
yeah,
your mic muted, Nikki. And to everybody that's tuning in,
no, you were snoring really.
so everybody that's tuning in, we double streaming right now on Knowledge
Yo,
Uprising
honestly,
and
nothing.
Nikki C channel.
There we
So,
go. I got it on my channel too. My name's definitely not Nicolas Cage. Cage is what they call.
you say there we go.
But Cage, do me a favor before I leave. The
Yes,
thing
sir.
that you said about our people can
I
imagine
dropped the
light.
link
Right, I'm
in
gonna
the
go check
private
it out.
chat.
But yeah,
Copy
I
that one.
appreciate that. I appreciate that. That's made my day. Respect. But yeah, peace to y'all anyway, man. Have a good
Yeah, big up,
well, it's
Blue,
early
man.
in the morning. Have a good
Much,
early
bro.
morning, man.
Big
Well,
up, Blue, man.
appreciate you
Thank you.
stopping by, man.
For sure.
Yeah, respect. All right, nice.
Oh shit! I ain't say shit tonight.
Yeah, that
It's a
was a good
small,
build though.
small
Blue
world.
and Cage was really, you know what I mean? That's
It's
what we like,
building on.
bro.
That's what's up.
Isn't that what everything is about, right? Like learning together and spreading knowledge and learning together every day, every time.
Yeah.
That's my mission in life. Yeah.
No, it's just strange to me because there's a problem from like there's a to me there's a constant problem because of what has happened to people purposely, man. There's been a purposeful ignorance distilled to people. Like it's funny how let's say I'm the creator of a game and I have such an advantage of the game that I made. How all these years that I have taken advantage of the game that I created, and I throw you in the middle of the game that I created and tell you to figure it out. But I know all the rules and I know all the ins and out of the game, and then here it is. I throw you in the middle of it, tell you to figure it out.
That's fucked up. That's like abusive to a
That's
child.
exactly, but that's exactly what has happened in this society in this world. It's mother whatever has got together and said, "Oh wait, I'm going to make this. We're going to make this, and then we're going to be able to take advantage of it." But everybody else has to figure it out when we already know how everything runs. We already know the ins and outs of this thing. But this new age of this new how can I say this new coming of life, they're gonna have to figure it out. But we already know all the keys. We already got all the jewels to the game. We already know how
Oh,
everything works.
yeah. Well, in a way, right? It's like if you're handed and spoon fed everything, you're not gonna really understand it, right? You could use some, like, look, for example, like let's say somebody handed you a firearm, a Glock or something, right? And they're like, okay, you just simply point it and press the trigger. That's easy. All right, but you know
I'm
it's
not
difficult,
saying,
like
but
taking it,
that's not. I'm not
dismantling it,
saying
taking it
being
apart.
spoons. I'm not saying being spoon fed anything.
No, no,
I'm
no, no.
just.
But I'm saying maybe that's how they
I'm saying.
justify it.
I'm saying it's already made, and you're just thrown in the middle of it and told figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. Take
There
it apart,
without even
boil
there
it,
ain't even really there really
dismantle
ain't
it.
even no
It's like
real
a computer
clues
you're
to
using,
it.
right? What if you
Because
grab
because when you get to a certain level of certain figuring something out, then the rules start to change. Then they'll change the rule. Oh, they done figured this out. Oh, let's change the rules now. That's what happens also.
this
Oh, they
never
figured
ending
this.
trap game?
They figured we figured. Oh, they figured this part out. Now let's change this rule to this now. Now that no longer applies. Now this applies now.
Oh, so it's like the ultimate deception of fucking with people. Right? So it's like, okay, we'll give you a hint, and then as soon as
That's
you
how
like,
that's how this shit. That's how this shit is, bro.
yeah,
That's
I,
exactly how
I know
this
what you're
is.
talking about.
Oh, you think that's the door to go through? Oh no, it's not. Ha ha.
You should have triple knocked on the door quick, like this. Here, you
Oh,
want to hear
you
it?
you
Like, you
you
gotta,
you
or
you
wait, I
you
gotta
you
knock it
you
like that.
miss. You didn't step on it at this day, at this time, at this certain second. You didn't capture this bug. And when the moon shined at this certain degree in the sky, like get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, man. Well, ain't nobody got time for that. That shit is
I
bullshit.
ain't
It's
got
like
time for
some
that
squid,
bullshit. Yeah.
like some squid game shit. That's all this society is, man. You got those that have access, and you have those that don't, and it's on purpose.
Yeah, well, yeah, everything's done purposefully. Okay, so then what if we get wise to it, and then what? When you get to that level, what happens then?
I don't know because I'm not there.
What do they disappear you? They try killing your physical body or something? Or what happened?
I don't know, man. That's an interesting question because I've had certain things happen in my life to where it says this is not the end. Like I don't think after this whatever era in time that I'm in, I don't think this is it. I think there's more to it. There's more to this existence, my existence, even after my body is
Oh, that's for
gone.
sure. Yeah. And, okay. So once you really get to a certain level, right? They're kind of afraid. They can't kill you technically because they'll be back and it'll fuck them beyond belief, right? So.
Well, they may not be able to kill you, but they can hinder you.
Oh, so they'll make it very difficult for you to continue, and then they'll try buying you or paying you off.
Or they might set some type of how can I say spiritual trap for you to have you in some type of never ending loop that you can't get out.
Physically, I've literally had people contact me trying to literally buy me off. Like, we can give you any amount of money you want. Oh, I've had them put fucking weird chemical smells through my fucking. I know it sounds crazy. Well, I've had them put weird chemicals through my vents and shit. All types of crazy shit. It doesn't work, but yeah. Like no shit. It stopped happening, thankfully, but it's
Well, I'll say it like this, man. I've had certain experiences where there's a for me there's a alternated realm to where there's a whole nother set of rules. You know what I'm saying? More so on a spiritual plane.
oh for sure.
I'll say it
As
like that.
above, so below, as within, so without. As you said earlier. But yeah, no joke. Like they'll try hindering or they'll just do anything they can to try fucking you up. Unless you comply and shut the fuck up. If you shut the fuck up and comply, then you get everything in this materialistic realm. Right? But yeah, if you refuse to do that, eventually they can't kill you. But they could if they wanted to. But pretty much what it ends up is that it's probably easier and better. Right? If
I'm
they
not.
can't get you, if they
I'm
can't
not.
get
I'm
you,
not going. I'm not going to say what anybody or anything can't or can do. I'm not going to
okay,
do
if they can't get you
that.
or affect you, they'll go after the people you quote love, your friends and
There you
family and
go.
the people close to you. That's a,
My see the difficult part I have is what gives them the authority? Like, is it just because they can do it? Is there some type of ordained, you know, uh, anointment or something that has been
it's
given
called the
to
it's called the
particular
opposer of men,
motherfuckers? Like,
H.O.T.C.
it's weird. But that's
Well,
what
I
it
don't know
seems
why,
like.
but how it's set
Seem-
up,
It
they
seems like
gave they gave evil, evil. Like, think about the word evil, right? Spell it backwards, live. So living, or when you're live or live, is evil spelled backwards. So apparently, it's called the Hashatan or Shaitan, whatever you want to call it. And apparently, this fucking thing has dominion over this realm.
that's what I'm getting at. It seems like there's some type of an assignment that's given to a certain particular thing. I don't know what that thing is, but it's to have things the way that they are
And it works the opposite of fear.
for some reason, and I don't know.
I
I
know.
don't
You can get into it.
I don't know.
Oh, I know. I bent it over and made it my bitch. Mm.
Yeah, that sounds weird, but okay.
Welcome to the H.O.T.C.
What do you mean? The devil's my
stage.
bitch, man. Devil spelled backwards is lived. Live spelled backwards or live spelled backwards is evil. Yeah. That's why you have the armor of God on you. I mean, the Most High. You don't
I
fear
hear you.
anything. Yeah, you don't fear anything. I'm not afraid. Well, what's the worst they could do? They could do some fucked up shit, right? Like they could torture you, kidnap you, do all types of crazy shit. But okay, what if I'm not afraid? Do me the fucking favor and kill me then. So I can come back and fuck you beyond belief, yeah?
I got a question. Do y'all
I don't
think
know
there's
about
a
all that.
connection between the mitochondrial DNA, mother of all humankind, Lucy, with Lucifer? Like how did she get that name? Y'all know? Like what's the correlation with that? Dojo, look up mitochondrial DNA, mother Lucy. Look that up.
Gotcha. That's crazy.
Let
You
me think
said that.
back to my
Wow.
biology
Why was I looking up
education
Lucy
days.
last night? I
Is that
just
like
looked
supposed?
her up.
That's like the ancestral like start of human or people or whatever or the species or
It has to
whatever. I
do
don't
with
know what
it
that
has to
is.
do
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
cells.
yeah. But my question is, why did they name her Lucy? Because they gave her a name. I'm intrigued by that.
Well,
I
I
don't
think it
know
has
that
to.
one.
Okay, I think it's not a her; it's a being. But yeah, I think it has to. If you want to go to her, it has to go back to Lilith. You know about Lilith, right? It's like
Yeah, no. Yeah, we know about Lilith, but that they talking about like the first woman of humankind, right?
yeah, well, it's Eve, and there's another one too.
No,
And
it's
it's
not
called
Eve though. It's not Eve.
It's not Eve, it's Lucy.
Evening
This was before Eve.
Lucy. What was that? What was that old show? You know, I'm a young man, but yeah, remember that show? It was something about Lucy or
Dojo
something.
know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the Lucy he's talking about has something to do with you know, what I mean, biology and evolution on with the human
Two,
species.
2 million
And
years ago.
mhm.
Lucid.
They're talking about the oldest bones found that's been yeah, fossified,
Fossils, yeah.
Well, you know,
fossilized bones.
You know, Lou is another name for the shaitan or devil, right? Lou.
Yeah, that's why I said, is there a correlation or connection with that? You know,
Oh, there definitely
I
is,
mean,
right?
because you said light bearer, bringer of light, and so could Lucy be the bringer of life, the light bearer which brought light? I don't know. I'm
Oh,
just
so now we're
listening,
getting back to the
and
Australian
I'm
outback.
making sense of it. You know, that's all.
Yeah, it's crazy you say that knowledge because it says that Lucy was named by Pamela Anderman after the 1967 song "Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds."
The
So when you say
Australia
when you think of
Pithecus.
Lucifer, the light bearer, right, and then Lucy in the sky, there is a correlation.
Yeah, why do they name that Lucy? That's a crazy connection. Well, the Australia Pithecus, apparently, right?
So you see what I'm saying? I'm over here brainstorming, listening. It's like, yo, it had to be a connection. And look at that shit. What you just said, Dojo? Look at that.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
Lucy was named by Pamela Anderman after the 1967 song "Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds" by the Beatles. We can do research on that song and see where it leads to. Because I mean, like y'all say, there's nothing
Why
new
do
under
they
the sun.
call
So the
okay?
concept
And
has
you
to be the
know,
same.
and what do these people pump out with the CIA with the Beatles? Like they call how come they call LSD 25 Orange Sunshine Lucy as a nickname for Lucy? You got Molly, you got Lucy, you got blah 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 blah. So it's like mind altering drugs that pierce the veil. Yeah, why do they
So
call
so
LSD
so it's all
25
making
Lucy?
correlations that has connections with light, seeing light or something. You know, I don't know.
Okay,
That's what I'm getting from all this.
can we? I think if we can connect more
Maybe
dots.
hallucinations or something too. I don't know.
Hallucination, Lucy Nation, hallucination.
You see
Okay.
this Dojo, Nikki C? Star this shit. Cage, y'all see this shit?
What?
It's real
Man,
interesting.
that's
It
crazy.
just
Okay.
gets
Yeah,
deeper and deeper.
I know about Lucy, but I don't know about the correlation though.
Yeah, well, that's what we're looking into now. This is intriguing.
Oh, it is. This is a great build over here. The hard knock.
Like, why would they
Oh,
name
that's the
the
sitcom
first?
I was talking
Why
about.
would they name the first woman Lucy? You know, like that's
Lucia.
that's
Yeah.
that's wild.
Proper name
They was
see
being
Lucy.
funny on that bullshit.
Lucy. Okay, so lucid,
There
right?
you
Like
go.
a
They was
lucid
being
dream.
Right.
funny.
Yeah, Lucy is also another extension to Lucia and Lucian. So when I looked up Lucian,
Lucius.
Lucius, there you go, thank you. You look up Lucius from the etymology of Lucy, it came up. This was what came up, right?
Oh,
So
well,
it broke down
look,
to
look, we're getting
Lucian broke down
Lucian.
to the light knowledge. You know what I mean? The Lucy did break down to the
Hellenistic
light in
Greek writers.
etymology as brightness and radiant energy. So the
Luke.
connections are there.
Luke Iron
So
knows.
you feel
Luke,
me?
I
So
am
you
your
see what I'm
father.
saying? You remember in the Bible it said, "Let there be light." So Lucy, I don't know, man. This shit, yo, we making all kind of correlations with this shit. I just been thinking and I've been making sense of
We need
the
a
whole
flow chart or
conversation.
something. Yeah, we need a flow chart to get into it. That's crazy. Yeah.
Oh, you
We need
see this shit
vesicous
though, Joe?
Pisces
This
or
shit
something.
wild, bro.
But we need like a Vesica Pisces and a whole flow chart to really make all, and then connect the dots and make a triangle or something, or a
That's deep.
pyramid.
Look, you got how you pronounce it again? Lucian?
Lucius. Like, you ever looked up, search up Lucius Trust if you want to get into the financial
Oh,
system.
so that's not pronounced as Lucien?
Right. It break
Well, it
the
depends which
term
word.
Lucy is like you know what I mean? It's the word, it's a word forming element for light. You know what I mean? It's crazy enough to say that
Yeah, but why do they call the devil Lou too, though? They also call the devil Old Nick. Like a
Old Nick?
nickname? Yeah, like a nickname.
I don't know the correlations with this word. Just the word loose, Lucy, looser, Lucius, Luciferian,
Uh-huh.
Luke.
You
What
should look
about
up
Luke?
the
Like
Lucius, the
all of it
Lucius one. Luke, I am her father.
light.
L-U.
Like
Okay.
it's all a connection with light. And could
Lucy.
light be life? I don't know. I'm making sense of all this.
Well, when it comes to like chemistry, like I know he was speaking up commit a lot. When it comes to like actual chemistry, the way they named the elements was because of their molecular vibration. So they made sure they named the element according to its molecular vibration to make sure that when the covalent bond occurred, that they would be able to they would have a flow chart,
Well,
like
you're
Case
talking
was
about,
saying.
yeah, flow chart, like a coherent bond,
Mhm.
I think it's
Like
called,
a
right?
coherent bond. So when we think of
Yeah.
like light and things like that, because you got to remind yourself, even though we talk chemistry, there is a periodic table of elements for light.
I think you mean cohesive bond.
Cohesive. I think it's
That's what
cohesive, actually,
Right.
not
My
coherent.
bad.
Yeah, my bad. I fucked up, too.
They have that. They have the periodic
Coherent
table
bond.
of elements and the periodic table of lights.
Well, I'd love,
And
if you go into the background, if you play some of this video, it's called No More Secrets. It's an old one, hard to find. If you play a bit of it, I'd love to break it down with, I think that can help us connect more dots, really. If you can, like, play, like, 5 minutes or whatever, like, pause it, break it down, comment.
You said a song?
No, it's not a song. It's like No More Secrets. This is Dr. Michael Persinger. They've done lots of studies over here through neuroscience and that, where they've had people in a darkened room, for example, where it's acoustically silent. There's no noise. It's completely dark. There's no noise. And when they share electromagnetic field, you can flash a light in one room, and the other person's brain responds in the dark as if they've seen the light.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And they can make them imagine. It goes back to that photo multiplier tube that Blue was interested in. He said he got goose pimples, or we call them goosebumps over here. But yeah, where you can think about even just light, and photons are actually being emitted off of your mind, apparently. Like, so maybe it has something to do with that. This whole Lucifer idea. Yeah, if you want, we can get into it.
Good point. I'm looking for the audio now, the No More Secrets audio.
Yeah, it looked like it's all connected with
You can
light.
play it. You can play it. Like I said, I'm streaming this shit. I've played it multiple times. It's not gonna fuck your channel up at all. You're allowed to play that.
It's on YouTube, right?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. I sent you the links in the private chat. The only link I dropped there.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see, because you guys are highly intelligent, right? So I'd like to see how we can break it down a little bit.
Well, we appreciate you coming up to the panel, brother. You should come more often. Don't be a stranger. We appreciate your presence.
I don't even know. This is the only time I ever got like a notification or even see when I go to like the live. I never got any lives.
Attending tonight. This is going to be a slightly different approach. This is going to be a more open type of lecture. And what I would like to do is to begin with what the future will be. And this is what this particular presentation will be like. So this is the human brain that you probably have seen on many occasions, but in actual fact, that's not the real human brain. The human brain is alive. And if you measured it, this is what it would look like. Those flashing patterns you see there are the actual activity of a real brain. We've taken an EEG, quantified it, and we can actually see the activity taking place over the left and right hemispheres, the yellow and the red that you see, is effectively what's going on as the person is sitting quietly. There's microstates going on here, being recreated every 20 milliseconds, 50 times a second. There are about 4 basic microstatic patterns, which are the building blocks to consciousness, just like pairs, sets of DNA, or base pairs are the information for the last 3 billion years of genetics. Person's quiet. So the question is, suppose you have had access to information within every other person's brain, and they had access to yours. What would happen? Has it happened? Can it happen? And what would it mean for the future of human societies? No more secrets. Tonight is exactly what we're talking about. Suppose you had access
Rest in peace
to
to Dr.
information
Kurzinger.
on every other brain on this planet. No more secrets. Are we all connected? And the answer is yes. We are all immersed in the Earth's magnetic field. The human species.
Ain't that why Pharaoh had the freaking crown, the crown made of gold, so nobody could read his thoughts? Go ahead.
This field contains enough energy to store the experience of every human being.
Like Magneto.
Easy calculation.
It's Magneto's dome.
All the information of every human brain that's ever lived has the potential to be stored in the Earth's magnetic field with lots of energy left over. There's the Earth's magnetic field. You've seen it on many occasions. In fact, the strength of the magnetic field induced in every brain, right now you're being induced, put it this way, you are immersed in the Earth's magnetic field. It's penetrating through your brain, through your body. And in fact, the strength of the magnetic field induced in every brain by the Earth's magnetic field, when all brains are considered, is almost identical to the strength that each brain generates. Your brain generates in order of about a picotesla, which is about a trillionth of a Tesla, much weaker than the Earth's magnetic field. But that's the operational intensity. But what does it mean? It means simply this. Such convergence produces the conditions that allow global resonance and the possibility of a human hologram. That is, 7 billion
there you go.
Basically immersed in the Earth's magnetic field, all with similar intensities. The whole equal the sum, and the sum equal the individual equal the sum. That sets up the conditions for a hologram. Calculations suggest that the time required for an event in one human brain to diffuse into all other human brains on this planet would be about 10 minutes. And it would recur primarily during dreams or during altered states. In other words, you can actually calculate it. 7 billion brains is an easy calculation. One brain, something you're thinking about right now, how long would it take if we're all connected to diffuse to every other human brain on this planet? About 10 minutes. And optimally during dreaming, when the right hemisphere is dominant. So here's how it would look in terms of a animation. Effectively, there's the representation of the 7 billion brains, almost 7 billion. And ultimately, this connection would take place.
This is about 15 years ago, so we got more than 7
Roughly
billion.
about 10 to 15 minutes, particularly if you were dreaming, because there's something very different about the right side of the brain, the right hemisphere.
Right.
Now, has there been evidence that such connections occur? Yes, for decades, verified cases indicate that some people's sudden experiences about a crisis to or death of a loved one occurs on days when geomagnetic activity is quietest. The experiences usually occur during a dream state. Let me give you an example. On the evening of the 5th of January, I was visiting, this is from a middle-aged woman. This is not one of many cases. These kinds of cases have been recorded certainly since the 1870s. Massive booklets containing this information. On the evening of the 5th of January, I was visiting in my kitchen with some friends. Suddenly, I felt my face flush and I felt ill. In a matter of minutes, I was out cold. My friends carried me to the living room and placed a cold cloth on my head. They said I opened my eyes and stared for 15 minutes. When I came to, it was exactly 10:30 p.m. That night, I was ill and vomited several times. I kept crying and thinking about my sister. Every time I thought about our mother, I felt depressed. The next morning at 7 a.m., my mother called. She was crying and extremely upset. She told me that my sister, who lived 200 miles away, had died suddenly the night before at exactly 10:30 p.m. Now, that's a classic one. Now, when does it take place? Well, usually it takes place when the geomagnetic activity is less intense. This is an example of a geomagnetic pattern recorded right here in our laboratory at Laurentian University. You can see the perturbations. This is a very active
They're called
kind
Mark
of night, a
perturbations.
geomagnetically active kind of period. You're looking at various components here. On the other hand, on quiet nights, which is the next one, you can see the difference. In other words, when it's quiet, when it's geomagnetically quiet, the connections between all 7 billion brains have greater possibility. When there's more perturbation, it's like having more noise in the system. Very weak effects, but very strong and emotionally significant impact. Classic example comes from the experimental study. Remember, the most important philosophy that human beings have ever developed has been science and the methodology of science. The most powerful and potent tool has been the experiment. This is an experimental kind of study where individuals who are dreaming in one room and simply engaging in ordinary dreaming in another room, a person is looking at a picture, a target, a picture. And what we find, and this is the work done at the Maimonides Dream Hospital, or dream studies, what we found is that when individuals are dreaming and someone in another room is looking at a picture, under certain nights, when you look at the dream content, is exactly what the picture was, the other person was looking at. And it's so obvious that not only does the dreamer know, but if you gave the description of the dream and a series of different pictures and said, pair the dream content with all of these pictures, they'll pick the exact picture that was being concentrated upon. Notice that the black circles indicate that when the geomagnetic activity was quiet, very, very quiet, that's when the dream content of the dreamer corresponded with the details of the picture upon which the other person was concentrating. Well, think about that. Every time you sleep near someone, are they influencing your dreams? Or at a distance for that matter? But those are correlational studies or experimental studies. Here's a more important question. Why don't these experiences occur more frequently? Or is your brain more like a television remote that is randomly changing channels and ever so often overlaps with the source? What would happen if a procedure was developed that allowed direct access to whole information, to all of it? Right? Suppose there was a technology, and that's what we're talking about tonight. Can the ability to access information at a distance be trained? And the answer is yes, it is, and we've trained it. One such person is Ingo Swann, who helped develop the phenomenon of remote viewing. Ingo Swann is the individual, and this is Ingo. Ingo Swann was involved with the development of this remote viewing for the Central Intelligence Agency for the United States many years ago. The idea is, can you access information at a distance? As opposed to saying it can't happen, suppose we say it does happen. You realize, let me ask you this. If I told you 200 years ago that I had a device I could put to your ear and you could hear what was going on the other side of the Atlantic, you would say that's crazy. But now we call it a telephone. Right? If I told you 400 years ago that I had a device which allowed me to measure and represent your friend, and I could play it back long after he was dead, and you could see that person, you would think it was magic. That's called filming. That's called a video. So think of it this way. Suppose there is a technology that allows us to have access to every bit of information that's available in the geomagnetic field from all of your brains. That's what he did. Well, let me show it to you. He learned to identify experiences that originated primarily in his right hemisphere.
Can you pause it real quick?
Yeah, for sure.
What's interesting about that is, what if they have that technology to collect the information from you, but have the technology to block you from getting the information from them?
Oh no, they do. They actually.
I know. I know they do. That's the whole point of me saying it. But I'm just saying that's.
Oh no!
That's,
So the best way to prove something is if you could turn it off completely. So they do it through a magnetic. They use something called a solenoid. They can generate a magnetic field that completely blocks it and stuff. You know,
so basically, they know what you thinking, but you don't know what they thinking. But go ahead. All right, go ahead. I just
You
wanted
can
to put that
block
out
it.
there.
You can block it completely. Which if you could turn someone off, it proves that something's happening.
That's why I'm saying that, bro. I know, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's crazy you say that because I was trying to look up the article too. There's an article where they have it. They have these certain devices that they can that shoots out frequencies and to the point where it's so accurate that it can bend corners and around people, and they can put voices in your head with this device. You know what I mean? Like I
Oh,
was
V2K or voice to skull or whatever.
something like. Let me look that up. Something like that. Let me see. Voice to skull.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Now
And
I'm wondering. My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
now, and devices like this also, like I was wanting to break down the specs because when this guy was lecturing, when you look up the polygraph, right? If you take a deep dive into the lie detection machine, you start realizing like they can tell when you're lying or basically tell what the truth is just off chest breathing, stomach breathing, sweat duct activity, and blood
Well, yeah,
pressure.
yeah, they have physiological tells and that, but that if you're a regular human being, if you're a psychotic person, like you can. Some people can. They're such great liars, and they don't have any tells like that,
Right.
like in the heart. That yeah. So that's why like lie detectors aren't court admissible in the
Right,
court.
but the functionality of it, like if we looked at the functionality of the lie detector, the functionality of the MRI, and we cross-reference it without actually needing the machine for what it's worth, we can learn a lot from it. Like I trip out how the lie detector is,
Oh,
how it's hooked up to
you know what an fMRI is?
the MRI.
fMRI. You should
No,
look that if you look that up quickly. So actually, they're able to read your mind, literally. Right? They've been training this like brain user
functional memory.
interfaces, right? So if
Got
you
you.
think of an action or some like there's action potentials are called to the diagrams and the so yeah, if you look up an fMRI, right? Like let's say you think about a red apple, there's a neurons firing through an action potential, and that could be algorithmically uh, quantified and then repeated back. So you think about anything, and you know they're pretty much reverse engineering reality.
Right.
Right, it has a lot to do with neuroscience. So we're looking up the fMRI, right? So there's certain areas of the brain that light up. It's called an action potential, and then that has to do with a specific thought of an object, kind of, right, or an emotion. So I don't know why people want to know all this shit, right? Why can't we just like be normal and just live? But yeah, I don't know. So they want
I
to
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. You said, "Can we just be normal?" Yeah.
quote normal, whatever that means. But like I'm
Right.
saying, like, why can't we just be like simple, right? Like I'm 31 years old, right? I grew up pretty much in the last generation or the last kind of thing where we were outside, outdoors, and that we went home when the street lights turned on, you know. And now it's just like I don't know. They're taking it to a different level. Like I don't know what the fuck is. But I don't know why they're funding. I think it's just complete control and slavery off the entire population. Is like they're trying to accomplish. They want to own everything and everybody.
Yeah.
And that's already happening.
You know, it's been happening. Look where we're at right now. Fuck.
Yeah, especially through the pharmaceutical industry. That's like a lot of that shit. A lot of control comes from that because of toxicology. You know what I mean? People need to realize that they know what they're doing when it comes to mixing and matching these chemicals.
You know who the godfather of toxicology is?
The Godfather of toxicology?
Yeah.
Oh.
Paracelsus.
Paris who?
Paracelsus. Look up Paracelsus, godfather of toxicology. He'll pull it right up. And
Toxicology
he's an alchemist too.
Right.
So
You
it all
have to
goes
be
back.
in order to be intoxicated. You know what I mean? I got you. Yeah, because toxicology is real big. That's where chemistry. That's where it all comes from. Whether if it's chemistry or alchemy, all that, because it has something to do with the elements.
Chem.
And I know, and this is, and the reason, like, I even say anything about like any any of this stuff. Is like if I'm able to point out this stuff, there has to be something that can be done to combat this shit, man. Like I don't think that like this. I don't know what. I don't know
If
what.
we continue, if we continue the video,
I don't know what exactly. But I'm just saying, like
you know what can be
if they're
done?
able to, if I could just finish, uh,
Sure.
if like because there's got to be it's something to it to where seeing this because just sitting here and like being able to talk about it, that's cool. We can fucking have a fucking mental gymnastics or whatever the hell, and you know what I'm saying, jerk off or whatever, mental orgasms or whatever. Besides all of that bullshit, like for to be able to see that this is going on, it's got to be something. It's something else to it. It's not just the end all
This
be
is
all.
what
You
it
know what I'm
is,
saying?
man.
But go ahead though. Go ahead. I just
This
wanted to
is
get that
what
out.
can be done is education. Knowledge is the true power, right? So, well, what's the
But
difference between knowledge and
what's the
wisdom?
point of just knowing a bunch of shit and just knowing it? What's that? That's
You're right.
nothing.
You got a point there, Star. You definitely got a point. Without you know what I'm saying.
What the fuck is it any good if you just knowing a
Oh,
bunch of
hold on,
shit?
Exactly.
hold on.
This is nothing.
I can understand that argument.
Jess, I have a nice lady, Jess. She's a psychologist. Jess, I'm gonna drop you the link. Can I invite Jess onto the panel? She's a nice lady.
Yeah. No problem. I don't have no problem.
All right, yeah, I'll drop the link for her in the private chat, Jess, if you can hear me.
Long as you don't do no porn bombing shit now.
Oh, come on, man. You think I'm like that?
No, man. I know you not. We just bringing a new person up. That's all.
Oh, how about I vouch for her, okay? So you can put my name to it.
I got you. I got you. I got you.
Yeah, she'll never do it. They're not like that. Ever. They're never, ever. But yeah, it's good.
You never know, but go ahead.
No, I do know. But yeah. So the whole point is, okay, what can we do about that? We can do what we're doing right now, right? Educating each other, learning together, building. That's the ultimate defense against any of this fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? Yeah, so we're doing it right now. Yeah, Jessica, I dropped the link in the private chat for you. You can grab that and join over here where I'm at now. Unless you just want to have a conversation together. I don't know. There's a link there. She's walking the dogs and stuff.
Well, like I said, she can come up. I ain't got no problem with that.
I think she heard me. I don't know. But she'll figure it out. But if you get back to it, it really explains a lot, that video. It's a good one. It's an old one. And from Laurentian University, I knew people in that program. So I found out about it like over almost 2 decades ago. So, oh yeah, we got Jess in the building.
It's daytime over there.
Yeah, good morning. It's just the sun's coming up.
She's on the farm. Somehow you're in the back too over here. Maybe that's what we're gonna. Look at them dogs. Yeah.
Let me get some grass. Hey guys.
Hey,
No, it's
welcome
just
to the show.
no, it's just interesting to me, man, that all these different people they got the resources to do all these experiments. It is just it's pretty frustrating when, like I said, some people have access and others don't. It's not that there's not the capacity to be able to do these similar studies or find out the same information, but if you don't have the resources to conduct these type of fucking experiments, you really kind of at a standstill. Because like all these things like technology and you know what I mean. this stuff can can reproduce. You can reproduce it, but if you don't have the factory, the warehouse, you know what I'm saying, the lab to be able to do the proper research, you're really not gonna get too far. You could do like a small level, but to really make an impression, it would have to be on a larger scale.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
I know what you mean. Like, but at the same time, right? Like, we got all these different tools available to us right now. Like, look, we're talking about Paracelsus tonight, and then you got people around that you can link up with different people and learn something for real. And
No,
do your
because you
own,
don't
like,
know, you don't really know who is who.
yeah, but
You
yeah,
don't
but
know,
okay,
you don't
you
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 don't know
can,
who is who.
you
Yeah,
could,
not really.
not
You
really,
know,
but like,
you
look,
never know who is who, because just
well,
like right now, I don't know, I know knowledge and dojo, but it could be people that that are listening in just to see what we talk about, so they can run back and work against the motherfucker. So you know what I'm saying. You
Facts,
don't
and
never,
that's what
you
people
never know.
used to do.
I know what
Yeah,
you mean. You gotta be
you never
careful.
know
They
who
used
is
to
who.
do that. We used to
Yeah, so
build,
that's
and then they're gonna
you
take it
know.
to their platform. You know.
So
Gotta be careful with it, but
yeah.
yeah, that's why you need like proper discernment and judgment, right? Like, well, not judge, but like discernment.
Yeah, well, there's certain things to do in order to do that, but yeah, highly unlikely. But yeah,
Yeah, I know because that's how the program's set up, right? So because you can't trust anybody because people
because
are
you
fucking.
gotta think, what are these people doing in order to keep things in line? They take oaths. They swear to certain things. They have
So what
agreements
about your gut
amongst
feeling? I know what you're saying, but what about
you
your
know
gut feeling and
they have.
intuition? So like, okay, for example, you don't really know me, but we've been talking for a little bit on this panel. Do you think I'm out here to get you or something or no?
I don't know.
You don't know,
I mean,
but
I mean,
okay.
I mean,
What
I
is your
think you're
fucking
here for
first thought?
discussion. You
Yeah,
know, you haven't caused
Yeah, I
no
don't know.
disruption.
you don't know, but like, okay, I know you don't know. You don't. Okay, but I'm saying, what if you had to bet on it? Quote, bet on it, which there is no betting, but yeah. What does your gut feeling tell you? What, like, I'm out here to do what to you? How, just have a conversation?
I don't know, because there's been
But
plenty of
you gotta know, man.
there's been plenty of like grassroots type of it, a lot of different stuff that has taken place, and it's been infiltrated, and it's been, what I'm saying, it's been blown up, and oh, what are they talking about? Or they thinking about doing this, thinking about going here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna play it cool. Like there's been plenty of situations like that throughout history.
Oh,
So
for sure.
you
Yeah,
don't
I'm
know.
not
Like
saying
that's why I say you don't know who
you
is
gotta
who.
do your due diligence then.
Yeah, and that takes a long time.
That's what I'm saying. People throw.
You never truly know anyone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. People throw around these terms like a friend or an enemy or what do you call it, love or a hate. So I'm saying, like, I don't even consider anyone to be my friend unless I know them for 10 years in real life, like face to face. Minimum,
Yeah,
yeah, minimum.
I'm just saying, man. It's a conundrum. Like the way things are it's a clusterfuck. It really is.
And that's really, to be honest, it's heartbreaking that because there's a bunch of fucking retard. Sorry for the language. There's a bunch of idiotic people out there that ruin everything for everybody else, right? Because they're just deceptive little, manipulative little fucking clowns, and then we can't trust anything or anybody after. Yeah, usually how it goes.
And then that's all we're left with is just a discussion. That's what I mean.
It's just fucked too because I've opened up before and I got people try fucking around with me, but now that I'm trying to be a good person, like when I was like a young kid, I think it was more of a fear thing because people knew if they fucked around, they get really bad consequences on them. All right, so I was left alone. I actually was like way more successful technically. And then as soon as you try changing and being like quote nice to people, they try taking advantage of it. Keyword is
Yeah.
trying. They try to. They can't, but yeah, they try.
There's a psychological effect around that. Criminals and perpetrators tend to pick people that are good because people that are good tend to see the good in other people. They're more likely to trust them.
Say that again. You were breaking up, Jess.
Oh, sorry. I said there's a psychological effect to that. Perpetrators and victimizers, they choose good people, nice people, because good and nice people can see the good and nice in other people, and they're more likely to be trusting. It's an easier mark.
It was easier to manipulate somebody who is trying to see good in people. Interesting. Yeah, that's like I know. Forgive them because they don't know what they do type thing. But imagine somebody does know what they're doing and they still have that behavior. Those are the people that really need to get a fucking big wake up call and a lesson done to them. Yeah. Which happens every time across the board eventually.
Yeah, that's why I'll have whenever Blue has a chance to join the panel again, we'll have a nice, cool conversation in regards to, what I mean, because I have a different approach, you know what I mean, and mine is from experience when it comes to, how the brain and mind works, especially when it comes to the voice in your head and intuition. You mentioned intuition earlier. Intuition is something that's based off of feeling. It has no voice. It's more of a, you know what I mean? Intuition is not, being intuitive isn't the same as listening to the voice in my head. I'm not going to say our heads. I'll keep it on me. But when I started to
Thanks,
ignore
thanks.
the
I
voice
agree
in
with
my
that.
head, because I noticed that the brain is a mechanism that it's not built to tell you the truth. It's only made to tell you, to keep you safe. And I started to realize as I was growing up that the voice in my head would lie to me to keep me satisfied on certain things. Whether if I was addicted to something, the voice in my head would persuade me in certain aspects. But I noticed that as I was growing up, when I would be intuitive about things, it always kept me out of trouble. And so now I ignore that voice in my head. I got it in a cage. You know what I'm saying? I listen to my intuition.
In a cage?
Yeah, I keep it muffled, if that makes sense. I don't allow it
Bro,
to
see,
dictate.
yeah, you can't let it dictate you. Or, you can use logical deduction and all that. For personally, every time, and even physical things will tell you. Like one time, I was like, let it go, don't do it. Like a song on the radio, and I went and did it anyways, right? And I got myself in terrible situations, like for not listening to my intuition. Every time I went against my gut feeling and went out, I got myself in crazy situations where I could have ended up fucking dead.
Do you mind if I interject? Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. I was going to say, you're absolutely right about your inner voice and then your intuition. Your inner voice is something that comes from your conscious mind, right? Like it's a conscious voice. Your intuition is something that happens millions of times faster. It's your brain
Subconscious.
creating all your thoughts at a speed that you couldn't possibly keep up with consciously. And that feeling comes from those speed thoughts, those thoughts that you have before the conscious voice in your head. So you're absolutely right to listen to your intuition. It's your brain at full capacity saying this is right or this is wrong, or you should do this or you should do that. Long before
Last
you
time I
have to.
didn't. Last time I did it was attempted robbery, and I had like a dozen or more people come up behind fucking dumpsters and trees and try putting a gun to me and shit. They ended up running away and falling on their own fucking faces. But yeah, it was like even like the elevator would not close. Okay, I heard like a song on the radio. It was like "Let it go, like don't do it" kind of thing, whatever the lyrics were. And someone told me not to do it. I'm like, whatever, fuck it. I don't really care back then. I'm like, whatever, try doing something to me. And then the elevator would not close. Right, I was in the elevator, like it would not close, and I still went and did it. So it was like not even just like it was like a whole physical thing too. It went. So I never paid attention to the signs and the signals and all that.
Yeah,
And
like
even my gut feeling, like it isn't physically showing me don't go there. And yeah, they tried. I remember I seen it in like slow motion. The guy like put it on the cab. I'm like, get out the cab, come meet me. I'm like, no, you get in the fucking cab. They're trying to get me out the cab. I'm like, no, you get in the cab or drive around. I'll drop you back off. But I remember it was like slow motion. This guy, he tapped the window with the firearm, and I'm like, well, at least this guy has like finger control or whatever, firearm safety, because his finger wasn't on the trigger. So I seen him like slow motion. Like, he's not gonna shoot me. He's just trying to like, scare you or something, like, like try to over a fucking pound of weed. So I'm like, yeah, he had like finger discipline, as they call it. I'm like, yeah. I seen it like slow motion. He started tapping it, and then I'm like, drive. Even the cab driver was like, you shouldn't be here. And I made it up an excuse. I'm like, oh, I met a woman on the bus or something, and I went to pick her up. And that was my story. And he's like, I told you. He's like, I told you shouldn't be here. And then we like slowly drove off in the winter, and it was like icy in that, right? So you couldn't like screw off quickly. So we just slowly roll forward, and they all run away like a bunch of pussies. And the guy that had the gun fell on his fucking face and broke his own glasses. It was hilarious, really. You don't. First of all, you're lucky I didn't hop out and fucking deal with you, because you don't point a goddamn gun at somebody unless you're willing to squeeze that trigger. But yeah, that was funny. That was great.
I just find it interesting how the way things are framed, it has majority of people like in a state of arrest. Like people are in a
What, a little
state
bit of a flower?
of arrest, like arrested development and arrested progress.
Yeah, these guys, they're a bunch of bitches, too, because they need like 12 people like behind dumpsters, behind all that. And they have one guy with a fucking strap. Yeah. And they all ran. Like, we did. Like, why are you pointing something at somebody if you don't want to fucking do anything? And then you fall and break your glasses on the ground. It was fucking one of the most funniest things I've ever seen.
Like a social arrest. Mm. I've been spoke about that. What is it?
Yeah.
Mass
Yeah.
hypnosis.
Yeah, seriously. I think they were, because, like, why are you doing that? And like, okay, so there's like 12, there's probably more than 12 of them for one guy. And we show someone off, and we're like, yeah, you want to play? You better not fucking play. And then they start playing the night. And then, so what are you going to do? You all get like an ounce each? Is that worth it for?
I
You
don't
say
even know
what?
I don't know I don't know where the conversation's going. I really don't.
We just having a dialogue building, brother.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like, okay, that was like one example of when I never listened to my intuition, and then even the signs and the symbols around me. And I got
Yeah,
myself in a
no
situation
particular.
where I could have.
We just building.
Yeah.
Go conversation leads us.
Yeah.
Just keeping decorum. That's all.
Yeah. So I'm saying, yeah, every time I go against that, I find myself in like a crazy, fucked up situation. Yeah. So after that, I like never ever. If I have a bad feeling about something, or the first thought that comes to your mind, I'm not gonna go put myself in that situation. Right? I'll just simply not be there. I don't have to participate. I'll just no, thank you. Yeah.
Facts. You can tell, like see, that's me. Like when I get involved in situations, I try to if you can assert the situation, try to assess it, try to me. I'm very observant. I just look at my surroundings. I get a feel for the room, and and if I don't like the energy, I just don't be there. But if I feel like I can, how can I describe it? I can be a part of it. I'm there. But if I can't, if I ain't got no connection, then I don't need to be there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, it's a bit long-winded what we're saying. So it's like, Yeah, when I go against, pretty much the whole point of it was like, yeah, if you go against that initial thought or initial intuition, feeling, whatever you want to call it, and then you do it anyways, right? I always find myself getting fucked up. Not fucked
But
up, but
but
like I
but but
find
see,
not like I'm
but see
lucky
now,
or
here's the
whatever.
question:
Yeah.
why would you go against your intuition? Even though I know I have did it sometimes.
Because I was on
I
back
did it.
then. I'll tell you the truth.
Why would you do?
I'll tell you the truth, which I always tell the truth. Well, I try to at least. Everybody lies. But yeah, why do I go against it? Because I was like, I wanted, I wanted to get myself in a situation on purpose, so I'm able to, have an excuse to go hurt people.
I think it's important to point out that a lot of people are inclined to not listen to their intuition because they're reading other people. They're wanting to react the way everybody else is. Like, so instance, if you have a group of 5 people, right, and they hear a crazy sound and one of them runs away, that person's likely to be made fun of. So that person would try to be brave like the others and ignore their intuition. Does that make any sense?
Yes, I agree. I agree because when it comes to like the fight or flight, fear resonates faster than logic. That's what causes people to respond the way they do, how she just mentioned.
Like I was putting myself back then when I was
Facts,
young. Like I
facts.
did not give a fuck. Like pretty much, I was putting myself into dangerous situations on purpose.
I recently
To be honest.
watched.
Yeah,
I
to be honest, and you know what ended up happening to me? I got stabbed up on my fucking birthday, which was hilarious. You should have seen what the fuck happened to everybody else. But yeah,
Hey Dojo, I got one for you because you spoke about fear. Do you think there's a time to have a on and off switch of fear? Do you think you should play into fear for protection, or do you think you should not play into fear because it might save you, or vice versa? I just
I,
want to throw that at you.
yeah, I feel like there's certain words that aren't emotional words. Like for instance, I feel like fear, hate, and love are choices and not actually emotional extensions. And so by me feeling that they're choices, it takes me to what Cage was saying earlier. After a while, if you listen to how what he was saying, that once he started using his intuition, he was knowing that he didn't have to worry about choices or anything else. It was like it was already kind of pre like a premeditative state, you know what I mean? Like a metacognitive state. And so when I like for me, I noticed that whether if I was operating from my higher consciousness or my lower consciousness, they both were conflicting with the observer me. And then I noticed that the observer me was coming from my intuition. And so when I started to realize, like, you know what, I'm not going to worry about the higher me or the lower me or any of that, that's when it started to work for me. That I'm able to even meditate on places I'm going to go. If I'm in society, if I'm going into society, it lets me know that I'm subjected to be in harm's way or things can transpire because I'm in society. So, but I'm able to like use my intuition to like give me signals or give me this feeling or vibe before I even go anywhere. And so I took that as like I didn't take that as a joke. I took that as seriously, and so I started practicing using my intuition to navigate me through my reality, and it keeps me out of everything, even when the higher consciousness, my higher self, thinking that I'm so aware, that I'm so logic, that I know all this, and now the voice in my head's talking, and this and the third, or when I'm operating from my lower consciousness, because now I got to argue with a troll and we're cussing each other back and forth. I noticed that as long as I'm operating from my consciousness, right, that I was always being combative with that voice in my head, and it was trying to like manipulate me in a certain way to feel like I'm always right, or was trying to get me to feel like, you know what I mean? And that's when I started learning about the fight or flight, that you notice that fear does resonate in the brain faster than logic. That's why people prefer to run first. And so
Not,
all of that can be, go ahead.
no, no, go ahead. I wanted to add, but go ahead. Though. I want to let you finish though.
But all of that can be realized after, I mean, I know it's an old concept, but after shadow work, after you do your shadow work and you come to grips with it all, you start to realize like it's all you except your intuition. You know what I mean? Everything else is all considered you, whether if it's higher, lower, shadow, mid, all that's you. You know what I mean? Some people say, oh, you have a subconscious and this conscious and that conscious. To me, I just feel like it's all you as long as you're conscious. You know what I mean? It's all you. And so that's just how I see it.
I can admit it. Yeah, like when I didn't listen to that inner voice, or what warned me not to do, it's because I was on like I did not give a fuck. Like maybe I was cowardly, right? Like let somebody else fucking pull the trigger on me, kind of thing. I was kind of doing it on purpose, you know.
I get you. And that's where a lot of us need to realize that a lot of that comes from free will. And, I mean, these are the symptoms of what free will does to a person. When we have free will, we need to realize like we think and act however we want to. You know what I mean? And I mean that's just how I took it. I took it as like.
No, I was just gonna say that's interesting how you responded to that, because I was gonna say I've been on both sides to where my intuition has worked for me and it's worked against me. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I've realized there's been situations for myself where there's certain, like, the environment's being manipulated a certain way in order to entice me to respond a certain way. And sometimes I won't find out later that the environment is being purposely manipulated to get me to respond for, to the point to where once I get that information, I no longer respond because now I know the environment's being manipulated. You see what I'm saying? But before me knowing that the environment's being manipulated, then I would react or respond a certain way. You know what I'm saying? So that's I just wanted to put that out there. But yeah.
Yeah, with that situation where I went against my inner voice, and not even that, even like I'm telling you, it was like a radio, the elevator wouldn't close and shit. I had to manually take the stairs. Like everything, the whole universe is telling me don't go there. Nothing happened, thankfully, because divine protection, I guess, or whatever. But yeah, I met them earlier that day. I gave them like an HP, and we showed them something. I think we offended them or something, but I remember they had two guys go over there. We have two guys over there. We're giving them something. He's like, "What the fuck? We could just try robbing you." So they asked for double the amount. I remember I was a teenager. I could talk about that, and it's legal now, cannabis and that. So I went. They asked for double the amount. I'm like, I didn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? It's called jungle, right? It's called the jungle or jungle over here. So I went, I'm like, I didn't really care, right? I had like a separate fucking flip phone just for them. So I went against my judgment and against, like, like if someone told me do not do that, they're going to try doing something to you. Luckily, I'm here to talk, because if they wanted to, they could have just got me, right? But it's, I still know the guy. And then after I texted him, I texted this fucking retard. I'm like, yeah, good try, you fucking goof. Like, don't point someone at me like that. Like, if you're pointing at me, you better kill me. Well, yeah, pretty much right. There's multiple situations like that where I go against it. I think back then, because I grew up in a fucked up environment, I didn't really care about myself, like, really. You know what I mean? I'm like willing to do, like, die, which I am willing to die right now. I'm not afraid of that. But I'm saying, like, back then, I'm like, okay, I'm willing to die and then put myself in situations where it could even be possible.
Yeah, I understand that. Damn.
I don't know if they fucking.
Sorry to
Like, I think I wanted someone to fucking do me the favor and kill me.
I think your intuition can be affected by trauma as well. If you've had a lot of trauma in your childhood, you're going to be more fearful. You're going to be more reactive sometimes.
Oh yeah, like I used to be a real fucking bad guy. Exactly.
Yeah, I like that, because trauma can be some disagree, but I feel like trauma can be a part of generational curses. Like trauma can pass on genetically. It can be hereditary. You know what I mean? I could be wrong, but I just feel like trauma is how she connected it to the intuition because of trauma. Because these you've heard of trauma bonds and trauma bondages. I've noticed that even some people believe that their generational curses, meaning the trauma that their ancestors lived through, their closest ancestors lived through has passed on to them, and so they feel obligated to change the paradigm of that trauma in order to break that curse or that bond. You know what I mean? And so that right there alone is like, we're not, if in fact it is hereditary, we wouldn't know what traumas that we're born with, especially if it comes from our parents, whether mom or dad. We don't know what traumas we're born with, yet still they affect us, and so trauma is it's a good topic. We can go forever when it comes to that, because trauma is something like, some people don't even consider being unconscious a state. When you suffocate or you hold your breath for long enough, you pass out. You don't die, you pass out. So unconsciousness is a state, but trauma is something big. I mean, literally, I had to do that myself. Go and read and figure out what was the problems. And the problems were, like she was mentioning, were trauma bonds. There were trauma bonds that not only is something I did to myself, because I was thinking kind of like Cage when I was younger. I was a wild boy too, you know what I mean? And a lot of that caused trauma. Even relationships that I felt ended the wrong way was causing trauma to me, and I didn't realize that I wasn't taking care of it at the time due to the voice in my head. And then further down the line, I started to realize, like, there's something about me that's not taking accountability, and that's when I started to fix
I'm from
things.
the farm, chalk farm, and on Gene over here. It's crazy out here. So pretty much when I got back, I had my co-crew or whatever, my friends, they're all dead or in jail now. But yeah, pretty much I explained the situation to them. They looked at me. I remember Banks laughing at me. He's like, "Yeah, Cage, you're fucking crazy." You know what I mean? I think I was kind of like homicidal or suicidal at the same time. I didn't care.
Something we were talking about before. I watched a video recently of a guy in the Ukraine-Russian conflict or whatever, and he was discussing how people in conflict react, right, with their intuition and stuff. And apparently the men in conflict, they actually squelch it. They squelch their intuition to keep each other brave. So they hold this like brave mentality so that they can all hold on to it together. And he even described a situation like where they were getting bombed and they were all in this bunker. And one guy gets up casually and walks over to the garbage can and just kind of throws something away like nothing's happened. Well, he acted against his intuition, but he did it in an effort to make his fellow soldiers feel more comfortable. Like, oh, it's no big deal. We're getting bombed. I'm just going to throw some garbage away.
I remember
So
Banks, right? So we have like a bunch of different names, like A's, Banks, Cars, Max, et cetera, Beans, BG. Yeah, we all have like these names that get named over there. Like people call me Cage. It's not like an internet name. And yeah, like even Banks is like, he looked at me, he's like, "You're crazy, Cage." He starts laughing at me and shit. Like, he would never, even people that know better, they would never even do this shit.
I'm wondering if like the soldiers are trained to react that way, to maintain, stability so that they can act when they need to.
No, but you know what's weird though? Like when they pointed that, like when I was in that situation, I had no reaction in my mind. Like it didn't even bother me.
I'm just wondering if you were trained partially by your environment and the people around you to react to certain situations, certain ways. Because that's what I was talking about earlier, about a lot of people will look to others to see how to react.
Oh, well, there's a camera. There's a camera in the cab, right? So I was about to actually, if there wasn't a camera, or wasn't on camera, I would have done something. But yeah, I was like self-preservation, right? Like I'd rather just get shot than go to jail.
Yeah, that's what I was speaking about as far as the environment, the environment having a impression on your intuition, and then you having either knowledge or being ignorant of a certain thing, which can also change, how you respond to your intuition. So yeah, that's what I was speaking about. That.
Oh, they're lucky. And
When
after they fall on their face,
know,
so I had
well,
my friends that are not.
I speak for myself. When I know a certain thing, like all right, like I've been in situations to where okay, I don't know what's going on, and come to find out, I was probably in one of some of the most dangerous places that I could have been in, but I was unaware of it. So, I'm nonchalant being a certain way because I don't know what's going on. But later on, come to find out, hey man, you was hanging out up there. So next time I went to that same place, I had a different attitude. I was different.
I hear you. I hear you. So pretty much like, look, I never. Okay, so I had friends there. They're not involved in any of that kind of stuff, right? They're just like regular people. They're all business owners now. They're doing very, very well, and pretty much someone told me I had a bad feeling. Even after that, I'm like, thank God I called the cab. So I'm like, yeah, we pulled over on a street. I'm like, I'm gonna call the cab, and then like make the guy get in the cab. I'm not getting out the goddamn cab at all ever. So they were watching me too, and they were laughing about it. And okay, so I had like a specific cell phone for new people. And yeah, what happened was I thought I was being followed after, but it's actually my friends following me. I guess I got like a bit, I don't know, like the situation. I just forgot that my friends were there following me the whole time. And like, what the fuck was that? Like, they're just laughing about it. Like, what the fuck was that? The people ran away and fell on their faces and shit. Like, what was that? I'm telling you, there's people that coming up behind trees and dumpsters and all that. They had to bring like the whole fucking block out to try dealing with one man. It was hilarious, and they failed miserably. But what happened was fucking bitches. But yeah, so I thought I'm in the cab. Right? I'm like, make three. Like I'm kind of like, I was like, I'm not gonna lie. Like it did put a bit of fear into me or whatever, and I was like. And then I see someone start following me because I forgot I told them to follow me after. And I'm like, make 3 lefts and 3 rights, right? So I was like counter surveillance. I'm like, make 3 lefts and 3 rights. And then my friends were following me. I thought it was actually people, like them or whatever. And then like, oh fuck, like we made 3 lefts and 3 rights, and they're still following me. He's like, I told you. And this guy's like, he went on the fucking radio and put a code in. He's like B43 or something or whatever the fuck. So now the feds are fucking being called because he thinks we're gonna get killed in a cab. My dumbass forgot, and then like I had nobody's number on the phone they had, which I should remember. Well, even though I still memorize the numbers, right, for people, but at that time when I was spooked, so I couldn't even like remember numbers or anything. So I make 3 3 lefts and 3 rights, and da 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 da. I ended up I was super paranoid after. I thought, like, these motherfuckers, like, are they that smart? No, they're not. They're complete idiots, right? Like, let's say this guy gets away, we'll follow him back home. So I got dropped off by a fucking, in the cab, by a piece of pizza. And I went and locked the door. I'm like, fuck, I thought the cops are gonna, now the cops are trying to get involved. So I thought, like, do I have to flush the fucking pound down the toilet? I'll just lock the door and sit in here. If I hear something, it's just flushed.
Wait a minute, back up. It ain't so easy to flush a whole pound down the toilet.
And the piece of pizza it is like a fucking jail toilet. It'll go right down the drain. So it's like, but before that, I was in a grocery store and I'm walking around. And I feel like people are following me or something, but they weren't. I'm like, I don't know. Like, if they have that many people there, like, what if they have one guy in the car and like, you escaped? They're gonna try following you. So then I remembered my number, and I still remember the number to this day. And I had no money on me because I'm like, all I brought was $50 on me to pay the cab guy because I was just give him extra or 100 or whatever. And I'm like, here, just have the $50, right, for like an $8 trip. Here's a tip. And I'm like, just hold that. And then, I'm walking around the grocery store and I feel like, oh shit, because this guy's gonna tell like what happened and like, where I'm at. So I'm like, and then I go and I just sit in the bathroom and I remember my friend's number. I'm like, bro, I don't have any more money on me. Like, can I pull up to your house and you could pay? Or lend me money and I'll give it right back to you as soon as we go there. And then he's like, yeah, man, no problem, no issue, right? Like I had to reach out to my real friends and shit that we grew up together. And then He's like, yeah. So I picked him up in the cab so he could pay the cab driver when I called another cab. And yeah, then I went back home. And then, you know, all my friends are waiting for me to get there because, like, where I lived at and in the farm, I was like, it was like a smoke lounge over there. Like, everybody came over there all the time, every day. It was like we're family. Like, quite the opposite of what I'm doing now. But yeah, everybody was like always at the crib. What I call it that. Yeah, they're always in the apartment over there. That's like the place to go, right? And we'd have like dozens of people in there sometimes, like constantly, like hundreds and hundreds of people went in and out of there. And it was like, yeah, but there's like a certain like group of, you know, we had, and they would always be over there. It's like the place to go, smoke lounge, like I was saying. And like I said, they're like, Cage, are you fucking crazy? Like, I was a bit crazy. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with me back then, for real.
I'm wondering, like, is the fear and like intuition and being surprised. I I'm thinking
That was
that that's
nothing. They're
stuff.
lucky I didn't hop on and just fucking destroy all of
Nah,
them.
I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm just speaking in general. I'm just speaking about fear, intuition, and like being surprised. Because I've seen
So I knew
situations
it was
like
gonna happen. That's the funny thing. I
in
knew it.
crowds to where I'm wondering, like, what is it for an individual to not respond to being surprised? Or is it fear and being like shocked? I wonder if all of those things, like, are they related? Because sometimes I realize that I would be, I wouldn't call it fear, but it would be a surprise to where I'll do a flinch or something. But I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm in fear. So I'm wondering how closely
Oh,
tied, those things are. You know what I'm saying? I'm
you know what's
just
really weird? The guy, like, they call me Cage, he got scars, he got beat. This motherfucker that tried to, well, did try to attempt to set me up, got nothing. They got nothing out of it, which is kind of funny. His name was, and he tried calling me a bird after. He's like, yeah, bro, you're a bird. Yeah, well, you didn't get anything. I'm like, I just laughed at him, like, you got nothing, and I just snapped the phone in half. But yeah, his name was, yeah,
psychological shit.
yeah, his name was Bugs. Bugs with a Z. Bugs with a Z.
No, I think fear.
I can't wait until I fucking bump him in the road next time.
I think fear and surprise are two different things. I think surprise is a
No,
reaction.
I know they're different, but I'm wondering how closely they are because that surprise, you could be fearful from being surprised or scared. And I'm just wondering, like, how close they are.
I wasn't scared at all. I wanted them to do me a favor and fucking kill me pretty much at that point.
I
I
would
didn't
say
give a fuck because, like, okay, like what? I'm getting my mom out this fucked up area. I don't give a fuck. You
if
know?
I had to guess, I would say that the surprise feeling comes first, and then your emotional reaction comes after that. So the fear or the excitement, right? Initially you're and then it's okay, how do I interpret that emotionally? Am I going to feel fear or excitement?
Because you could be fearful at the same time, like, oh, like that's a sense of fear.
Yeah.
You might not know, you might not look at it at the time at that time as that, but that is fear. That's scary. You know what I'm saying? You feel like, oh, but then when you come to your senses and you realize what took place, then that fear kind of dissipates. That
You feel like
scarcity,
a adrenaline junkie.
scarcity goes away. You know what I mean? I'm just throwing the conversation up there.
It made me feel alive, and I still miss it sometimes. Like, living where I grew up, I go there all the time still. But yeah, back then, like, I don't know, it made me feel like alive and made me feel something. So I like purposely put myself in crazy situations, and that's not even like.
I'm wondering, like, I'm sure there is something you can do to, like, train yourself, but I'm wondering how much do you have to go through before you kind of desensitize yourself from that?
And then it needs, yeah,
you
that's what it is.
you
It
have to
is
get
a
used.
desensitization.
you would have to get used to a certain thing for a certain amount of time to get used to it, to not react to it.
Yeah, so we touched on that. Well, I
And
touched on
then
that.
you always, it's like chasing the fucking dragon. It's like a fucking heroin or somebody who uses hard drugs, right? Like you feel that, and then you're always chasing that. So it's like, yeah, that fear or that heartbeat, the adrenaline rush. And
And
it's
we
like,
touched.
it makes you feel alive, right? Like, so I purposely put myself in there because I'm like addicted to like to adrenaline or something. Like a fucking junkie.
Training is an effective way to curb your responses or control your responses, and that's what they do in the military. Military people, they train them to react even under pressure, even when they're surprised, even when they're scared. So there's techniques that you can use to calm yourself down and keep yourself in control. They teach them to
No, I was good. I literally didn't give a fuck. I was actually disappointed they didn't like try shooting at me in that one situation. Like, come on.
No, I mean,
You're blue balling me now.
Can you train your reaction? Absolutely. Can you affect your reaction? Absolutely. And they have successful training programs to do that for people that are like first responders and military personnel.
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed they didn't try like actually busting that fucking weapon on me.
Even
But
people like
this has happened. I could tell you many other things, but this one just stands out. The one I brought up now.
ER doctors, they come in with some of the most shocking looking people, anybody sees, but they train them to stay calm and to remember their training. So basically, it's you default to training when you can't trust yourself. Or you don't like your
It's not.
Oh, if I wasn't
It's
on
messed
camera,
up.
I
The
never
messed up.
said shit. I never reported. I
The
don't
messed up
report shit.
thing. The messed up thing about that is though, there's some technology out there that no matter what level of training that you do, the technology can cause your body to do a certain thing, regardless of the training that you went through.
No, real shit though. I had it on me too, and like I was about to hop out the fucking thing and be like, pause, and hop out and just completely do some crazy shit. But you know what? The only reason I didn't do it is because I looked at the camera that was pointed at me. So I'm like, the risk reward
You know, they
factor
got
wasn't
the
there.
they got the sound weapon, man. Like shoot, that thing is.
It was in the
You
cab. There
trying
was
to
a
walk,
camera in the
you
cab
shake the
pointing at me.
ground, you can't even walk. You try to move.
If there was no camera in there because they pay attention to my surround, oh man, I would have really fucked people up there because they're not ready to. I'll do it and I'll just laugh at you after. It doesn't matter to me. The only way was self-preservation. I'm like, okay. So I think I was like looking. I was looking for an excuse to fucking hurt people, pretty much. I was just sick of people. Even now, I'm kind of sick and tired of fucking people in general. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself yesterday, I got one neighbor and I think it's one too many.
So you tired of people? I gotta hear this. Why you tired of people, man? What done happened?
Because they're a bunch of fucking manipulating, lying little pieces of garbage. The human race is a fucking parasite, cockroach, virus, pretty much.
Interesting.
Not everybody, but I'm saying the vast majority of people are.
Yeah, I follow you.
I just don't play well in groups. Makes me nervous.
Well, I'm glad y'all over here, man, playing well.
Yeah. Oh, I can do fine in like maybe I don't know. The internet's a little different. I don't have to take in, the physical and verbal responses of 5 different people at one time. We're taking turns. Yeah, it's a lot less stressful.
And on the internet, right? You can filter out a lot of people. The internet, you get a lot of like bad actors, bad eggs, bad apples, whatever you want to call it. But the internet also, you can find some really good people here too.
And
It's
I
a
can
lot
turn.
easier than finding them in real life, especially in a big city like Toronto over here. It's the 4th biggest city in the entire world. Sorry, not the entire world. In North America, or whatever. We have the busiest highway and the longest street in the entire world. So yeah, on the internet at least, like you can filter that out. At least over here, I can tell you guys are trying to learn. Well, you're learned. Try to teach and learn at the same time. The best teacher is a student. A student is a teacher. You can filter out and find people from all across the planet. Then they're trying to learn. Like, look at the scrolling thing. Join the conversation. The takeover is in motion. What else you got? We could wait until it starts up again. Welcome to the late show. It's pretty early now. Where truth never sleeps to dive deep into the electric universe of late night consciousness. Raw conversations, forbidden knowledge. Yeah, I can get along and talk with people about that. From decoding the matrix to confronting the lies we have been sold. I ain't buying that. This is a podcast for thinkers, the rebels, and the truth seekers. So this is perfect. I don't know why, or I don't even. I guess I was on here like years ago, and this is the first time it's ever
Peace,
shown
Quentin.
up.
Hey, Cage. I don't know, man, but I went to your show the other day. Like I said, you've been sub to me for a minute, but you ain't came over in a while.
That's what I'm saying. I
I went to
haven't.
your show and left a comment while you was live. I tried to hop on the panel, man, but you didn't pay me no mind, so I
No,
left
okay.
out.
There's something
That
going
was the
on
day
then.
before yesterday, man.
Oh, a couple days ago. Okay, well, I guess I was probably away working or something, but it's not
But
because
yeah,
I was actively ignoring.
I've been knew about you. I seen you over on Red Squid X not too long ago when he was trash talking about the
Well, look, we had
H.O.T.C.
Nikki on here. Well, we have Nikki here. Somehow I known her for years somewhere else, from somebody from over there.
Yeah.
So I don't know what was going on there, but shadow banning or something, because like I've never seen you live. And you see, like, you hit the live thing, you see who's live that you're subscribed to. I've never seen you live until now.
You serious? You ain't never seen me live, man?
Yeah, it wasn't ever popping up, man. What the fuck is going on? They're blocking shit.
Notifications.
Facts, because like I said, man, I've been with you. I
But
done
on the
been to
live
your channel
tab,
several times.
I can share my screen. I'll show you the live tab. Like, it never popped it. It never popped up for some reason, man. It's weird.
Hell yeah, I done watched a couple of your videos. The one where you walking around and they had the brother sitting there on the bench smoking, and then they was playing
Play
on
the
them
drum.
barrels upside down and stuff. It was making them different tones and shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't watch plenty of your videos, brother.
Oh, that's Cage on the Road. Yeah, I got 2 episodes out there so far. You should see
Yeah,
the ones that don't go online.
you be getting some views too, brother. For real.
Yeah, I'm not here for the views or anything. I'll never ever like
I know. I'm
monetize that shit.
just saying, man. You be getting some views, man. But salutes to you, man.
What, did you like that video?
Yeah, I liked it, man.
Yeah, because it's
I
real
mean,
people. Really have a lot. Really, yeah,
it
it's
was more
real.
of a documentary type. But yeah, I don't seen several of your videos, bro.
Yeah, and you notice that I'm not
And
about talking about other
man,
people or
you
making videos on people
didn't
or any
even
of
know
that
that,
bullshit.
or
Yeah.
didn't even see me interacting with your channel, man. That's wild.
I never seen you, bro. Like, what the fuck? I don't know how. Maybe.
You think you got blocked like I did? I accidentally.
Yeah. That's what Jess even said, because she was like blocked somehow.
Nobody
Some
could see
fucker, like,
unless
yeah.
I was on the panel. Yeah.
Oh, that's fucked up. I gotta go look into that then.
Yeah, go check the
Because
list.
they did that to Jess too. And I'm like, Jess, what are you talking about? And then I realized somebody's like doing some shit in the back. That's why I mod up everybody. But I guess like maybe I didn't notice it. Right? If I don't notice it, you don't get the mod, then people can fuck with your shit.
And I don't think it's always purposeful. I think some people do it on their phone on accident. You know, because I've not paid attention when I've been on a live on my phone and act
But
like
yeah,
all
Jess, yeah, that's a great point. I didn't even remember that. But remember when you were blocked somehow? That's fucked up.
Like I said, I don't think it's always on purpose. I think sometimes people are just accidentally hitting their screen on their phone, and that happens, and they're like, whatever, just move on.
Well, we can give them the benefit of the doubt, but yeah, apparently you must be blocked on there, like Jess was for some reason, and like I kept asking, like, what the fuck happened? Like, what do you mean? Oh, and you know what? I went in there and somebody, I don't know how they're doing it, but they had over 50 people blocked.
What?
Yeah, if you go into your community tab and the studio, they had over 50 people on my end blocked.
Yeah, see,
So
that's why you gotta watch who you make moderators on your channel, because
I think
people
I
do silly
accidentally
shit like that.
hit a managing moderator instead of a standard moderator.
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
gotta watch who you make moderators, man, because people will fuck up your audience and will fuck with your viewers and block them, and you wouldn't even know they was there. You know.
Yeah, when you make somebody a managing moderator, I think it's important to explain to them that they should be.
Well, I've narrowed it down. There's only 2 of them. I want to see if they do it again. There's only 2 of them that have that power.
Instead of on your accord.
So the managing moderator must have. I think they're doing it on purpose. Right? They're playing some weird game. Okay. Because I never saw you, bro. I never ignore anybody. So that's like.
But yeah, like I said, I've been over to your show several times.
For real? Well, that's some fucking bullshit then. Okay, I gotta go check.
I was like, damn, Cage finally done came over here after all them times I done been over there. Hey, but yo, that's what's up.
Okay, well, you can ask Jess. Like, I ain't bullshitting you, man. It happened to her too.
Yeah.
Oh, you good, bro? You good, bro?
Yeah, I would never ignore, man. Like, everyone's always welcome there. Even like people that want to talk shit, I let them on. Like, I never block or kick anybody. Like, talk whatever you want to talk.
He doesn't care who you are. He'll at least give you 5 minutes to explain it.
All right. Well, yeah, I gotta go check myself then.
Okay, look on the list. Check the list.
Yeah, I shot it because I haven't done it in months, right? But the one time I did, I'm like, how the fuck is there like 80 people blocked on here? No wonder.
I know I didn't say it yet, but good morning, everybody. It's nice to meet you. I know we were talking when we come in. I didn't really say hi.
Yeah, that's some fucking bullshit. I'm gonna actually do it right now. I'm gonna get this taken care of right now because this is crazy. I can even show.
I mean, I may not be blocked. You probably just didn't see me interacting.
Sometimes I fall asleep and shit because I'm like, I get tired.
What is streaming?
Okay, like you can check, right? Like if you see if you're blocked, what you can do is use another account and go on and see if you can see your own comments on there from another account.
Just say a really easy way to check it right now would be to drop a comment on his YouTube that he's live.
All right, I'm gonna go there right now. I'm about to go to it's Caged Reality. Yeah, I know.
That's wild.
Yeah, and just see if that comment shows up for him because he couldn't see my comments when I was blocked.
Who's doing that then?
You got a little friend. You got a gremlin.
Oh fuck.
Okay, I see it. You got me streaming right now. Here it is, man. I'm about to leave a comment.
Yeah, shut the shit up.
All right, but so if you switch accounts, if you
there
switch
it
account,
is. Oh, you got me a moderator. You got me as a moderator too. That's how I know I've been in your channel.
So you should. Okay, so maybe okay. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is up. Yeah, look.
Dominic in the building. Dominic, what's up, brother? Peace.
You got Dominic in it?
Yeah.
Oh, that okay. Now it's getting fucking weird because I've met Dominic in real life. He's also from where I live at.
Yeah, Dominic, that's my homie right there, man. That's my brother. Sir Drop. Peace.
You know, he lived down the street from where my mother used to live, right? So I was in the area and I met him and his wife and everything multiple times.
Don't talk about
That's why I said, man, like you've been over to my channel before, but it's probably been years, you know.
That long, huh?
Yep.
What in the fuck? Small world.
Hey, you over here like you knew and you already been here before.
For some reason, it never showed me when you're live. I don't know why. Today it decided to, apparently. You know?
Check and see if you got your notifications on for me.
Well, it's not about that.
Or
Like, you don't
did
need
it
a
pop up like a
notification. Like when you
notification?
scroll, okay. So if you're on your computer, right, you can hit live and it shows who's live.
I got you.
Yeah. So that's nothing to do with a notification. So I don't know.
Sir Drive, Quentin Emerson. Don't work too hard today, man. Y'all go get that money.
I do appreciate it. Like, oh, show up more, Cage. Yeah, we had a great conversation today. We haven't even got like really too far through that video either.
Yeah.
We should get back to that if you want.
We can always dive into a more. I'm not streaming with my PC right now, so
Oh,
I can't.
I can join on the computer and stream, share, or pull up whatever you want.
Well, if that's what you want to do, you can.
Yeah, you can do that. That's some bullshit, though. Why the fuck is it not showing it? Okay, that's weird.
But sometimes people got their notifications turned off, and
it's not about the notification, man. Like,
you don't think so? Because I feel if they got it turned off, sometimes it might not pop up in your feed unless you scroll long enough.
But it's not the feed. It's about like, okay, if you go here, I'll show you. Okay, like actually, I'll just show you what I'm talking about here.
You talking about like when you watching a video and they got like the shit on the side?
Well, not when you're in the YouTube, right? Like on the side, right? It shows everybody who's live and every subscribed person who's subscribed. All right, and then here. You know what? Instead of talking about it, I'll just show you.
I know what you're talking about. There's a few channels.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about too. I believe I do.
Yeah. Instead of popping up the little red dot, it'll just show as a blue dot. And until you actually click on the channel, you can't see the live.
I don't know, but it decided to fucking bring.
I have a few channels I watch.
Oh, I know that's right, Q. Go get it, bro. Go get that paper. Peace, Dominic. Appreciate you stopping by, brother.
All these people getting paid. What's going on? Oh, they're going to work. Okay, go.
Much love, Tom. Well, yeah. Here. Looks like I'm pretty I'm transparent over here. So,
hey,
yeah,
Rafe, if you still tuning in, brother, I appreciate you coming by tonight, man.
I have all notifications on too, which is really odd. But here. So here, I can share my screen. You're gonna see. I have to go into my computer. I'm on my phone.
All right.
And I'm gonna show you like what I'm talking about. Where's the link? There you go. There's the link. I don't know if they're like shadow banned or something. They want to keep. Probably shadow banned. It's fucking weird.
I just put on my glasses and I'll make you get it.
So you can leave the other cage back there with the flame logo, but you're about to see a screen share, and then I'll kind of show you. All right, you got it. All right, so what I'm talking about is these subscriptions right here. You see how you say you get it show more, and it shows everybody's live. For some reason, your thing never popped up until today. Right, you can see every subscription I have here.
Okay, yeah. I know that tab you're talking about now. Yeah.
See on the left. So I'm not sure how that worked out. I'll say go here. I saw secrets incorrectly. The link that's earlier. We can get back to it and like the point we're at here. Probably won't do it.
experimenters were seeing based upon random selection of targets. So here's what we did. We had experimenters walk by a hallway, and we would randomly give them an area somewhere within 15 minutes of Laurentian University. They had 15 minutes to get there. They would simply look at the target. These were randomly selected targets. Let me give you just a few. This is where you begin drawing. Curve. Another target was a Catholic grade school with lots of windows, stalls for bicycles, a figure-8 shaped inside hall system, and a consistent pool of water along the edge of the property. Here's how he started. He had no idea. Remember, this happened on several days. And even the experimenters didn't know.
If you don't
where they were
remember,
going
he's talking
until
about
they opened up.
English Swan, and these people, they went over here to Canada at Laurentian University and did all these weird experiments and stuff with electromagnetic fields in the mind, magnetite, magnetosomes, and for like 3-letter agencies of the United States and shit. But yeah, I don't know why. I never, and here, I can go back and I can show you quick that, so I don't bullshit. So if I go to your channel here, right, now I finally see, look, it has the fucking all.
No, that's not me.
No.
I'm Knowledge Up, right?
No. Oh, my bad. Oh, I hit the wrong fucking thing. Okay. But yeah, if you go over here.
Oh, you got my notifications? No.
It says all. Yeah, it says all, and I got none of them.
You know what? You ain't the first one that done
Wrong
said that shit.
So they like shadow ban the fuck out of you or something.
I wonder.
I mean, but it seems like the audience coming back because as of recently,
another target was
my numbers been going up. So
well, I found you
can't be
again.
shadow banned forever.
Apparently, it's been years.
I wonder if you could affect that by putting out a post when you go live instead of relying on YouTube to send out your
that's what I do. That's what I do. I post every time now. If you look at my community posts, I always post when I'm going live now.
Well, it seems like that might help because I don't know how else you'd combat that and be able to contact all the same people unless you made like an email list or something.
That's some bullshit. Yeah, they try suppressing some information. Right?
A Catholic grade school with lots of windows, stalls for bicycles, a figure-8 shaped inside hall system, and a consistent pool of water along the edge of the property. Here's how he started. He had no idea. Remember, this happened on several days. And even the experimenters didn't know where they were going until they opened up the envelope outside the laboratory in the parking lot. And then they had 15 minutes to get there. Okay. Tall, sense of massive, windows, reflection, stones, hear water, pool. People walking, a sense of business, glass, bars, several of them, those bar-type things, buildings, glass, throwaway slope, colors. Now, glass. Now, the bars he's talking about are like bicycle-type things, where you put in bicycles. And, of course, he concludes it's something like a church or a school of some type. Remember, he's not from around here. He has no idea what the target is. But it's even more than that. If randomly selected photographs, particularly with emotive and meaningful components, were placed in another room, on a table, in envelopes, he could draw the details. Okay, so in other words, what we had effectively in another room, the table, roughly 100 different pictures and envelopes, randomly selected, one laid down. He's still in the chamber. We're measuring his brain activity. And he begins to draw. Here's one for you. Deep feelings. And I've actually, this is the actual words that type larger so you can see them. You can see his pictures. Dark but airy, undulating like a boat, watching, gloomy, stars, clandestine romance. I'll tell you about that later. Okay. Actually, it turns out in that table, on that table, 2 graduate students had, how shall I say it, interesting intimacies. Feeling of points or seeds, struts, electricity, feeling of awesome. What could possibly be drawn like that? The answer is the target, a tornado. How close can you get? Other ones, for example, this is one of the hidden pictures, and this is what he drew. World not responding, awash like a tunnel, morose, impact, hatred, into depths, police. This was a terrorist explosion of an airplane. And notice something very interesting. That even down to the components are being drawn. Next. Even abstract ideas. Remember, the whole point is to have a technology which allows access to every bit of information that every brain on this planet has. And this is a picture really abstract looking. Take a good look at those garbage cans and a number of other things, and look what Ingo Swann drew. People, dull target, wilderness like a window. Even something as abstract as that, details come through. Now, I want you to think about something, and that's the following. Just remember Alexander Graham Bell, the first time he generated a signal across the room. It was scratchy. He could barely hear it. But the point is, from that beginning of just a bit of information, now we have one of the most sophisticated technologies in the history of Western civilization. We have the telephone communication system. You've got to start somewhere, and then you perfect the technology. Okay, that's Ingo Swann. Was he always successful? Well, most of the time. However, the degree of accuracy was related to amount of 7 Hz activity over his right hemisphere. Again, the right hemisphere, the one involved with your dreaming. This is the same frequency that the entire Earth generates. His accuracy was less when there were geomagnetic storms and the Earth's magnetic field was disturbed. So if the magnetic field was disturbed, he lost the ability. When you lost the connection, you lost the ability. For example, there's an actual EEG. Back in the days, we only had 3 channels. Okay, notice the red arrows. Those are 7 Hz. This is a unique pattern. You don't find it very often. And the number of these patterns were directly related to how accurate he was. So in other words, the more he showed that activity over the occipital right hemisphere, the more accurate he was in terms of the information at a distance. There's the ionosphere, and of course, generating between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere is a 7 Hz pattern. And the more you get closer to that pattern, the more you seem to have access to everything around the Earth. For example, that 7 Hz pattern not only has the same frequency as generated from the intrinsic aspect of your brain. Your brain has an actual frequency. Guess what it is? 7 Hz. Based upon the fact that consciousness is recreated every 20 milliseconds, it's moving at about 4.5 meters per second. Just do a simple calculation of the circumference of your brain. It's about 7 Hz. And the intensities of both the magnetic and the electrical components for both this and your brain are identical, capable of resonance. Here we have an example, of course, from the sun to the Earth. There's the Earth's magnetic field. And of course, when there's a magnetic storm, you can see that you get marked perturbation and the connections are lost. Now, we're not the only species like this. For example, fish very often communicate with electrical signals, magnetic signals they generate. Thunderstorms will interfere with that connection, like having massive noise, and their behaviors are distorted. So we're not the only species. Now, here are some examples of ordinary people drawing pictures of what they experience about a target when they are exposed to geomagnetic-like fields. In other words, is it just one people, one kind of person, or just some people? And the answer is anybody can do it if you expose them to the field. Here is the target picture hidden in another room. This was a target picture, pretty much like the Ingo Swann procedure. And here's what a university student exposed to the appropriate magnetic field drew. Look at the connections. Remember, this is a situation very much like early Bell, because it's very, very scratchy at this point, but look at the essentials. Go ahead and connect them. We can see, for example, the emphasis on the shape, the eye. Remember, this is hidden in an envelope. The actual mechanical kind of individual, you can see from the outline yellow. And of course, there's always something called analytical overlay. Don't forget, this is right hemispheric. So this is all emotive and visual patterns, and it has to be translated to language. In the process of translating to language, very often you put your own verbal.
Oh, we lost. Jess put in the private. Got to run vet appointment this morning. Thank you for the good conversation. Have a beautiful day. Yeah, shout
Hey
out to
man,
Jess.
who that was?
Jess,
Oh,
the
Jess.
way
Oh,
Jess
all
was.
right. Peace. Appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah. But yeah, it's all having a vet appointment and all that. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, you know, there's good people still out here, you know. Not everybody's fucked. It gets really
I
interesting.
agree.
You know, it's hard to find. You gotta sift through a bunch of shit. It's kind of like, oh, anything of value. Let's say all the roads are paved with gold or diamonds or something, right? I wouldn't be valuable anymore. So, things of value are hard to find. But this
Oh
guy's,
yeah.
yeah, this guy's really interested in good information. I don't mind. Like I played it so many times for people.
It's very intriguing.
Because you know, like I gotta remind myself too.
You say that again?
I gotta remind myself too.
Oh yeah.
It's hard to get out of this program. But treat each other like, I don't know. What?
How should I say it? Overlay your own baggage, your own verbal baggage on it, and can distort the signal, just like noise. Here's another target, hidden in another room. There's the picture, hidden in an envelope, person's never seen it. This is what the person draw if it's exposed to the appropriate configuration of magnetic field. Here's the drawing. Shall we see the connection? Take a good look. Not as sophisticated as Swan, but this is a university student with only 5 exposures to the procedure. Again, there's the woman in the back, right? This fragment here, we're blowing it up a bit more, you can see. And finally, you can see that's purple glass written there. He's written purple glass. That entire area was purple. Now, this is not just a unique thing. This occurs repeatedly. And I'll tell you exactly what the patterns are later on. The most intense phenomena were these. When another person in another room is looking at a target and at the same time as the second person is sharing the same magnetic field, the accuracy becomes greater. So in other words, if you have one person here, you generate a condition that produces the same kind of magnetic field that influences the brain at the consciousness recreation pattern. What you'll find, if whatever that person's looking at, the other person can actually draw accurately. Well, let me show you. Can the average person access distant information? At Laurentian University, we developed a technology by producing a device whereby the same complex magnetic fields are shared by 2 people separated at a distance. When that happens, the 2 brains become one. Okay? So here we have the actual technology. You can see one chamber. That's what we call the octopus. It's basically 8 solenoids that produce a accelerating configuration of second derivative magnetic field. There's what it looks like. There's a person in one room. All right, with the octopus, there's a person in the other. Here's some examples. The actual target picture that one person is looking at is on the right hand. You've seen that as the bridge down here in Sudbury. What they're drawn, what the other person's drawing, sitting in a separate room, and you can see the actual drawing, and you can actually see the letters or the words up there, and we've amplified them for you. Motion, right, long, vertical lines, wormhole, crowd, flower, explosion, passing stuff moving through. The essential aspects of that hidden target have been extracted and now are being shared by the 2 different people who share the same magnetic field. Their brains, both those brains are now effectively one. But the effect extends experience. If both people separated by a distance share the same configuration of magnetic field, a light flash, just a light flash, to one person affects the brain activity of the other sitting in the dark in another room. So what we've found is that we can connect it to actual light, all right? The photon emission energy from the brain while a person is sitting in the dark is about 10,000 times less than the stars on a cloudy night. We can measure it with photomultiplier tubes. However,
yeah, this is what I was saying to Blue. He said he got goose pimples or something. Talk about it because he's apparently a Luciferian. His mind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's always trying to explain. I can't explain it. It's like I'm not a neuroscientist. But, and this is old work, right? Like, look, 13 years ago. And this is like a re-upload.
Okay.
Yeah. So who knows what technology they have now?
Facts. Ain't no telling.
Yeah.
it's 100 times more intense than the energy from the cosmic rays that pervade the universe. Now, I know you're thinking that this is really, really weak, but let me do an experiment real quick, okay? Effectively, you're listening to me right now, and the sounds you're hearing are in the order of about a millipascal in terms of pressure. That's what you're listening, about 40 to 50 decibels, a millipascal. And presumably you're listening to me. Right now, above you, there's over 100 kilopascals of pressure. 1 billion times more pressure on your body right now than the pressure associated with me talking with you and you listening. Can you hear the atmosphere? It's 1 billion times more. Of course you can't. It's not the intensity, it's the pattern. The pattern is the critical thing. So never underestimate the importance of the pattern. It's not the intensity. And furthermore, if we take something like this, like one of these nice loaves of cinnamon, and I drop it just like that, I drop it this way, that's about a microjoule of energy. Now, for you to see a light in the dark, that only takes about 10 to the minus 17th joules. That's a decimal point followed by 16 zeros and 1, which means this is a microjoule, which means that energy from dropping that right now would be enough to light up every eye of every human being on this planet. The critical thing is the energy and the pattern that detects it. Never think bigness is important. So, here's what happens. If, for example, we have one person in one room having a flashing light, another person in another room completely in the dark, and they only share the magnetic field, a special kind of configurational magnetic field that produces a synthetic consciousness, making both brains the same. When there is no flash in the other room, this person has theirs on the left, that's what's coming off the side of their head. If the person in the other room is seeing a flashing light, an ordinary dull flashing light, the person sitting in the dark, their brain also generates light because they're connected, even at a distance. Is there evidence of information transfer? We are now measuring photon emission from the human brain. That's how we think it's working. And you can see, if we take you, for example, and we ask you to sit down inside of a quiet room, and on the left hemisphere, the left side of the brain, right hemisphere, right side of the brain, notice that when the person is simply relaxing and just thinking about casual thoughts, for example, like something easy and refreshing, like how many hours I'm going to study tonight. On the other hand, if on they focus, you say, okay, now I want you to think of white light. Just think of white light. Right? That's all you have to do. Notice the left hemisphere doesn't do anything. The right hemisphere, if you're relaxing, doesn't differ. The vertical axis is the amount of energy, and I can tell you what it is about 10 to the minus 11 watts per meter squared. You can't see it. You need a machine, a photomultiplier tube to see it. But notice on the right hemisphere, when you ask a person to just think of white light, notice that under focus on the right hemisphere, there's almost a doubling of output. That's right. And now we know in neuroscience that it's very likely, Bocan and other people have actually shown this, that there's light emission from retina that when you're actually thinking about white light, there's just not action potentials and neurons firing. There's actually photons being emitted within your brain, right? Actual photons, and we can measure them. The minute you have photons, you have access to almost everything, right? Now, when there are photons involved, the phenomenon of entanglement becomes real. This means that what happens to one person is reflected in another, regardless of space or time. Here's a animation of what we're talking about. That's entanglement. In other words, entanglement means that effectively, the minute you have two people connected, photons here and photons here, we really don't know right now when that photon is flashing in the other room, is it the same photon that shows up in the other person's brain instantaneously, or there's simply entanglement. But if you have entanglement, you understand what that means. That means you have information at a distance. You change something here, you change something here instantaneous. Already physicists are doing this. They call it teleportation because they're a bit more dramatic. All right, but in actual fact, they've already done it up to over 100 kilometers. Change the polarity on one, the other one changes instantaneously. That's the first stage to having information from everywhere. Right? Now, if one has the technology and access the appropriate patterns shared by other brains, information can be accessed. We can amplify, concentrate, and control what has been happening only occasionally for centuries. Now think about it. Like watching lightning, we did it for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years as a species, and then we mastered electricity. Look at the difference. We watched birds fly, wondering what it would be like. We never did have wings, we never developed them, but now we can fly, we call it an airplane. If you can imagine it, it can be done. And that's why, because the brain is matter. It's based upon the physical principles of the universe. And if you have
thoughts on that so far, yeah, you hear the man. If you can imagine, it's possible. I'm possible, impossible. Yeah. And what? There's a nice Einstein quote, right? Imagination is everything.
Mm-hmm. Imagination is powerful. Hey, well, Cage, bro, I appreciate you stopping by. We got to finish this video here. I got to head out, bro. I'll probably be going live later today. So you're more than welcome, man, to come back through and hop on the panel, bro. And we can discussing this.
I appreciate having me.
Yeah. Everyone, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate all the support. And everyone stopping by today. Tonight rather. Because it's a whole new day. So
That's some light work, proper hat. We gotta get like some merch, light work hats going on to Peter.
Oh, I do actually. I'll show you my hat. I actually got this hat. That's my little brand I got, man. It's called Lightwork, man.
Lightwork?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. But everybody, shout out to everybody that came through on the panel. Shout out to my host, Nikki C and Dojo. I appreciate y'all. Rafe, I appreciate you coming through. Quentin Emerson, Dominic, Jess, Cage, Star Platinum, Yahweh. Who am I missing? Let me see here. Who else? Everybody. Shout out to everybody that came through. Until next time, I'm Knowledge Uprising, and this is The Late Show. Peace.
I hear voices in the rain, calling out my name. They say get out, but I'm deep in the game. I got blood on my Nikes, tears in my chain. And I pray for peace, but I'm stuck in pain. Voices in my head, I can't tell who to trust. Had a homie turn fed, made the whole block hush. Mama said pray, I was at the door, God ain't answering shit. Too many funerals, I lost count. Got used to losing, so I don't even pout. Tryna ball, but the